Hello and welcome to NAL Challenger Series playoffs here on our 6 channel. So excited to be with you here today as the stalwarts of T2 get a chance to fight for their place on the NAL main stage. And speaking of Tier 2 stalwarts, I am joined by two of the very best here, Jazzman and Light Rose alongside me, Corbeck, in the casting booth today. Jazz, how are we feeling today?
Feeling everything. Every single emotion is pretty much running through my body. I have been waiting a very long time for this. I've been waiting a very long time to cast Challenger Series.
A lot of people have been waiting a long time to watch Challenger Series, I am sure. Light Rose, you looking forward to today?
Yeah, I may be a little red in the face from spending a bit too much time in the sun. We're ignoring the sun. We're done touching grass. We're here to watch some siege happen.
Just go inside. Inside and watch Siege. No more vitamin, whatever comes from the sun. I think it's deep. I don't know. Anyway, let's take a look at our matches here today. We have a bracket now because there's a lot of games going on here in the playoffs. We can't cover anything. If you're interested in watching the games we won't have on today, you can go see the Siege Double Shot channel over on Twitch. They'll be showing you everything. But just looking at the state of the bracket here, Light Rose, anything that surprised you about the teams that made it here to the upper bracket side?
I think a lot of people are really surprised with the Unks, making it 3-1 as well. They're going to go up against M80X on one of our co-streaming channels. And everybody talks about, oh, JJ is stomping it to the league. No, it is the Unks, Ions, and the rest of them, Zolaris. I know it's kind of like ironic cheering for them, but it is fun to have a dark horse in the mix where it's like, nobody really expected them to be here. How far can they go?
Another team that kind of impressed me is Space Shoes. Given their recent history, they've had a lot of turbulence trying to get up into the upper echelon of Tier 2. They struggled a lot as a team in other leagues previous, made a few roster moves, inducted Teddy into their roster, and things have looked a lot better. This team has a lot more firepower, and I feel like they can finally stand up to a team like JJ & Co. And that's another thing we need to talk about. There are some teams like JJ & Co., like M80X, that we look at and are just like, yeah, those teams are really powerful and have a really good chance.
Yeah, M80X feels like kind of a favorite, right? A lot of people have been enjoying watching them play and have been enjoying seeing what they can do. But definitely, yeah, some surprises. I love seeing Unks here. I love seeing Space Shoes here. I love all Tier 2. I love seeing teams get a chance. So this is great. And I really, if you ask me who was going to make it, I don't think I could tell you. But let's look at our schedule here for today so you know what games are coming up on the channel. So we're going to be doing Forsaken versus Core Gaming. And then we're going to be doing JJ & Co. versus Space Shoes. Now, out of these two games, guys, I mean, Light Rose, who are you looking forward to the most here today?
I want to see how JJ Co. will do up against Space Shoes because they did play, I believe, in the first qual in the first round, and it was not very close. But now you get a rematch. There's a lot more stakes. You've got a lot more eyes on you. That should be some high stakes. But Forsaken Core, there's a lot of variables, and I think a lot of people are going to be on the side of Forsaken here, especially once we get into the nitty-gritty of each team.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, I think one thing that I like about the lineup we have here is we have a lot of teams with very strong IGLs that we're going to look at to kind of be the leader of their games. I think JJ & Co. Space Shoes, you actually took the words right out of my mouth, is the game that I personally am most excited for. But yeah, that M80X Unks team, I mean, that could be, or that M80X Unks game, that could be like a massive upset. There's a lot of potential for this bracket to go one way or the other. Obviously, a Mr. B back in the mix. A lot of players here that have been ex-Pro League that want to make it back.
There definitely are. And speaking of X-Pro League, let's talk about our first team here today. It is Forsaken and Jazz. There are a lot of former pros on this lineup.
4 to be exact. You got Gasher from XTSM, you got Kento from X-Mirage, Hat recently off OXG, Kool-Aid from Parabellum, and then BJL's just chilling there. But he himself has been involved in Tier 2 for quite some time. Yes, this roster on paper looks really good. Can they stack up to a team like Core that might be, a little more coordinated? They've been together for a while. They've kind of went through the ebbs and flows of a roster and roster changes. That's one thing that kind of, I think that Core hold a candle to is just that experience. But for Forsaken, I mean, they just have so many pros. Who knows? Maybe they could just shoot back better. That could just be it.
Yeah, I mean, Jazz, do you think that pro talent honestly is like the difference maker for a lot of these matches? Just having the experience of already been, I think some of them have been to invitationals. They've been at the top of the NAL at times, at TSM, et cetera, et cetera. Is that the difference maker for them?
I don't think that you can count them as sort of just like an automatic win team just because they have a lot of ex-pros on them. I mean, we've seen time and time again how some pros can't really wrangle themselves back into a team. So who knows? I think that they could shoot back for sure, but can they be coordinated enough? That's the real question.
Well, let's talk about Core and the issue of coordination here, Light Rose. They are playing without their IGL today. They've got a sub coming in. It's Dirty as coach from Moses. I feel like that's going to be kind of problematic.
It's a big one, especially because Core is a team that has been incredibly turbulent ever since Element, when they finally got picked up by the org Core. There's been a lot of expectations on them with the caliber of players that are on this team, and I just don't think they've really lived up to those expectations. And going on to Challenger Series, one thing that is glaringly obvious is their attacks. They struggle on their attacks, and losing Moses, I believe this is going to be just for the one game. So going on to the lower bracket, if they lose or if they win in the winners bracket, they should have Moses' back, but there is a steep climb for them to go up against. We mentioned 4 Pro League players who are all ready to play.
I mean, do you think, Light Rose, that Core Gaming just struggles a little bit to clear kind of the upper tiers here in this Challenger Series? Like, they lost, I think, it was a 2-1 versus JJ & Co., I believe. So did they just not have the chops to take on the bigger guns?
I think they are a very middle of the pack team. They can beat the lower echelons, but once you get into those higher tiers, that is where they're going to struggle. They made it in on 3-2, the last second, and now they're going up against the big dogs. And I hate to say it, not a lot of people really believe in them to get the job done.
Well, it's not the size of the dog that matters, right? It's the size of the bark or the bite in the dog. I can't
Size of the fight in the dog.
Size of the fight in the dog. Thank you. I knew it was something like that. Anyway, let's talk map bans then, and we'll see where these teams will be dueling it out. We've got Kafe, Clubhouse, Chalet. I mean, what do you make of the setup here, Jazz?
Well, there's a lot of favorable maps, I think. Obviously, Core on Chalet is kind of something that they're used to, but I also think that Forsaken have a lot of experience here. It's not Nighthaven. That's the one thing that I was looking forward to. But Forsaken, that's literally their permaban. So I certainly think that with Kafe in the mix, anything can kind of go here. These are both teams that are middle of the pack teams on Kafe. Chalet could get dangerous for Core to actually, maybe potentially take put some damage onto Forsaken, but that's if we even get there.
I'm kind of surprised that Bank barely missed out on getting played, because both of these teams really enjoy Bank. Core Gaming took an unfortunate loss up against JJ & Co. on Bank, and they have not gone there since. But if we do make it to that third map, Chalet is incredibly common on both sides. Looking at Core, they actually played it in every single game except the JJ & Co. game, them being 2-2. I feel like Forsaken, looking at all through Element and everything since then, they have the better map win percentage on all of these maps, and I think this should be a 2-0, given especially that Dirty is subbing in for Moses.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sub is a big deal, and we made a good point about it. But I mean, just looking at the maps, right? We're tier 2, we're getting up to tier 1. These are tier 1 caliber players, I would say, a lot of them, right? Is going to basic maps going to be a benefit to Core, do you think, Jazz? Or do you think that is going to be a problem? Should they have tried for things that are more complicated, more tricksy, or is it just bread and butter?
Yeah, I think taking Core, or rather taking Forsaken to maps where they can kind of just frag out and just walk around, and they're like, oh yeah, I know what to do here. Like, this is so familiar, right? That's what scares me the most, and you can kind of see it in their play style. I mean, Clubhouse is one of their best maps in Challenger Series. They beat, let me see here, they beat Karn & Co. 7-3 on Clubhouse. They beat Relentless 7-1. This is a map that Forsaken are very comfortable on. I think comfort is the main thing that's important for this team. If they can make Core uncomfortable, if they can make themselves uncomfortable, or make themselves comfortable, there's really no stopping them.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta put on your favorite pair of sweatpants, right, and just relax a little bit, I guess, even in a high stakes competition like this. I mean, Light Rose, we talked about how Core is at a bit of a disadvantage here, the IGL issue, maybe these maps aren't the best for them, but what do they need to do differently here to beat Forsaken as opposed to losing to JJ & Co? What can they adapt to or change?
I think the main thing they need to change is their attacks. There's two things that's really going to get them over the finish line. It's going to be having incredibly strong defenses, because Forsaken are a team that also can struggle on attack from time to time, and just get their foot in the door with attacks. I don't think they need to be strong or dominant with their attacking wins. I just think they need to be consistent, getting your one, getting your two, letting the defense get the job, and let Comfort, which is going to be a huge thing, let that just take you all the way to victory.
Well, Forsaken versus Core Gaming coming up. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and we'll be right back with this first match of playoffs.
It's game time between Core and Forsaken. We have what should be pretty exciting first game of playoffs to bring for you today. My name is Jasmine. That's Light Rose. I point the wrong way. I always do that. She's very sunburnt, and I'm wearing red in solidarity.
I'm also wearing red, so
yeah. So welcome aboard. Let's get some Challenger Series done. I'm excited.
Hell yeah, it's exciting. I think we were mentioning this after in the break. This is the first usage of the new Siege logo with the bullet casing instead of the gun. It's an incredibly minor thing, but it's just that's kind of cool, because we are ushering in a new era of Siege Esports. After Challenger Series, we've got Reload in May. These teams are going to get a bit of a break if they make Pro League, of course. Both of these teams are fighting for their spot, for that 10th spot, and Forsaken, they could be those dogs.
It could be. We could be seeing the new era of Rainbow Six Siege X. The era of stomping is not in this game. It's Forsaken versus Core. First, 8 teams competing for a spot in the North American Pro League. It's been a while since we've had promotions. It's a very exciting time in the air here for Rainbow Six Esports. We're going to see a new team enter the fray. But first, we have to get through 7. Forsaken versus Core on Kafe. So, Blackbeard being banned first, I mean, that's pretty typical, right? You also have the Blitz ban. I think the main thing that concerns me is how long Core are going to go with Dirty on the lineup. I'm actually not 100% sure if he's going to come back at some point. I'm not sure if he's...
I believe Moses is going to come back.
Yeah, and like if that's going to be on map 1 or map 2, that'll probably be really important here, because I mean, it's loser's bracket if you can't really step up to the plate.
And Core start on the attack too. That's the killer. They are gonna have their IGL issues. Maybe Moses stepping out. I don't know if Dirty is going to be the IGL, or somebody else is gonna pick up that mantle. We'll figure it out pretty quickly. in this first round. Fireplace Mining and Dirty making a joke. He's stepping into the ring, going up against those Pro League players. And already, it is sure to be, hopefully, a good one. I know that you and I would love to see these two teams go back and forth, especially because Core wants to live up to those expectations, like I said in the pre-show.
They're playing against a team that is heavy favorites. Forsaken are no joke, 3-0 in group stage. Beating your very favorite Stompin', 2-0 to get here. Karn & Co. as well. They carved quite a path in order to get here into this playoff spot, while Core having to go through a through 5 maps, or through 5 series, a full gauntlet. Losing to JJ & Co., losing to Space Tubes in that, going 3-2. Definitely a team that just look weaker as a result, and I think that that's something that we're going to have to look out for. Can they actually be able to pull themselves into that T2 mindset, or are they going to drown here against Forsaken? Only have to wait and see. It all depends on their attacks, Light Rose.
And they're going to have to attack the mining side. This is becoming a lot more common that you're seeing teams start either on reading or mining. Usually you are going to have a rotation of the sites anyway. And if you can get a win off the bat, and already shutting down Hat, showing that Forsaken need to be a lot more careful with these aggressive plays, and spawn peaks are not going to be tolerated.
A wolf in sheep's clothing. Hat thought that was an easy target, but Xer made sure he knew who he was up against. That is an opening pick in the way of Core, and that is a very important opening pick. And every opening pick is going to be very important, especially for this Forsaken roster. They're a team that can struggle sometimes with retaining man count, with keeping themselves back in the game. Brio's 8 of Frost, Matt.
Because he was
yeah, that is really funny. Sometimes it's like the weirdest tricks that catch out the most experienced players. Brios, one of those players, very experienced. Heavy fragging potential on him as well. Let's see what he can do on Kafe.
I think it won't affect the team too much. It's mainly just going to be an HP. Speaking of HP, Candle can get down to a measly 10 HP per se, but PJL is able to get away. Shield still up and able to go back and forth in the bathroom. Core struggling to get rid of the util, but they do, and it's Gasher with a C4. Forsaken even it up.
JL was really concerning me there with his sprinting back and forth, but thankfully that C4 from Gasher is able to save him. Because now this push kind of stalls out outside the building. Core looking to try and penetrate through this top floor. They still have 2 players above to worry about, BJ and Kento. Core are not going to give this up. They are going to continue to push this because they want the usage out of those RAM gadgets, out of those RAM boogie drones. They want to try and get that verticality going so they can execute this site. Whether they know it's mining or not is the question. Core very, very low on HP. Dirty Candle and Xer all barely surviving here through the wall. Xer, though, wins his second fight of the round. Finally gets taken down. It's 2 for Forsaken. Make that 3 as Kool-Aid on the stairs. It's the upstairs hold that ends up winning out the round for Forsaken. As Core just walk right into their waiting arms. And that is the first round taken.
And already we're starting to see some issues with the attack. We were on 45 seconds remaining, and they were still on the top floor. It was a reading site. That is a site that can have a very chaotic end of round that you're throwing the boogie drones maybe in the last 30 seconds. Some teams can struggle with taking the top floor. Core, one of those teams. A good example of that is after they get the shield. Where's the entry, Adam? Where do they go? Could you spot a single area where Core seemed like they were actually trying to take as a team, using their util, using their drones? To me, it looked like they were just trying to keep these angles, throw some drones, get some basic information, and all hurry it up all at once.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Core can figure that out. It definitely looked like they were kind of shaky there, but they have a little bit of time to maybe recoup. We have a tech pause. We're gonna take that. A little break. We'll be back, hopefully shortly, with Core versus Forsaken. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time in history, a timer was actually accurate, and we are back within 5 minutes. Sorry. Second floor site here for Forsaken. Let's pick up where we left off. Mining and Dining was the completed site for this defense, and V, it was a pretty easy win, I would say, for the defenders. That upstairs hold was pretty strong, and I think that moving into this second floor, we should expect nothing different. Seems like even the same setup may be being brought, although the addition of a Goyo has been made and the reduction of a shield.
It's a very similar attack from mining. You basically have to take the exact same spots as the attack and work the vert in very slightly different ways, and that's not good for Core, because we all saw the struggles that they had time-wise, goal-wise. Everything was just not working out. Dirty is actually on the Monty this time, so that could be a bit of a band-aid fix to force themselves to move forward, have Dirty at the tip of the spear, and then work the second floor, because they need to make sure that they speed everything up along with their attack.
So I was going to say, yeah, both of these teams are kind of known for being slow, and I think that's one thing that we need to kind of keep an eye on, is if their timing is going to be right, if they can pick up the pace when they need to once they get their pick. I believe it was last round that Core got the opening engagement, and even then they still weren't able to convert it. Whether it was a lack of control seems to be the difference maker here, and I think that will continue to be so as we're still stalling out. Inrio is the first one caught, but Brios finds Kento on his way out of B2. You'll see him out himself. They're now equal.
It's a good trade, and now you force the Goyo canister to be popped. Monty should be moving up as soon as that dissipates. I like the pace from Core. It's a much better change. They have so many players they have to deal with, unfortunately. Take care of the smokes. There's only one in BJL's pocket. If Core can be just a bit more patient, get open these reinforced walls with Xer's ace charges, I think there's a potential clean third floor take right across the board. They just wait a little longer for these effects to go away.
3 smoke grenades gone from BJL, so the utility has been wasted. There, though, is the last piece. Gasher, 2 for 2 on his C4 so far. That Nitro Cell will certainly connect, and that means that man advantage has swung back into the favor of Forsaken, but they're not going to give up. They want to keep going here. Kool-Aid, a massive heads-up play on White, manages to get a trade onto Candle, now making this a 3 versus 2. Dirty, coming down White stairs, however, is all alone. That top floor is established, but about 3/5 of your team is gone, so I don't know how much it's really going to matter. The Rams as well, no more verticality. What else can you really do at this point?
Yeah, you've lost everything except the tip of the spear, like I said, with the Monty, and then one Selma, which isn't really going to do too much. It might be used as vert, which is exactly what Exer is going to do. Maybe if they can spot a player, but I doubt it's going to be in the exact same spot. The time ticks down. There is not a lot for Core to work off.
And where's Exer going to be able to take that case? It seems like down White is the play. Just looking for that pick. That's a huge heads-up play from Exer, able to get that, and Kool-Aid gets taken down by Dirty. Suddenly, it's a 1 versus 2, and BJL's been spotted out. It might be high tide to go for the pick here. Dirty's going crazy on this Monty, and it works out spectacularly for Core. They win the 2 versus 3. They decide to forego the plant. They went for picks, and it works out in the end. Forsaken gets caught out, and Core tie the game up.
Just an incredible adaptation from these two players. Having the Monty is both a curse and, was it a boon? Yes, curse and a boon, because he's invulnerable, but all he has is that pistol. But Dirty bobs and weaves perfectly in between cover and when he's directly in line of sight of the enemy. In that Exer is able to even things up, and Core get their one. I said they don't need to be dominant on their attack. They just need to be present. They need to be consistent, and getting one on the board within the first 2 rounds after what was a pretty abysmal third floor take in that first round is a hell of a change. They're going to be asked to do it again, except it's probably going to be a third floor take moving on to the second floor, of which you're probably going to use some vert, but there is some changes on the attack that maybe indicate that we could see a freezer or a bakery take instead of a pure vertical take like we saw in the last couple rounds.
You got that shield inside of VIP, so there's going to be a little resistance over there, and I think that they reinforced the garage wall. Not sure. Typically, that's what you do on a VIP setup. If you're going to play the shield there. Yeah, Forsaken looking to play the late game here. Seems like utility is kind of key. You kind of saw that in their last round play style. Popping Goyo canisters. Wasting time with those smoke grenades early on in the round. Got both of those elements on the board here. Plus the Echo Drone to waste more time. Sorry, the Echo Drone to kind of be a win condition, and the Tuber to waste even more time on the breach. So it seems like the vertical or the horizontal take is going to shift towards this bakery side. You can see opening up towards that bake door. Also expect to see that small bake wall likely attacked by Core. If there is a Cade there, could potentially be thwarted, but so far it seems like it's been smooth sailing. I mean, Xer, man. 3 kills on the board here. I think it's 4, actually. 2 now for Core, and they're just taking space. They're wasting absolutely no time. There's another player in their crosshairs. Dirty needs to be careful, though. Gets tagged up by Brios. It's still a 5 versus 3. So much space has been taken, and Gasher's just dead. I mean, the round is collapsing around Forsaken. They have nothing left in this. They need to go for picks. And Kool-Aid has one slipped out of his fingers. That plant is going down. Denial on the board with that C4. Dirty will turn, but BJL, he wins it. And he gets Xer as well. Diffusers drop. And now it's a 2 versus 3.
Such a clean take onto Bakery, but you have to finish the job. It's very winnable for the defense here. There's no C4s. BJL used it to stop the plant. What Core does have is time. They don't have any util to work off of besides the one frag grenade that Candle could use just to put a bit of distance in between them and the defense, but they spot the Kaid on the drone, know exactly where he is, and Candle peeks, gets his head taken off, and now a 2v1 with just BJL.
Saw an Echo Drone inside that bakery. I'm not sure if it's giving BJL any info, but he knows he has to go for a pick here. Has a powerful DMR in his hands. Needs to take gunfights. Right, here's that plant going down. It's his one chance to try and isolate a 1 versus 1. Spots the Capital Bolt. Is he able to hit the head? No! As Brios peeks out instead. These rounds are coming down to very close engagements. But it is Core in the end to prevail, nearly throwing that 5 versus 2 away. But they managed to close it out. Forsaken. We thought this would be an easy ride here on Kafe defense, but Core, they've been showing up big here. 2 rounds now.
I think that Bakery half wall was a very good test to see what Core could potentially do within this game. They drone out the Goyo right behind the half wall. They've brought the Capital. They have a lot of tools to deal with the rat hiding behind there. Get the Capital Bolt flushed up, boom, dead. And Core immediately trade that into another kill. It's incredibly clean. I couldn't really mention it too much simply because the round was still happening. Core could have biffed it. It didn't. The man advantage is just simply too strong. I think Forsaken are definitely not a team you're going to be able to roll over easy as that. Like you said, a lot of these rounds are coming down to the wire almost, but I'm honestly impressed with Core so far. Getting those 2 rounds after what we saw in the first one. What more can you ask from them?
Yeah. It feels like every round is going to be even closer, too. That Monty is putting in some serious work from Dirty. Xer's also been having a pretty good game so far. Forsaken now going to go over towards this mining and dining. Their only successful defense so far on this site. Last time Core had quite some issues stalling out whenever they were trying to establish themselves upstairs. That problem was pretty much immediately resolved on round 2 when they took top floor without much of a hitch. Can they bring that sort of same energy here to round 4? Last time they were even given a pick. I'm not sure if they're going to have it for free this time. They're going to have to work for it here. Priority is going to be towards clearing that shield inside of Pixel and then moving forward with the push on the 3rd floor.
Forsaken are not going to play their cards that way. I think having those 2 round losses and Hat getting shut down in the first round it's not a recipe for success. But what I'm looking for Forsaken is their ability to get those traits. They play as a unit, but a lot of times as individuals, they stray just far enough away that they're not able to get the refrag. It's BJL gone. That's Xer's third entry in 4 rounds so far. That's huge from somebody who's more on a flex support role, and that's going to allow Dirty to push in through Piano, push down White Hall. Everything's coming up Core.
Core have upped the speed, but they will now go down a player, make that 2. Both Candle and Xer taken off the board. All that util doesn't go wasted, though, as Inrio actually claims Kento sitting inside of Cocktail. I think maybe trying to hide in a corner. Not sure what he was doing there, but gets caught out. Core eventually managed to equalize a major difference between their last attack and this one. The speed. I mean, the speed has increased a lot. This is not something that I expected out of Core. I did not expect this level of confidence, this level of aggression. But with 45 seconds left, with them on the board with a Monty, seems like that's their best option.
It is a killer that you don't really have any breach to work off of. You don't have the sledge, you don't have any breaching charges. It's just going to be guns, which if you've played this game, you know that that's not an amazing tool for clearing out the floor. As the time ticks down, they don't have any drones to work off of. It's really going to be the Monty as the main push with 20 seconds left.
They're going to rely on this plant too, which could be wise. There is no C4 on the board, but there's also not a lot of util for Core to work with. There's smoke grenades here from Inrio, but he's not using them. And that's Kool-Aid and Gasher to each get 1. The planter goes down, and so does Inrio. The smoke's in pocket. Could have potentially used those to cover, but we won't know. It's another mining and dining win for Forsaken. They equalize against Core. Again, these rounds are just coming down to bare knuckle brawls at this point. I mean, there is no guaranteed winner in these rounds. You can never count a single team out, but here I do think that Core just spent a lot of time stalling out. And like you mentioned, they lost their vert, they lost their sledge, so it wasn't really easy for them to try and force out the defenders out of sight. All that Forsaken had to do is just sit back and relax and wait for Core to kind of just walk into them, and that's exactly what they did.
It's kind of similar to round 2, actually. They lost their vert. They had the Monty available. It was a 2v2. Now then it was a 3v3 in the previous round. Except Core definitely play a little bit closer to heart. They have their utility. You saw the impact made in case they needed to shut down the Monty plant. I think that is some adaptation that Forsaken had within the dwindling seconds of the round. And for Core, I think they just have to stick to the shield. You mentioned it in the previous round. I called it out. I look like an idiot, a buffoon, almost you could call it, because Dirty went off the Monty. I've cast her curse twice now. I said it was BJL, that it was like Core's round because they had already got the opening pick, and then I was like, oh, they got to stick on the Monty, and then they went to the Nomad, and I'm like, all right, man.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Now you're wrong. See, Dirty's on Nomad. Xer's on Capital. They're changing things up. Dirty's like, you know what? I'm sick of this shield. I have 2 kills on the board. Candle has 1. I'm playing on a gun. You know, I'm getting to work here. I don't know. Is that going to work? I'm not sure. I think the Monty has been an integral piece of their pressure. 100%, 1000%. But I also think that at this point, anything goes. This game has been very, very random in the win conditions. We've seen plants not go down. We've seen plants attempted to go down. We've seen kill chases. Saw an Echo get killed within the first minute of a round. I mean, there's basically everything that you would think wouldn't happen has just been happening. So any unexpected turn here, I feel like for Core, any opening pick they can get, any sort of edge they can have on this round, they'll take it, and they'll take it a long way. Extra now not going to be able to watch the skylight, and it's Forsaken to take the opening pick of the round. This time it's another C4. I mean, Gasher is just on top of it with these nitro cells.
They've droned out this Goyo. 2 drones on it. In fact, weren't able to do anything off of it. And finally, Rios is going to push forward, get the kill onto the Goyo halfway through the round. It feels like a lot of time has been taken to get here. We still have half the round to go, surprisingly enough. The Core have some effort. They have the one breaching charge. It's not really going to do too much, but if Brios is going to get kills, you're just going to take that all the way to the bank. It's a man advantage. You've spotted a player down below as well. The drone's doing a lot of the work for Core here. They spotted another player. I believe that's the one that was angled on the window, with BJL finding Dirty. The man count just slowly goes dwindling for both teams.
Feels like as the round progresses, Core are kind of just relying less and less on their teamwork and more on just individual picks. The info, however, has been great. Can't deny that. Brios has been getting a lot of entries here, but we kind of start to see that teamwork degrade as the man count decreases. Feels like they're all kind of going off on their own. See, Hat is still above. I mean, yeah, there's Exer getting taken down. Traded, however, by Inrio. Still trying to chase a player upstairs. Doesn't know where he is, but that's BJL. It's a triple on the round for him, and he has Diffuser. But it's Brios as well with a triple of his own, but he has got a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of time to do it. It seems like it is just going to be the round
5 seconds left.
completely one-off time, as BJL is going to run for the hills and Forsaken take their third.
Operators, you have run out of time.
I think we saw a reminiscent of the first round, a team that struggled a bit with their information and util synchronicity, and we saw that a little bit. They were able to eventually kind of overcome that. The drones, like I said, do a lot of the work, but just like the Monty was working. I don't think you needed to go off of the Monty for something like a Nomad, because Dirty has been doing a really good job at assisting his teammates to get the kill. Forsaken,
Attackers need to locate.
they respect the Monty. They have to. They've pushed back each time that Dirty has been running through these hallways. And
Bomb
I
located
hope
by attackers.
that Dirty is going to stick on the Monty, recognizing that, yeah, why would we change what worked in these previous rounds for the air jabs that are kind of just a backup measure when you have the window hop outs? But so far, Forsaken haven't really done that. They've done the spawn peaks, but they've been very timid with how aggressive they are. They forced Core to come to them instead of being the inverse.
5 seconds to go.
Once again, we're off the shield for Dirty. I do think we're highlighting it a lot, not just because we don't trust Dirty on a gun, right? Like, I get he's a coach and you know, typically they can't shoot back, but that Monty has been doing so much work for them in terms of this take. And you see Gasher's even on the Clash, potentially in response for what they assume would be the Monty, but instead you've got the Capitao to deal with the Clash. So there's definitely not a not any utility loss. We also saw the Nomad on the board. Those can sometimes be effective. The air jabs can be effective with dealing with the Clash, but regardless, no Monty on the board. It's just going to be through that utility clearing that Core are going to look to find their attack. Top down may also be an angle. Extra on that buck. You have the Ram as well from Brios, who's just going to hop in red and take this early control here, which could potentially find him a pick down the line as Jameson or Kool-Aid walks into coat check. Thought he was gonna maybe run into Brios there, but it is Kento instead to take just a little bit of damage. That is a hefty amount of space taken in the first minute, and Core are now gonna be looking to get that vert down.
Well, if they give it to you, why wouldn't you take it? There's nobody playing on the second or third floor. It's just a big anchor site with an emphasis on that VIP area that BJL is holding. And if Brios is just going to be able to shred the floor, you saw the flank drones inside of the site and to cover Brown as well. Core taking the time and space that they've been given to work the util. It's a dangerous game for Forsaken to play, because you're seeing how much floor is getting destroyed with the Buck, with the Ram, the track stingers being deployed so that there's no way for Forsaken to retake that second floor. And now with the hatch being opened, it is going to be Zoto canistered with that tuber out, but they're should be able to cover an angle so that the Zoto canister won't be too devastating. But Forsaken, I'm not really liking what I'm seeing with how timid they are.
And more stall as well is going to make this even more difficult for them to try and take action. That Tubarao is going to continue to waste time. That hatch isn't going to be open for a while. You still have 3 gas grenades on Hat. You have the Clash to worry about. A lot of time to waste here, but Seems like the third and final Zoto canister will not successfully go on that freeze hatch. It'll instead go on the wall. So, at the very least, you've gained a little bit of time back, but you don't have a lot to work with to begin with. 30 seconds left. You still have positions to clear. BJL is still inside of VIP. You still have a clash. I mean, there's so many things that can go wrong here. Only the first gas grenade has been expended by Hat. There's pretty much no worry here out of Forsaken. Trying to force the player out of Whiskey that isn't there. They deal with BJL inside of VIP. Kento's fallen next. Could potentially be 3 picks going in the way of Core, but instead it's Kool-Aid with a double. And there's only 2 players left on each side. Diffuser's going to start to go down. And Hat finds himself in a 1-on-2, but he's inside the site. All he has to do is find the Diffuser, and find it he does. Forsaken will claim the half, and will get 4 rounds.
And it seems like it's a dare almost. They will give you the space. You can use all the util that you want. You have to actually work off of it. There were no picks gotten from the Ram or the Buck. VIP wasn't actually engaged upon until the last 15 seconds. That's something akin to round 1 that we saw, where this team takes forever to do anything, even though they were given the space very, very early. I don't know the exact time that Brios hopped in on the red stairs, but I think it was 2 minutes 20 seconds, 2 minutes 30 seconds. And since then, there wasn't an actual engagement on an enemy until 2 minutes later. It's damning for Core. But I think you call it a wash. We're switching sides. You're on the defense now, a much better site, and now it's up to Forsaken to finish the job on the attack.
Forsaken drive a stake into the heart of Core here on this attack. It's been kind of a struggle bus for both of these teams throughout Challenger Series to get much attacking done. Forsaken, that's no different, but their struggles have been a little less, as we've seen them, successfully take a 3-0 group stage, looking like one of the best teams here on paper. This should be a pretty solid start to their attack if they can get things going here. If they can win this Kafe, beat Core out on their map, they should be smooth sailing on Clubhouse. It's a very comfortable map for them. Kafe is just going to be rough. It is going to be ugly. Forsaken, all they need to do is survive here, but they got that attack going. They have Kool-Aid on the shield as well, bringing the Monty, recognizing the importance of it on this game because of how important gunfights have been. It's kind of just been what like a classic ranked game we're kind of seeing, just gunfight after gunfight. I will say though, Forsaken's util usage just a little bit better, and within not even the first 30 seconds, the first 25, we already have a pick, and it's in the way of Forsaken on this attack.
It's 0 for 2 now on spawn peaks. I don't think you're going to be allowed to do that on either side. Now, are Forsaken going to take a long time from what we saw in round 1, when Forsaken were the ones who went down the man that was Hat trying to spawn peak as well? And you can see, breaking open the hatches, Monty already dropped the hatch. Piano wall getting open. They're speeding it up immensely compared to their opponents. There's not really much opposition from the defense. They don't really have too much util besides these castle barricades, these goo mines, which are going to waste time and be, a physical barrier with the castle. But I don't think it's really going to matter too much to Forsaken. You can see they're already destroying it halfway through the round. And so far, they've already spotted a player. Can they do anything about it?
Yep, Monty down white, so they at least know that he's there, but they actually don't do anything about him as he just gets candle. Yep, just trucks right through the castle. And that is another pick going in the way of Forsaken. You're going to see this pretty often. Forsaken just trying to catch out picks, trying to get that man advantage in their favor. If they can do so successfully, they tend to snowball and they tend to just completely ransack the round away. Now it's up to Core to see if they can waste a minute. They have Goyo canisters strewn around the map. They only have one C4 to work with. Just a minute remaining here for Forsaken to get this attack going.
That's going to allow Gasher and BJL just to wreck the floor. So much time to work with. On this side, I think 45 seconds is more than enough to really get the job done. And Brios, a big flank Don't think he's been spotted, or he has been, and Hat just hip fire headshots him. All right. It just goes from bad to worse for Core.
The Wolf in 1 versus 5. My God, that pick from Hat. That is really funny. BGL, well, Gasher goes down to Exer. Exer gets his 1. And having a phenomenal series so far, Exer, but fortunately for Core, it seems like things are going from bad to worse, as it is a 5th round taken for Forsaken. And I mean, it felt like it was buttery smooth. I mean, there's really nothing going against Forsaken in that round. Core were just able to constantly isolate those picks, get the picks that they wanted, and just continue on with their push. And that's kind of the one thing you have to worry about here if you're Core. The moment that you lose that entry, the moment that you lose not only a potential win condition for yourselves, considering just how difficult Forsaken have had, the difficulties that Forsaken have had whenever they're down a man. For Core, it's very important that they get that first pick, and when they don't, things just, I mean, they turn out the way that they just did.
That's why you can't do what we saw with
spawn
Exer.
peek.
Yeah, no, spawn peaks are just not going to be the play. And so far, with an Echo and a Goyo, there is no smoke. So, surprisingly enough, it seems like it is going to be a bit of a stall game along with the Fenrir and the Malusi. I would expect maybe a bit of an extension. Maybe that would be from Brios or Exer. But a lot of the kitchen holds have just been, we're going to stay on this first floor and dare our opponents to try to take care of us. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see from Core.
It's a bit of a moment here for Forsaken to get themselves prepared. Prepared for what, you may ask? Well, you can see on the bottom of your screens, Gasher is on Sens. The potential for a quick execute, very palpable. Maybe could just be for their late game. As for now, Forsaken are just taking top floor control, establishing themselves in the map, getting Kento inside with the Buck. You also have the Ram of Kool-Aid. A lot of options here for verticality, and that is key to Kafe. Vert is king on the basement, for sure. There's so many places you can work with. The only real safe haven is towards that bunker freeze side. There's a lot of solid floors over there. But in terms of kitchen, the site becomes really unsafe. Rotations become very difficult once you establish Vert. And most importantly, V, Forsaken have all 5 up. And that is the scariest thing out of all of this.
They've been given the space, 2nd and 3rd floor, and to deploy their util. Exactly what we saw when it was Core on the attack. So what is the difference going to be for Forsaken? A minute 22. They've got 7 drones in their pocket. They can use to drone it out. You see Gasher spotted that freezer area. The candle inside of VIP as well. They clearly are getting a mental picture of where some of these players are, where some of the utility that they have to worry about are. And you might see like a frag grenade go out to take care of those Goyo canisters for when they go for the plant. And there it is, right on cue. I don't know if they're aware of the Echo, though. You can kind of see the Yokais just hiding, waiting for the plant to go down.
Ooh, Hat actually tagged up. I think a reception run out there was the play. Nearly claiming the player playing on that dining window cut. But at least making him feel very unsafe, unsure about himself in this position. With 30 seconds left, most of Forsaken are like that. You have Gasher on the Sens. This execute's going to come down to those Sens walls and what they can do, what lines of sight they can cut off. But again, like you mentioned, there is an Echo drone on the port. There are Goyo canisters, Malusis as well to deal with. No C4s though. The Echo drone is going to be everything. The opening pick goes in the favor of Core, but that doesn't stop the plant from going down. First Echo drone spots Gasher. That plant's now going to have to move. Gasher into the wall of smoke. He doesn't know where the diffuser is, but now he spots him for sure. Rios just needs to hop over there. Forsaken, I mean, they got a lot done on that top floor, but absolutely zero space taken on that basement, and it comes back to bite them. We're now 5-3, and Core starting to etch a comeback here.
These two teams are a lot more similar than I think we give them credit for. If you look back on a lot of their games, some of the issues that both of these teams have are the same. Time is an issue for both teams. We've seen it on the third floor executes, and now, even though they had the same space that Core were given, nothing came of it. They droned all this util out, all these players out, didn't account for the player behind half wall, didn't account for the yokais hanging up on the ceiling. These are things where you seem like a team has everything taken care of when they have so much time to work with, and yet they miss some key issues, and everybody's on a treadmill. Okay, we're back.
Yeah. I don't know what that was. I just saw Brios just about teleport halfway across the map.
Oh no.
5 seconds to go.
Oh yes, we're still in it. Yeah, that was weird.
Attackers are heading out to
Mining and dining the site here. Core. I mean, kind of harping on what you said, it was just a matter of time at that point. Forsaken just stall out so much, and that is probably their biggest issue in Challenger Series so far. So far as a team, they can certainly have a direction, but what direction they're going, I'm not sure if they know. As it seems like a lot of times they have an execute planned out, but that execute just never comes to fruition if they can't find a pick. I think Core are also realizing that, deciding to kind of just anchor down, play a very safe setup, while still trying to maintain that top floor control. You can see 2 players above. Kool-Aid manages to force out 1 C4, and there's a kill for Forsaken. So now the tables have turned. Now all of a sudden we're looking at a completely different Forsaken. A Forsaken with a man up. Are they going to slow down? Are they going to push their advantage? Typically, it's the latter with this team. Typically, they like to push that advantage whenever they have it. Got a minute down so far, but a pick going their way. And a C4, you'll definitely take that.
G picks are so important to Forsaken. Kool-Aid making the rotate all the way to Whitehall. And Candle is lurking on the stairs. There is a player angling over toward him. And Candle, instead of peeking, is going to head all the way down to the first floor. So Forsaken have gotten the job done. They've taken care of the third floor. They have all 5 players alive, which means this floor is going to get opened every way till Sunday with the breaching charges. You got on Kento, BJL, and the Ash. Now the sledgehammer is going to cause a player on Core to go skedaddling right into the loving arms of Kento. And Forsaken seeming to play this vert game perfect.
Attackers recovered the
We've got that pick inside of train, so now all of a sudden that mining execute has been completely opened up here for Forsaken. That might be an angle of approach that they can now take. You can see the Montaigne, who was on white stairs, now perpetually starting to rotate over towards red. It seems like that's going to be the finish here. What can Core do to try and stop it here? First, dealing with that sledge could be massive. But unfortunately, in Candle failing to do so, he gives away his location. Hat falls, but Gasher gets his trade. It's a second kill for Kento too, as Candle gets found. That site is completely open for the taking. And once again, you give Forsaken a kill, and they will stretch out that round into a victory. Core now down 6-3. There are no more mistakes you can afford. And most importantly, there are no more opening picks that you can afford. It is match point for Forsaken, and Core are looking likely to lose on their own map pick.
I originally wrote down in my notes, that I think Core's defenses are only as strong as their opponent's attacks. They're very good at these defaults, which a lot of T2 players can be, especially ones that have been in the scene for a very long time. And we saw on the kitchen side, when Forsaken is struggling to locate key utility, key players, their attack isn't very good. But when you have the prior round, where everything is just going off without a hitch, all the core members are being spotted by Vert, their defense is as flimsy as a cardboard in a rainstorm. And I think that is the difference between these two teams, is that Core will not bend, they will break when a difficult attack is placed in front of them. And unless that is able to be changed on this round or in the next map, I don't think they're going to take this match.
Attackers are moving.
Fortunately, I do think you're right. It is kind of one of those games where the first map kind of decides the whole series, and Kafe is a map that Core should absolutely try to take. This is so important for them. It is their map pick. It is a map where they can kind of get away with it, per se, on defense, where they can kind of just get away with hiding their flaws. And so far, their flaws have come in the fact that they're playing with a coach. It really is just sad to say that their coordination hasn't really been on point. We haven't really been seeing that trade potential out of Core. That's the one thing that could potentially stop Forsaken. But again, Siege is a game where the momentum can change on a dime. And I think for Core, they recognize that if they're able to, at the very least, start out this game in a 4 versus 5, or rather in a 5 versus 4 for them, if they're able to start out with a pick to their name at the very beginning, it'll come a long way. But Forsaken already knocking on the door of Core, waiting outside of the bomb site.
All they have to do is take piano. There's a lot of reinforced walls. The bathroom, I don't think, is open either. So that's going to be pretty good for Forsaken. It's going to allow them to take a lot of space, but they're actually going to open it so that they can flush the player out in the bathroom. Zoda canister deployed to stop that. Making sure that Brios, the fortress, is as strong as can be. And there's a smoke canister deployed. So the time stalling tactics have been deployed by the defense. The only question is, how much time are they going to be able to waste? There's the pick onto Exer. You can't be doing that up against Forsaken.
Yeah, Exer was having so much trouble living there inside of Freeze. There goes another. Kento just walks in. But it is Dirty, the coach, to put one on the board, but he is immediately shut down. 4 versus 2. Brios gets taken down. It's all down to Inrio in a 1v4. That flank is expected, and it is spotted. The C4 and the denial still go through, but Gasher with the pistol manages to get the final one. And Forsaken, as dominant as they began, they will end with a 7-3 victory on Kafe, on Core's map pick. Moses, where are you, buddy? We really need you here. Core, we're going to need to come back on Clubhouse.
That one being their map pick. We've seen in a lot of these earlier matches, their map pick was very, very close, but they would lose it, whether it was Space Tubes or whether it was against JJ and Co. And then in their opponent's map pick, they would just not be looking as good at all. Going on to Clubhouse is going to demand that of Core. It's a brutal loss for sure, and one that kind of looked okay at the beginning. I mean, those 2 attacking rounds, the Montaigne as well, it kind of seemed like we were in for a really big brawl, but I think the attacking rounds of Forsaken were simply too strong once they adapted and once they realized that they could just kind of roll over Core. They don't have that synergy without their IGL Moses, and they're kind of looking like a husk of themselves in a way.
And I'm very scared for the health of Core in Challenger Series, because up next, it's Clubhouse. I mean, that is a map that Forsaken are very comfortable on. Is Moses going to be able to save them in time? Is he going to be back in time for this game? If Dirty's in, things could look very dire, but we'll only know until we see. Map number 2 will be ready for you very, very shortly between Forsaken and Core. Definitely afraid for Core. Let's see if they can do something about it.
Well, it's the first day of Challenger Series playoffs here, and Core Gaming already facing an uphill struggle against Forsaken. I'm Core, back alongside me, Jazzman, Light Rose. The two of you covering that first game. I mean, that's rough sledding for Core. Just a little too slow on the attack and not able to pull it together on the defense. I mean, what is Core gonna do now, Jazz? How do they box their way out of this?
It's a very interesting game for sure. It's kind of just been the Xer show, and I think any way to try and help Xer on those trades, trying to help anybody on Core just basically find a 2 versus 1 is going to be very, very important, very crucial to their playstyle.
I'm just wondering how they can actually get themselves out of that massive rut, because they have the issues with the attack. It was a little better.
The headshot. Sorry, the hip fire headshot.
Yeah, it was incredibly silly. That's just kind of, I think, is a big example of just the misfortune that happened a lot, where it seemed like Core really couldn't find any of their footing in almost any of these rounds.
No, I agree with you 100%. They just looked a little lost, right? And I was saying about maybe like round 4 or 5, their attacks were so painfully slow. I mean, there was that round where they had, I think it was round 5 or 6, they had complete vert control. They had everything they needed, Chaz, and they just sat there and didn't do anything with it.
Yep, I know exactly which one you're talking about, and I think that kind of just encompasses the entire playstyle of not only Core. This is something that Forsaken have struggled with in the past as well. I think V even highlighted it. The attacks on this map are going to be extremely important for both of these teams, so any way to try and get that going.
So we're moving on to Clubhouse here, Light Rose. This is obviously Forsaken's map pick. Any changes that Core can make here to win this one out? I mean, does Clubhouse give them any advantage at all that they can build off?
I don't know if the map is going to give them any advantages, but Jazz said it earlier, trades. I think you just have to play trades a lot better on the defense. Because a lot of times what is happening with Forsaken is that they're getting their one and then there's no response at all from Core. And that leads to a pretty big snowball effect given where Core was playing inside of the map, these power positions, and it was leading to really one-sided rounds. So if you're going to lose, at least make it close.
At least make it close. Well, we'll see if Core can make it close or even take us to Chalet. I'll turn it over to the two of you for Clubhouse.
Thank you, Tristan. Lovely as always, man. I love that guy. Yeah, it's been a rough series. I think that's definitely no surprise. On the other side of the planet, at the very least, we actually have the better end of the stick. The Revelations flow state game. It is a 7-1 right now for Revelations on Bank. So map number 1 did not really go in the favor of Flow State. If you want to check that game out, it's on Siege Double Shot on Twitch. That's Siege Double Shot. We got Core versus Forsaken. We have our own problems to deal with, and yes, speed is a big factor. Core have been slowed down so often. I don't know if Clubhouse is going to be any different. This is a map that Forsaken love to play.
Yeah, and it's a map that both of these teams and every single player has played this map to death. They know the insides and outs, so it's not really going to be what is your strategy, it's how you enact on those strategies. I mean, was it round 6? I think it's the one thing we all keep talking about, where Core just sits on that 3rd floor. Your 2nd floor doesn't really do anything, and it eventually leads to that loss. Something like that happening is just a death sentence.
That Montaigne ban, that speaks volumes there. I actually had a chance to dig deep and see if Core are going to be playing with Dirty the rest of the game, and that is true. So Dirty on the board. I don't know if these bans are flipped. I'm assuming that they're flipped, because why would Core ban Monty in that case, right? I mean, we saw how powerful Dirty has been on the Montaigne. That is specifically what won Core a bunch of rounds on Kafe. I say a bunch of rounds, I went 2. A bunch of rounds on that Kafe attack. Now seeing that Monty off the board, that is troubling signs. I mean, what are you going to do if you're Dirty? What are you going to do if you're Core? How are you going to get into the building? How are you going to take pressure quickly? How are you going to mask your issues of speed if you don't have the Montaigne to try and take that instant space? It's going to be a tough nut to crack here, but for Core, At the very least, they get a defensive start. Forsaken are the ones that are going to have to figure it out first.
Because I will say, Monty kind of dials the speed up because you're kind of forced to do that unless you're playing a 4v5. Blitz did not get banned, but I think that that's turning the dial way too fast. Blitz is very in your face. We are closing the distance right now comparative to the Monty, who might be slow and easygoing, a threat you will eventually have to deal with. But Dirty has decided that he's going to bring his talents to the other side of the field. A clash on Gym Bedroom. It's becoming a lot more common recently, Adam. I don't know if you've seen it, but the Clash rework is coming with CJX. Don't really know anything about it. We do know it is coming. So far, it seems like Dirty wants to utilize the current iteration of Clash, however annoying she may be.
So the Clash brought out by Gasher on Kafe. I think that was the only time that it was played. So you're gonna have to weigh the success of the Clash on this, kind of in comparison to the Monty's success. Maybe Core having a shield to play off of might give them just a little bit more control. But for me, what I'm mainly worried about for Forsaken, for Core, I guess mainly for Core, is if they're able to play trades. I don't think it's the same thing with Forsaken. I think that they are taking a lot of 1v1 gunfights and simply winning. So keep doing that. But for Core, if you're able to catch out those 1v1s, if you're able to start, realizing the patterns of Forsaken, realizing where they're pushing, single targets from, where maybe you're going to have a solo player walking in from, that could be a free 2v1 for your taking, and that could have, potentially slow down Forsaken quite a lot on their attacks.
What happens with a lot of Pro League stacks is that they're very good individual gunners, but when they face higher tier teams who actually have cohesion and strategy, they kind of get melted. But so far, they haven't been asked to do that. They can just take these 1v1s against T2 players against the XT1 and win them out. Kento just
oh my gosh,
charges into the bathroom and actually gets inside and is safe. I have no idea if they know he's here, but Core have so many things they have to worry about at this current moment.
Extra looking for a big play here, and he has to make it. He is stuck on this short door. He unfortunately doesn't win his 1v1 versus Gasher, and that's going to allow Core to take, or to Forsaken to take so much space. Dirty gets taken down, has no idea of the player inside a bathroom. There was a Fenrir mine that could have potentially alerted the Clash, but he was none the wiser to it, and now it's a 5 versus 3. Forsaken suddenly are inside the site, not aware, however, of Candle underneath, and that diffuser will be dropped inside of Jim. Now Forsaken are committed to try and take some space here before they can recover that diffuser. BJL will go underneath, and the diffuser is recovered now by Kento as Brios gets taken down. Hat for 2. But it's all down to Inrio. Stuck inside the site in the 1 versus 4. They don't know he's here, but that's about the only benefit he has in this round. It's 2 for him. Looking through the denial through the wall. Doesn't get it. Manages to tag up all 4 players. Gets the 3rd. Inrio go big here. C4 split. He gets the down. It's a 1v4 from Inrio, and he does it beautifully, playing behind that master. Ouch. Ouch. Not a couch. The mattress. Inrio, I don't know how he got away with that. He is John Wick on this round. 2 kills with a pistol, 2 kills with the MP7, and Core are on the board.
Oh, but the C4 play, it's so simple, but it just kind of blows my mind. Like, throwing the C4, not with an actual act of detonating it, but getting in the area so it causes the player to just run away, not gun up, which you then can get the kill, is crazy. This is an unbelievable way to start out this round, and especially because I believe Inrio was probably a bullet or 2 away from death, so if Kento actually had started shooting, it probably would have been a round over, but because of the speed that Inrio went on, there was no way that Forsaken could actually play around each other to get that trade. Kento barely getting the diffuser down just means that he has to run into the bathroom, not link up with the player inside of construction. It's perfectly laid out for a 1v4, and Inrio capitalizes on that opportunity and just steals away a perfect round for Forsaken to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way you could have put it. It was a perfect round for Forsaken. They had so much control very early on, and that might be a sign of what's to come for the rest of these maps for Forsaken. For Core, They got their clutch, but how many more of those are you going to have in the tank? How many more of those are going to guarantee you rounds? That is the question now that Core are faced with. We saw it on Kafe towards the first half of the Kafe map. We kind of saw very randomly won rounds. Rounds coming down to 2 versus 1s. Rounds coming down to just gunfights, down to util usage. And then eventually Forsaken started to run away with the game. Are we going to see something similar here out of Core, where they constantly put up a fight in these rounds and then eventually slip away? It's going to come down to their teamwork. If their teamwork continues on, or if it degrades over time, that'll be a big difference maker. Ying Candela right on the Candle. Candela for a C4 is definitely a trade that I would take.
And it allows entry into Secret as well. Spots the player rotating onto AC. A good amount of time that Core are somehow going to need to sap away from the attack. Hatches are getting open. There's no Hibana. They're just going to rely on these can openers to actually get the job done, which means that we are probably not going to see a main stairs Moto triple wall push, because with the Mira available and no Hibana, no Ace, that is such a risky thing to do. I think your best option is probably just going to be push those players out of that triple wall so that the smoke canisters, the C4, can't really do anything. And they have the time to do that as well.
I think got a minute 20 on the board. They've got that sends. They can kind of sit comfortable here. They have a lot of execute utility to work with. Grim Bees potentially could be used. Kind of just looking at the player positioning and seeing where that push is going to come from is sort of the next question. It seems like a kitchen main take. The very typical take there. And a ping by BJL just gets him a free pick. Didn't even use the skeleton key for it. Just decided to shoot him through the floor and then open up the vert. Very well played by BJL. That is an opening pick for Forsaken. Now, historically, that leads into the round victory. Obviously, last we saw quite something different, but those Grimbees for Forsaken. You also have those Candelas. There's a C4 all the way from, I believe, the Trich double or the Trich triple, but you know, Gasher still able to get into the site. Trying to start to get that plant down is BJL, but that drop is unsuccessful. Both in Rio and it's one. Hat has no idea that there's a defender in the corner, and Inrio is just gonna live here. There's 2 players now, 2 attackers that might line up. He gets one, but another is found. Core, they get another round. Forsaken once again, despite the fact that they had the odds, lose out the round indeed, and Forsaken are down 2.
That's the dice roll of the basement attack. Sometimes, even though they had the opener, if you don't find the specific players in specific spots, there's some good util play by the defense. It can all just come apart so easily because there's no real areas that you can actually hold on to that's going to give you really good vision over the entire defense, and especially because the attack didn't push toward that blue area, so the church rotates where possible. The players hiding in the corner right under the hatch didn't get spotted out. It's the little things that can really kill you on that basement attack, and Core, they're able to take it despite the fact that Dirty went down so early. And it seems this might be a legacy game for Inreal. Already, he picked up 2 in that previous round. Exer needed help, and it seems like he's the guy to do it.
10 seconds left before insertion. Attackers have located a
6
bomb.
kills for Inrio. Exer definitely kind of just relaxing now. he's got another player on the board, but man, Core, I mean, they're showing up big here. 2 rounds in a row on Clubhouse, on Forsaken's map pick. Another spawn peek. V, you said that you don't like these spawn peeks coming out. It seems like it's even been spotted. So Exer, there's no secret here that he is going for this. But BJL, he's not going to fight it. He's going to be very, very careful here. He is the only hard breach on the board besides those can openers from Gasher. Needs to preserve his life here. May be forfeiting it soon, but Inrio going to play that wisely. Not going to hop out on that. Not going to risk his life away when he knows just how important that opening pick can be.
And the C4 as well. Him and Dirty, the only ones having any form of denial from that defense. GL's got to be careful. He already took a little bit of damage, but if if a core want to play kind of in your face, maybe use the C4s to shut down the Maverick, Inrio goes up oil and is now going to play the corner. He definitely got misdroned. And if a player just walks the wrong way, they are going to catch a bullet to the face, and it's going to be core's entry if Inrio wasn't spotted. But Gasher, he senses it. He knows that somebody is right nearby. He equips the bailiff, and it's Hat to go down first.
Oh, trying to go into lounge, maybe trying to find that pick on the garage door, but it is not given to Forsaken. Inrio manages to live. This is the worst possible outcome. As I say that, though, we get taken down. What source? I'm not sure. Hat gets traded, though. That down is eventually finished off. You've lost Inrio. You've lost that C4. You've lost that aggressive position inside of garage, but you still have 2 defenders downstairs. They are fighting tooth and nail for this control below. For Forsaken, it's been a stall out, and this is what starts to scare me, V. As that clock ticks away, Forsaken haven't made a lot of moves here towards the site.
Only a third of the Maverick torch has been used. BGL gonna get on the wall, try to get it open, because they don't have control of rafters, don't really have control of lounge, they don't have control of the wall, any single part of the map that is pivotal for a CCTV push. Forsaken doesn't have. The kill onto Brios is going to make that garage push a lot easier, but Candle on those rafters is still present along with Exer, and with the time slowly dripping away, it seems like Forsaken are going to have to take some risks.
Oh, they won't pay off just yet. There's a trade. Still have another player to worry about, and that's Exer. He's on the dock as well, so survivability, sustainability on the board, unless you can land that one-shot headshot. Forsaken gonna give up control of that garage. Instead, gonna make their way up red. Here comes Kento. It's just 2 picks that they need, and they get them. Both Dirty and X are found. They did their best in that 2 versus 3, just like they won on Kafe whenever they had that 2v3, but unfortunately, the victory won't go in their way. It'll be Forsaken to take their first attack.
Sometimes taking those risks can work out. Getting the trade onto the Azami in rafters makes it so that you only really have to deal with the Doc who's close to the right, so you don't have to kind of play the guessing game of where is this Azami going to peek? Do I have to go left? Do I have to go right? You know exactly where that Doc is. Get the pinch with the Maverick on the wall, even though it's not really open. It's not a clean, walkable hole. It's enough to put pressure on that defender, and using the flashbangs as well to not only blind the players, but to mask the walk-up on red stairs so that you can get the second kill. And it's beautiful. And for Forsaken, they get their first round. Looks a little dicey, but I think round wins are really the only thing that matters. And now they've come to reclaim what should be rightfully theirs, the 1v4. The previous time we were at this site, what are the adaptations that Core is going to make to not put Inrio in that situation again?
And it just feels like sort of the same issues that we've been seeing out of Core, where just leaving players alone, very individually spaced out, trying to make their own plays happen, not playing those trades. The moment you start to play trades on Core, you see a lot more success. It's kind of the reason they've been able to claw back these at least one round in their favor. Obviously that clutch from Inrio, kind of the marker out of that, but well, you won't be a problem this round. Inrio is taken down first, not even sure where from. That is not a Mossberg angle. What is happening? Are we sure we're taking that with a Mossberg? I mean, there's a pistol in hand. There it is. I have never seen the Mossberg used like that once in my entire casting career. Certainly not from an ex-pro, but I mean, hey, he knows more than me. He won the fight in the end. The 4 versus 3 and Core are now down on man count. Probably the funniest way imaginable.
You get the trade. I mean, you lose BJL as well because you had the Mossberg and not the AK or the pistol, but you still have the advantage. That's what matters, because Forsaken got the entry, they got the trades. We were asking for trades of Core, and they haven't really been able to do that too much. And the round wins that they've won, it's either been a snowball by Core or it's been Forsaken just marching toward their victory. And so far, with Clash being pretty isolated from the Fenrir and the Mira, who could take a fight right here, but doesn't get the kill as well, is just going to make this a lot harder considering the amount of time that's on the clock. We have a minute 15. Forsaken can take their sweet time.
Bomb located
And then
by
eventually, they'll still probably have more.
There's the hop in there, trying to spot Dirty out on that pick. Doesn't go in their way. And Hat gets taken down below by Xer. So you do find that Deimos. Pretty big flank taken off. Now Kento's going to have to maybe approach at another angle as both Kool-Aid and Gasher prep themselves for this gym hop in. And in goes the planter. Gasher able to make his way through. There is eyes on him. There's a BP staring right at him. And the cover gets taken down. Kento now stuck inside of Khan. And he can't cover. He is completely Fenrir'd as well. Not a lot that he can do. Has a clash to play against. Fenrir'd as well. This is a perfectly winnable round for Core. This is their round to take with so much utility working against Kento with that clash in his face. Dirty's certainly not infallible, but it's very difficult for him to lose this round in this case. Just constantly staring at Kento. There's no surprises here. No secrets from Kento. He's going to try and maybe fake that plant. Getting shocked by Dirty. But not doing damage. Just shocking him. And he manages to get the kill. Just swaps from the gun, or from the shield to the gun. Trying to bait out that swing, and bait it out he does. Forsaken. I mean, they're down 2 now.
Shield just will not be... That it seems to be Forsaken's weakness. They have issues with it a couple times on Kafe, and then the clash is just the main one here. The hop-in eventually leads to the death of Hat, and now having that coverage from the window leads to the death of another player. Sometimes clash doesn't even need to be directly in your face. She just needs to exist as a persistent threat. And it allows Core to get what was probably a close round. Could have definitely gone the way of Forsaken, but they use their util and use their guns enough so that they get a 3-1 advantage, guaranteeing themselves, at the very worst, a 3-3 half. I think that's pretty good. We'll have to see what adaptations they make on the attack in 2 rounds when we get there. But so far, I think that they're really hitting the bar with what they need for their defenses.
10 seconds left.
This is the round to really claw out as many rounds as you can get for Core. Like you said, Core's defense is probably just as good as Forsaken's attacks, and well, there's been some patches for sure. There's been some rough patches out of this attack. But if Forsaken can at least guarantee themselves another round here, not make this, you know, a 1-5 scoreline against a coach, I think they'll be very happy with themselves. A team that is Salina? I don't know if that was team that is lineup. It's like what am I witnessing out of Hat? Nothing big. No, it's all good. I was saying a team of ex-pros. I mean, Hat himself had a massive masterclass performance at the 6th Invitational. I think it was top 8 for Oxygen. A result that wasn't really expected out of them, which is why it was just so remarkable. Well,
it's your turn. It's your turn to curse them. It's your turn.
Well, as I was saying.
You know what's funny about that? That is the first entry death for Forsaken so far. Every single entry has gone the way of Forsaken, and yet they only have 1 round. It's insane because we've talked about how good they play once they get that entry, the intent that they move with, the speed, and yet they've only got 1 really to go off of. And so far, losing Hat, it's going to lose your ability to take out roamers. Thankfully, this isn't a very good roam-heavy site, or had a presence inside of that bar area and then immediately backed off. So losing your roam track isn't the biggest deal in the world, but now you've got the time to get these hatches open, use that skeleton key to take care of some cameras, clear out important positions. Core still having that advantage, still having 1 C4 and 3 smoke canisters in their pocket. It's going to be really hard for the attack to deal with all that.
And last time around, we saw that Forsaken actually had a lot of utility on their execute, but it didn't even matter. I mean, it really didn't mean all that much whenever Core was just able to play that denial in the end. The smoke grenades were great. They had a C4, I believe, on the board as well that got a kill bottom main. That's what scares me. Forsaken have a great amount of utility, but we really just haven't seen it win them rounds. 30 seconds left, and they're still down man count as well. Core have just been turtled up inside of sight. They are not willing to give up a pick. This is great, and even the kitchen hatch isn't open. So this is going to be a church finish. And there is there was a mute on that Moto door who could potentially play with a shotgun, but he won't anymore. Man advantage swings in the way of Forsaken. That diffuser gets inside of the site. Starting to go down behind Black Box. Is the coverage there? Kool-Aid currently blocked off by that gas grenade, but the plant will go down. Kool-Aid may sacrifice his life for it, but he's alive for now. Dirty can't say the same. As the smoke gets taken down to 3 versus 2, Candle and X are trying to retake towards this long side. All 3 players of Forsaken are in the bomb site or near it. And BJL having himself a great round. 2 kills on the board. It seems like he may be lined up for his 3rd. He gets it indeed. Extra can't do much. And Forsaken, they get their 2nd attack. We're not going to see a 1-5 half. Thankfully, can Forsaken tie things up? That's the real question.
Like what Forsaken do are smart, because with a basement attack, you're not going to be able to get everything. You're almost never going to be able to have a good amount of control as the attack. What you need to do is just have enough. You clear the player out of church and plant behind the indestructible boxes. That allows you enough space to have the coverage for any util, while also having coverage from the players that are holding all of these angles that make it so that even though Core have all of the smokes, all of the C4s, they're not really going to be able to do too much. I think that kill onto Inrio might have decided the round as well, because like I said, that player is gone from that site, and suddenly all the defenders are far enough away that they're kind of ineffective without taking huge risks, and huge risks had to be taken and they just did not pay off. Core, once they get that plant down, lost no bodies. They played the trades great, had the coverages, and suddenly it's Core hoping that they can at least put themselves at 4-2 with a CCTV hole.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
And like we've been kind of harping on over and over again, it's that opening pick that matters most. Last round, Core got their first in this entire series, so cool. Good for Core. But it took them that long. That's kind of the scary thing. Was it this series with the first
No,
opening
it was
pick?
this
This
map.
series? Or
No.
Yeah, okay.
Because remember,
sounds
Hat
right.
died first on Kafe.
That's right. I don't remember that. I'll take your word for it, though.
I think that was like 40 minutes ago. You okay?
You wouldn't lie to me. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? I know it was 40 minutes ago, okay? I'm focused on Clubhouse. I'm just kidding. That's a bad excuse. I don't know. I just remember. All good.
Lock in.
I'm locked. I swear. Yeah, that is the opening. I mean, that is the important thing, is the opening. That is, like, literally... At this point, it is what is decided every single round, I would say. Indirectly or directly, it's pretty much been the reason for either Core's success, or rather the Forsaken success, or their downfall. They get that entry and they waste too much time. They end up losing the round. They get that entry and they steamroll. I mean, it's just been very all over the place for this team. When it feels like they're constantly in situations where they should be winning these rounds. Got 4 ex-Pro League players on this team. Am I seeing a window hop in from... I think he did not mean to do that.
He's gonna bounce off the castle barricade.
Yeah, I got case. Let's just go in. You know, let's just figure this out as we go.
Do you think that a player is lurking up the brown stairs? It was Exer. Doesn't decide to commit to the flank, instead just hanging out in the bathroom, waiting for the bandit batteries. But Kool-Aid goes down to almost 0 HP, but he's able to survive. While Will get opened, and now Kool-Aid has to be very careful, because with Dirty on the Clash, I think, I can't tell exactly because I took away the HP numbers. It's gotta be at most 2 zaps kills Kool-Aid. So he will probably be just a coverage for the plant, play very far back, and now with the Wamai discs covering the plant, it seems like Core have all of their doors covered as long as they can withstand this barrage.
There goes both of your asphyxiation bolts. And Dirty is up. I mean, Dirty is up and alive. He's up and well. This is problematic. There's been so much util used, and none of it has landed. None of it is stuck. Kento kills Hat, but he gets a double. All of a sudden, the scoreboard is blue as Forsaken get theirs, but Diffuser's all the way over in Master. Who's going to get it, and are they going to get it in time? It's a race to the case. Kento starts to get it down, but Exer has the flank. It's the easiest 1v2 of his life, as there's no coverage of the flank there. Forsaken once again in a winnable round. They lose it all, and it is now a 4-2. Core are in the lead heading into the second half.
It's the minor things again, Adam. The Wamai discs getting both of the asphyxiation bolts, killing any chance of rooting that player in the site, and having a pretty clear plan means that you're kind of scrambling from then on. I mean, the team kill onto Hat, that would have been a 3v1. I don't think it would have saved everything potentially, because there were so many things happening all at once. It's hard to see who dropped the diffuser, where the coverage would have been, if somebody would have been watching Bedroom. A lot of what ifs. And I think for Forsaken, they're kicking themselves, because 2 rounds now should probably be theirs. The 1v4 with Inrio and the previous round that they just haphazardly forgot the diffuser outside. They know that Core struggles on the attack. The advantage is still in their court. They just have to realize it.
Very good point. I mean, despite what the score might say, Core are on attack, and they have been monstrously weak on it. This is also not really a great map for them. They have a losing record on Clubhouse. Forsaken are the opposite. In Challenger Series alone, Forsaken, I don't think I've lost a single Clubhouse, so this is a very impressive map for them. A team like Core has a large map pool, but Clubhouse is not in it, and I think that's the one thing that worries me the most, is without their IGL, without Moses, things could be very difficult for a team heading into playoffs that was looking pretty favorable to at least be one of the challengers for that NAL spot. But now they have to do pretty much the impossible, beat a 3-0 team, the coach on their squad.
Kento playing in a dangerous area. Does a bit of damage onto Exer, but falls. It's the entry. Candle is there. There is a refrag, but Castle is barely able to supply. That's not Castle. Legion, somebody. And suddenly, it's just a bloodbath inside of Bar. And it seems like Core might not be the ones to come out on top. You don't have a lot to work with. It's going to be the 2 flashbangs. Some hatches should get open, but it's just going to be information and pure gun skill that will get the job done. Have time to work with, so they can spot out some players if they really need to, including the one player hiding behind this wall. And Dirty Peaks gets dropped, and it's all up to Enrio again.
Yeah. I mean, that round was perfectly winnable. I mean, the round was over before it even got to get underway. It was a middle floor contest where I think we saw 5 people die in total. And eventually Dirty makes his way down and now throws Inrio into a 3 versus 1. Now, for Inrio, the situation isn't impossible. He's got that clutch gene in him. It's very, very obvious. But I mean, Forsaken are not giving him one. He is playing as aggressively as he can, but nobody is there to meet him. Forsaken just wait and get theirs.
As difficult as it is not to peek and get the kill, you play it right. Inrio has clearly shown that if ones are given in these scenarios, he's got that dog in him. But for Forsaken, they play a clinical basement defense. I don't think it is clinical, but it's not routine. You're not usually seeing a lot of these roamers extend from that basement site. And still, the trades were there. They make it so that they do end up on top, whether it is from these unusual positions or simply winning their ones like they did in some of those areas. But going on over to Jim, not going to bring the clash that we've seen from the side of Core. So it's going to be everybody guns up, no Mira as well, which is also surprising because she seems to be pretty strong on this side from the vision that you can get from them. It's just not in the cards. And I think what is in the cards, Adam, is going to be a Cash and CC extension. You see Hat, BJL over here. We might see Gasher deploy the BP as well. Are Core ready for it?
Must locate and defuse a bomb.
So got that. She got that shield red. Wondering where the Azami is going to be. Are they going to hold her up inside of rafters? Or are they going to put her near the site? Seen a lot of varying adaptations. It seems like BJL is inside of rafters. That is one thing that has kind of changed with Cash and CCTV holds. Is we've seen more rafters presence in 2024 and 2025 Clubhouse. That Azami could potentially waste a ton of time, which Core... It's a very important factor for them, but more important is that first pick, which Forsaken will fight tooth and nail for. And just like that, it slips right into Hat's hands. And Core are already down one. I think BJL has actually rotated off rafters as a result. Yes, he has. Realizing the importance of that first pick, he's not going to give away his life here. He's not even going to try and hold rafters. He's instead just going to hold his life.
I think what Hat does is it's an incredibly risky play. That if he dies, we call it stupid. If he doesn't and does this, we call him gifted beyond belief. He finds the centimeter of angles to get the 2 kills and now just seems unable to be rooted from this red stairs. He is denied a 4K and an ace, as Dirty is the one to put him in the floor, but it's Core who clearly are fighting from downhill, and all the Forsaken members gonna walk all the way back in the site knowing they've done their job, and it's up to the attackers to actually shut them down. And Hat's even calling it out in chat. They didn't shoot the garage cam.
Oh my
So he
gosh.
knows all the information because of a slip up by Core.
See, now Hat's activated, which is good. That is the important thing. When Hat starts typing in chat, when he's confident, when he's running around and getting picks, there's really not a lot that can stop him. I mean, he's got 10 kills on the board. Even letting Core know their faults, letting them know they left the garage cam open. Definitely one of the best trash talkers in the league, I would say. Now 4 versus 1 as Inrio is taken down. Dirty flashes himself away from a potential pick, and Kool-Aid gets the final. Forsaken. They claim the remaining rounds that they needed to equalize and do exactly just that. We are now tied up 4 apiece between Forsaken and Core. And once again, Core are just falling apart on these attacks. You said it best earlier on that despite the fact that Core were in the lead, they weren't really in the lead.
Yeah. And now you're really wanting those 2 rounds you got on Kafe where your attacks were actually better than your defenses somehow. And on to Clubhouse, the issues are still there for this team. I don't think they're working together. They're getting pulled apart by 1 to 2 players, and they're left picking up the pieces of a broken attack. It's kind of a difficult thing to say, because how can you even change this? Because this is a Core, it's a Core issue with the team. They're lacking Moses. They're lacking somebody to really link up with each other, and instead you just have these attacks that look half-hearted and
Attackers must
lost.
locate and defuse a bomb.
They're kind of just
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
scrambling for any advantage to come their way, not realizing that they're the ones that have to take it. Really, the only thing that I could see giving Core that sort of edge in this round is
Attackers recover
like maybe
the
a
bomb
failed
defused.
spawn peek, maybe a failed rotation from an aggressive position by one of these defenders. So far, we have not seen any of that just yet. Core will now start to work on this CC wall. They'll start to get that, try and get that open. Once again, Inrio is the lone hard breacher minus your secondary canisters. He's the only person that's going to be able to get this wall open. If he is killed, if he is C4'd, if anything happens to him, he'll be out of this round. But Inrio so far, not opening that wall. Going to maybe take a bit of time, wait for someone to join him on that angle. That's certainly something.
Masterpiece. That is, I hope he finishes that, because that is, it is a very rough shape to kind of leave the wall in. It leaves you open to a lot of defender guns. Most of them are focused on outside of garage, the quad wall that we see all the way down below. They aren't really too worried about Inrio, but still, that's an angle that you want to open simply because the defense has to worry about it somewhat. They have to be scared of it. Brios gets a kill onto Kento. That's the Capital Bulks working in beautiful succession. And now they just have to take care. And the garage cam is shot this time, Adam.
The Hat's delight, but speak of the devil, he will not be in this round anymore. It's a 3 versus 5, and now Forsaken trying to look for that trade. It maybe comes in the way of BJL on this Raptors position. Gets the first pick here for Forsaken. Kool-Aid finds the second. All of a sudden, Forsaken are back in this. But as Kool-Aid sprints away, Inrio will simply use the sound that he hears to his advantage. Now it's just down to BJL in a 1 versus 3. Case in the hands of Dirty. Now going to make his way towards red, but it's Candle to find the pick anyways. And Core, they'll claim an attack, and now they're in the lead again. So finally, we're starting to see something out of Core on this attack, and that could be the big difference maker here.
It's kind of funny that when I'm talking about how bad their attacks are, how the util just isn't working up, everything's not clicking, they prove me wrong in that particular round. Because Forsaken put a lot of their stock on that Raptors control. They had the ADSs, they had the Lamais, they were putting so much on that Raptor side, and yet Core are still able to dismantle it. So all that's left is just going to be kind of guns. And yes, Forsaken are good at shooting, but Core are able to use that man count to their advantage and get themselves one attacking round. They need one more to guarantee overtime. And it's a difficult task going on to what you would assume would be basement and gym back to back. Both of them Core have struggled with, but all you really need is one entry into the site with basement. Like I said, you build yourself a little pocket, and the world's your oyster.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb. Reloading, cover me.
A pretty interesting round for sure. Core can get it. They're 1 round away from a massive upset. Clubhouse is a map that not only does not favor them, but they do not like. They ban this map pretty often. And it's not hard to see why. They also lose on it quite a lot. They lost to JJ and Co. 2-7. I mean, it's a rough map for sure. Historically for Core, they like to ban it out, but now here they are against Forsaken. And again, it's been those entries that have been oh so important. It's been Core trying to find those kills. They got the entry last round. Now Forsaken trying to do the same as the kitchen hatch is open. It's actually going to be BJL playing on it. C4, I'm not sure where. Oh, actually, that's for the Logi drop. So BJL's a little setup here inside of Kitch, potentially to try and waste time, potentially to try and find a pick. That is a bold play for sure. Hat is the first one found, though. That's going to force Forsaken to rotate back, but that's 2 kills now. Potentially a third. There it is. Core have just been gifted around thanks to Forsaken and their aggressiveness on this defense. Now, a 2 versus 5.
I think Core have just read into exactly what Forsaken do. Last time we were at the basement, Forsaken, they played on that first and second floor. It was a really aggressive roam that we don't usually see from this site, and Core kind of got slapped last time. And yet here we are. Exact same site, exact same play from Forsaken, and yet they're the ones looking at the bottom. BJL, buddy, you better answer your phone quick. Dirty is waiting on the stairs, but he's still just gonna wait And now it's a potential flawless round right around the corner. And all Gasher can really do with those 3 smoke canisters is waste time. But there's so many areas of which the attackers can come from.
40 seconds left, and Forsaken are, Core are not really playing this like it's a 1 versus 5. They're not rushing in for this pick. They are still trying to make verts, still trying to see if they can catch Gasher out first. They have spotted him, so his location is now known to the attacking team. They can play around this and get this plant down. Kind of just keep Gasher locked away in here. Time is now in the favor of the attack, and it seems like this map could be as well. Core, they're up 6-4 on Forsaken's map pick. This is a team that we expected to see 4 players potentially fighting to make their return to Pro League, and they're losing out to a coach on their own map.
I think Forsaken are just making very small positioning mistakes, and it's killing them a lot. Like, a lot of those engagements that we saw, Core was ready, Forsaken was not. I did not have their guns up, and it led to pretty easy kills. There weren't any chance for trades. It was a snowball. I said it all the way back that when you're not getting those trades, it's leading to a 1v5 that Gasher has to fight his way out of. And we all watch Gasher highlights. I know we do. But he's not the guy to get them out of that situation. And now it's Forsaken. They're having to win a gym site and then either reattempt the basement or go to CCTV. All of them are just looking uncertain with how Core have been clicking in these past 2 rounds.
Had to bring in the Gasher montage somehow, huh?
The Gasher, we watched Gasher highlights at Columbus, guys. We'll turn it on at Harrison's wedding.
I think I can say this without being too worried because there's a delay on both streams. So turn your ears off if you wanna watch this match back, or if you're watching it right now. Revelations complete a 2-0 victory over Flow State, 7-1 on Banks, 7-5 on Kafe. If you want to know where Stompin's playing, it'll be over at Siege Double Shot after that game concludes. But we still have Forsaken versus Core match point for Core, and kind of a sentence that I didn't expect to say given the trend of this game. But Forsaken, they've been getting very aggressive, trying to find picks, almost too aggressive for their own good. Like you said, a positional advantage for Core in every way, and that is kind of just biting Forsaken in the backside. Can they correct course here, or will it be Forsaken to lose out and go into map 3?
Located by attackers.
This first minute has kind of been nothing. You're getting open the castle barricades, but not really taking any map control. It's Hat for 1. Kool-Aid just sails it over the second C4. Sure, just added on for emphasis. And now it seems like Forsaken are really finding their stride. They saw that Core almost got a flawless and said, hey, we want a piece of that. Just Dirty and Brios, half the round remaining, no real map control to work off of. And, well, maybe a dream. There's a chance, but maybe the coach would have to work some miracles here.
Has a mind for the game for sure. Probably knows how it should be played, but can he play it is the question. Currently out fragging Brios. Well, what's important is that a frag was given to Core. That's Hat to go down. Most deaths out of anyone in this lobby. You can kind of see why. It's just been a very aggressive play style out of him that has reaped a lot of benefits for Forsaken. Enough to also potentially gift them a 5th round here and maybe send us into overtime next. With 40 seconds left, you still have Dirty and Brios alive. Dirty spots one inside a bathroom. That's Kool-Aid. No C4 in hand here, so no denial. He's not going to swing. He's going to bide his time. He's going to be very patient here. He knows he's on the defense. There's not much he really has to do. His teammates will pick up the pieces as it's Kento for 2 and Forsaken. They're on overtime point now. They're 5-6 down. Again, not something we really expected to say, but if this next round goes any way like the last one did, Forsaken may send us into OT on Clubhouse.
And a lot of rounds kind of get put on Hat. in a way. It's up to Hat to collect the entry. It's up to Hat to collect a multi-kill to give Forsaken a man advantage. And then when Hat dies early, it puts Forsaken really in a bind. I think we're back to the entry conversation of who is getting that entry and who is it on specifically. I love to see that both Core and Forsaken kind of have their kills spread out. Specifically, Forsaken have Hat, Kento, and BJL all above 10 kills. But it still feels like Hat is kind of the round maker in a lot of these scenarios. And whether it is him or whether it is BJL Kento, Core's first objective has to be getting that entry. Put Forsaken in an uncomfortable position first, because that's when they play awkwardly out of their element, and then you'll have a lot better time in the round.
It's definitely no secret that a lot of these players can shoot back, like you said. Kills spread across the board. Gasher also having 11 on Kafe. Anyone can shoot. Anyone can shoot back on this team, and that is pretty much the main variable for Forsaken. That is kind of their key and integral piece of their strategy, is just getting those kills. And like you said, the entry is kind of what's important. Hat has found himself on the end of some entries, not in the ways that he would have liked. Definitely need to watch out for him and see if he can preserve his life and have that impact on the round that we've been able to see out of him. It's Forsaken. Now just dealing with this Maverick. Zinrio's trying to open the wall. 2 minutes left. You still have to also worry about Rafters. You've got the Capitao to potentially be the one to deal with that. Flores as well to clear out some positions. Got Hat on that mute though. A lot of conflicting things here for Core, but mainly I'm looking at where that entry is going to come from.
Ooh, barely missing the player onto Lounge. Exer's just keeping his crosshair aimed on those sites. And with the castle barricade to provide a bit of a buffer, you would expect Inreal to potentially get a sort of pinch. Now the Capitao Bolt, so important in this round. It's going to be BJL to burn. He gets dropped, does not get taken down, but the second Capitao Bolt forces Hat to run away prone, try to get away from it. And so far, it is working wonderfully for Core.
They're looking at a map victory here in a 2 versus 4. Dirty's the only one down, and he is safe. Hat is stuck inside of Rafters too. They know that they can guarantee at least one of these picks as long as they play this right. But it's Hat lighting up, gets Brios and manages to scamper away. Can Kool-Aid help? No, he can't. Hat gets taken down despite the fact that they're playing with a coach. Core are looking prime to send us to an unlikely map 3. Unless Kool-Aid can hit a 1v4 of his own. He can't, though. It's Exer instead. Core shock us all. And they take Forsaken's map 2. We're going to Chalet after all. We would have never thought it possible. And yet here we are. We will see you on map 3. We will see you on Chalet. That is going to be a very interesting equalizer for sure.
Ooh, I'm excited. The Chalet is very common in both of these map pools, like I said, on both sides. And especially with how Core played on Clubhouse, it definitely feels like a toss-up. I'm super excited to see how it gets going, because it seems like momentum is a really, really big thing. Whoever gets that early lead on the defense, most likely, is the one to take it in the end. And it all comes down to this, to see who goes down to the lower bracket and who moves on in the winners.
Be a very impressive victory out of Core if they can get that win with their coach, if they can get themselves to that upper bracket semifinals. That's a question for now and an answer for later. Chalet, map number 3 between Core and Forsaken. We'll be back very shortly.
Well, we said it was not the size of the dog in the fight, but the size of the fight in the dog. And, well, Core is fighting here on day one of Challenger Series playoffs. They get a win over Forsaken on Forsaken's map pick of Clubhouse. Absolutely wild. Light Rose, what happened?
It's a lot of really good individual plays. I think in Rio, you see the 1v4 clutch in round one that without that probably would have gone to overtime, combined with some really good team plays as well. I look at Rafters in the multiple CCTV defenses, the usage of the Capitao, flashbangs, frag grenades to displace a lot of these defenders. And for attacks that really do seem to struggle, they had that specific site down to a T, and going there twice really killed Forsaken's chance at getting back in the game.
I think it was kind of what we saw a little bit on Kafe, except now replace the Monty with utility, where it's not really the actual gunfight that's being taken, but rather the utility surrounding it for Core that matters most. And in that case, the Raptors' util was great. The Capitao bolts were constantly in action, the Grim Bees as well that were being brought out by Core. I mean, I think it was Forsaken actually a lot that did that a lot, but mainly the Capitao. And that's kind of the thing from Core. So when you have that utility, we're seeing a lot more ease for these picks to come into the way of Core. Forsaken just kind of gave them up quite often.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, it often felt like these fights were kind of happening almost in slow motion. The teams would move very slowly, and then just suddenly, bam, everybody is fighting or dead, or you'd get a triple kill right at the start and go crazy. I mean, this is only the second time that Forsaken has dropped a map so far. Looking ahead to Chalet, Light Rose, do you think this weighs on their mind that they dropped Clubhouse here against Core? Or, I mean, they're former pros, do they just shrug it off and GG go next?
I think it's a bit of both. It's something where you tell yourself that, who cares? It's a map loss. We still got this. But it's in the back of your mind. It's like, damn, we lost a map to these guys. What are we doing? It's crazy because we realized that Forsaken beat M80X in the 3-0 to get here. Merc was playing, and he was the coach. And now they go up against Core, who has their coach in for Moses, and it seems like Forsaken kind of get gifted these things. They get gifted the win over M80X, and it still was a very close game. Maybe with Franklin, they would have won it, but now they lost a map, their own map pick, with Dirty in for Moses. We both expected everything to fall apart for Core, and yet we sit here at map 3.
We do indeed sit here on map 3, and let's get that map going. See if Core can pull up a big upset here on day one of playoffs.
Thank you again, Core back. Man, what a guy. Map 3. Man, I didn't expect to be here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought this would be a 2-0 one way or the other. I thought that Dirty would get worked, but I mean, Core, they're standing strong, and I think it kind of just comes down to their attitude, and that's one thing that I managed to speak to Core about for their game. It's talking about what are they gonna do. I mean, they were well aware that there's a likelihood that Moses would not come back at all in this game, right? Like, it would just be Dirty through all 3 maps. Map 3 was the maybe. If they would, maybe Moses would have came back by map 3, but now they know for sure that he's not. But they just know to play around the vibes here and not to really worry about it too much. That's kind of what Exer told me when I was talking to him about this game and how they were going to try and prevail. It's about keeping the vibes up more than the tactical discipline that I think that's important for Core. As long as they don't lose themselves in this game, simply put, they might not be able to lose at all.
Especially because a lot of times when you have a core set of 5 and you take a player out, put in a sub, it all can fall apart really, really easily. Especially with a coach. You know, you look at somebody who maybe isn't playing the game as much anymore, but knows a lot about the game, so you expect their tactics to be really good, and maybe not their ability to shoot. But I mean, in that previous match, Dirty was doing a wonderful job winning a lot of his ones and having essentially what you might think is like a detriment early on. He is a huge boon for this team.
Zombie being banned out, pretty notable there. During Forsaken, we're running it pretty often on Clubhouse, but not on Chalet. They will not. Chalet, for sure, an interesting map between both of these teams. As we've kind of mentioned, it's a pretty equal playing field at this point in time. We've seen both of these teams take each other's map picks. So what can they do when they're on a map that it's kind of equalized out for them? That is the real question. Kind of trying to look at their previous results. Core on Chalet, they got a good win percentage. My sheet says 4-1. Could be 5-1 or even less. But recently, they lost to Space Tubes, and that was kind of that's kind of the thing that we were bringing up beforehand. Was Core kind of can win the middle of the pack teams. They can win against the lower edge T2 teams. Whenever it comes to playing against those higher up teams, those top 8s, playing teams that should be equal to them, they struggle just a little bit. Can Chalet be the map where they can finally break that curse, where they can lift themselves into a semifinals position and move on with their coach being on the coach slot and Moses likely being back by then? Or will it be Forsaken to continue on with a 4-0 streak throughout Challenger Series?
The attack is going to ask so much of Core. And I said that they had that CC attack on Clubhouse really figured out. Can I say the same about any of these sites so far? I don't think... There's not specific power positions that you might need on this site comparative to something like Clubhouse or Rafters is kind of a make or break for that site. But for a team that went pretty slow early on, they are really picking it up, and that might be to their detriment as Kool-Aid is the first player to get a kill in this map, and it's onto a pretty important operator.
I liked where that play was going, right? Taking control of Bar really early, trying to spot the gap in between Kento and that window, but just went way too far, overstayed and overstepped. Kool-Aid was there to find him for the first pick on this map. Kento now being flashed out here inside a library, but not giving up his position, still being a presence here, and he has Kool-Aid to back him up as well. Flash is coming out. Essentially blind Kento. Space now being taken by this buck on Candle, but the swing from Kool-Aid is good. And it nets Forsaken a second kill. I almost called him Ivy Saken. But Kool-Aid finally gets spotted out, but the damage has been done. Forsaken will rotate back downstairs, and Core will be left with a man down.
And that's the type of play where you just need to win the fight. Like, that play works really well if Candle gets the kill onto Kool-Aid, because then Kento is kind of done. He has to play his life up against on that Ivy area. But so far, Forsaken, when it's come down to bare 50-50s, a lot of times they have been the ones to be the winner in most engagements. And so far, they're still making that argument. This round is not over. We've got under 60 seconds. The wall is going to get opened. There are some zero Argus cameras around. You can kind of see both Brios and Candle getting them. There's Dirty for one. It's a 3v3, and suddenly things look pretty scary for Forsaken, especially because they have that player's exact location.
Yep. I think that's Gasher playing behind Shelf, so not a lot of utility to force him out with, but certainly knowing that there's a player there, knowing that that swing is going to be extremely predictable is very important. But time is ticking, and Gasher has a C4 to play with here, so his options for lethality are very wide. Now, how do you get him out of here? That is the question, or can you get him out of here? It seems like the swing from Exer will be it. C4 rip there. It doesn't connect, rather. It's Hat instead to find Dirty, but the trade is there. Exer now going to get that plant down on Shelf. It's all up to Inrio here, but he doesn't win the fight onto Blue. Exer going to try and stick here. He has no time left, though, and it's Hat. Find yet another, and Forsaken will find the round.
Round shows that if you're not going to use your util to help you out in these gunfights, there's not a good chance of winning them. Forsaken are still red hot. They've won key gunfights that they needed to. This specific fight up against Candle, the ones inside of the site as well. I believe the Hat onto Dirty as well. Crucial plays and positioning that Core were not able to win, despite it bringing it very, very close all the way to the end.
And we're going to see that pretty often, right? We're going to see rounds where we feel like Core are just on the precipice of that victory, and it slips between their fingers. Same thing with Forsaken. I mean, we've seen that both ways, right? It's happened on Kafe. It's happened on Clubhouse. Got to be careful of that. Got to win those winnable rounds, right? Got to make sure that you're able to lock that out. Have an end goal, not just getting picks. I think that that's the thing. Both of these teams recognize the importance of the early and mid game, especially between these two teams, right? Like, this is a series that is very aggressive. It's very in your face. It's very much about who gets the pick first, who's able to continue with the man advantage. I think both of them have kind of foregone the actual execute itself, the most important part of the entire setup. The ending. How are you going to play the ending? How are you going to get into the site? Are you going to get into the site, or are you just going to go for picks, right? That is everything. I think that both of these teams have kind of just forgotten that. They've kind of lost that plot. They need to remember what that round is all about. They cannot lose it in the last moments.
Last moments are so key as well. Make or break. The drone early on in trophy spots the frost mat. Candle seeing if he can get any sort of flank going on. Maybe he spots a lone player or two, as you see 4 players up on this top floor. One of them spotted inside of bathroom. It's a tricky task to get in the building, first of all, and Gasher just drops Candle. That's 1 player gone, and now you have to make a dangerous play to repel into Solarium. Job is done. You're looking the wrong way, but Brio still gets the kill.
Gosh, that is an important win, and Hat, unfortunately, not able to win that one, but at least Kool-Aid is able to trade. Is he able to get out, though? No, he's not! Dirty manages to find him just as he's rotating away. It's the second time that Kool-Aid has been caught with his pants down. It's a 3 versus 3, though. Core are not running away with this round just yet. Forsakens still have that verticality control. They're still upstairs, despite the fact that Core have made a lot of presence here. Now it comes down to what can they do? What is their win condition? What is their late round plan? Seems like they're not going to worry about these top 4 players. It seems like it's just going to be that plant inside of dining that they want, or sorry, inside of kitchen that they want to get down. And it might not actually be that difficult. I mean, they can just get in through that rotate. And as long as they don't get killed from above, this round could be smooth sailing. But here comes Kento on the flank, walking down Solar. As that plant starts to go down, Kento's timing is very good. Spots both players inside of kitchen, manages to find the plant. Now going to go for the swing. He's gotten dirty now, finds Brios with his back turned. And suddenly Exer's alone. Again, it's following up on the rest of the round that is so important, and that Core have completely foregone. Everything was going in their way, but that execute was just not enough.
These minor things. A drone, an air jab, game set, something should have been there. And it wasn't, and that might be the sole thing that kills the round for you. And for Core, they need to get every single attacking round that they can. Because so far, if the pattern holds true, the team that gets the early lead is the one that eventually goes on to win it in that second round. And Forsaken getting 2 rounds that Core, given a couple things go their way, probably can take. You know that you can do better if you're a player on Core. And do have a call for a rehost. We might have that happen. And it seems like there is a drone bugs, but so far, I think Core have good bones, but they're not actually following up on that strong foundation that I said they have.
Both these teams have strong foundations, I feel, right? Like it's like we're not seeing a battle of 2 like bad teams. It's just been a very scrappy fight between the two. Forsaken and Core. We're up 2-0 here for Forsaken. Last time around on Kafe, it was Core that was up. Can Forsaken ride this one home? We'll be back very shortly once we get this rehost sorted out between Forsaken and Core Gaming. Welcome back to Forsaken versus Core. Very quick pause there to sort out just a typical issue, and we are back with what has been a very unpredictable series, I think is the best way to put it, V. I think there's really no way to determine where this is going. At this point, the waves have been crashing into this game for Core. They are down 2 rounds on this attack for them. Their attacks have been they've been on the struggle bus for them. Let's see if they can improve moving in this next half.
It's like what Forsaken had on their attacks. Minor things and cause really big issues. Because that's just how Siege works. Sometimes you don't cover a staircase, that leads to the round loss. You don't find a single piece of util, that leads to the round loss. For a master take, usually what teams do is they can go from a potential trophy up or a library over. So we'll see what angle of attack Core want to do. Brios on that nook could maybe suggest a very fast entry. It is, and BJL is just not ready for that. Brios has the crosshairs set up. Easy kill for him, and the first entry of the rehost and the first entry for Core goes the way of Brios.
The name we haven't said in a bit, specifically in the entry category, but there is Brios on the board. Someone Kafe lighting things up on Ash. So far, it has been a very quiet series for him. Again, the important thing, the overarching story is that Core got the entry, right? Forsaken have been crumbling every single time they lose that man count. It's something that they struggled with against M80X on their 2-0 series to try and get here into playoffs that they managed to win. Now looking to overcome those woes against Core, who despite their conundrum, despite the fact that they've been playing with a coach, have slowly but surely been looking like they're turning back into a real team again.
The only player not accounted for currently is Hat over in Mudroom. He was angling to see if he could hop out the window, but we could see a very late library stairs rotate, which means there needs to be a flank drone set up or somebody covering that. So far, it is Hat who's going up the library stairs and is caught out by Candle. That almost might have thrown the entire round. Luckily, Kool-Aid is there for the refrag, but it's still Core in the man count advantage.
That's right, and they're going to try and exacerbate it, but it's dirty to get caught out, I believe, on that piano window. So now we're even. Forsaken have been known to pause here whenever they're equal. They don't like to get too aggressive. It might be high tide for Kool-Aid to do something, but it's too late. As Brios with that nade facilitates himself another kill. With 30 seconds left, Gasher and Kento are left alone. Gasher has a C4, at the very least in pocket, to potentially play that denial, but it seems like they might not even need it. As Kool-Aid gets 2, drops Brios, it's down to Inrio. Where was the coverage for that player inside of Piano? Kento just gets away with it, and he wins that round for Forsaken, once again via weak execute.
That doesn't even feel like a minor mistake. That feels like a major mistake. How are we not accounting for the player inside of Piano? That there wouldn't be at least some player entering Piano or watching it from the breach, anything like that. Nobody was even contesting Kento. Those are huge things that maybe if you're not warmed up and you're on map 1, you haven't read into your opponent's playstyle yet. Those are mistakes you make, not in a map 3 where Core clearly know what Forsaken can do, and they have to account for all of these things. They don't, and it leads to yet another round that slips through their fingers due to these mistakes. It's really poor from them.
And it's just been the great equalizer at the point. Is who's slipping up the most. Typically with Core too, I mean, their info has been pretty good. I didn't really expect that he misplay out of them, considering that their info is more importantly, their executes again have just been so difficult for both of these teams to try and get going. It has been a challenge for sure. Now Forsaken are, well, oh my god. Maybe off that spot. I'm assuming someone nearly tagging him up. Half HP to his name. But yeah, back to the point, those executes are going to be very important. And seeing these key mistakes happening at key moments, it's just not great. But moving on, Core trying to establish themselves upstairs. A nice little run out there from Kento, but not able to find anything. It's Core just looking for an entryway, whether it be through the top or through the bottom.
And I'm not really worried about players roaming up on that top floor. It's nice. You don't have to worry about potentially going after them, which means you can focus all your utility and all your time on the bottom floor. But if you don't have your track stingers in the right spot, or you don't have any flank drones, it's going to lead to another round 2 mishap, where a flank just completely undoes any of your ability. And it's clear that Forsaken want Core to engage with them on that first and second floor. And Inrio is just debating, holding that angle. He does see the elbow of Kool-Aid, but nobody dies. And Hat, risky run out. And yet, we remain at 5v5, half the round to go.
Yeah, surprising that there's not been a death here, considering just how aggressive this defense has been in trying to get these picks. Forsaken have not been afraid to take these gunfights. The Core not afraid to take space. They made their way downstairs. They're starting to get the wine walls open. Potential flank from Kool-Aid. Potentially be a difference maker in this round. As has been many individual plays. There's a pick from Hat. Spots Brios, and now Core suddenly working overtime. Trying to find a pick here. Trying to suss out just about anyone, but no one's coming their way.
Now it's just Hat who's gone unaccounted for. Don't know if they even know he's here, as Gasher was spotted thanks to the Kawan Hive launcher. And Hat, who's been a difference maker in a lot of these rounds, could shut it down completely. Definitely know where he is. Equalizer is there. With 30 seconds left, it's all going to come crashing down in an instant.
2 C4s used, neither of them land. BJL the last to fall. Forsaken are down now. Core potentially looking at their first potential round win, but Candle dies to a Goyo. It's a 3 versus 2. That hatch presence upstairs as well, a potential problem, but it's not opened up. The plant's now going to start to go down for Xer, who's on very low HP. Can anybody find a way to win this round? It's a swing from Kento, and it's just as simple as that. He makes the cross happen into Pillar and is able to swing the player on the plant in time. The hatch flank was not successful in the slightest, but it is instead the swing from Kento to win it out. Forsaken living up to their name, 4 to their own, and Core not a single round found on this attack just yet.
Doesn't even matter really if the hatch flank doesn't work or not, because it's the feeling of pressure. That's phantom pressure.
Yeah.
That all around Core, you could feel the oppressive nature of Forsaken. Hadn't really worried about Blue, hadn't really worried about Snowmobile, and even the player inside of Connector as well, they hadn't taken care of. And that miss right there leads to the loss of a round. Core making the same mistakes, have the same issues, and it doesn't seem like it's the same issues that were plaguing them on Kafe. They're almost minor ones that as players, that's what they're struggling with. Not as a team, but missing shots, missing players, missing utility like frag grenades, doom their entire team. So it's not something I think you can fix in a break. It's something that each individual player has to tell themselves, I am going to do better.
Individualism, I think, has been key here. Those individual gunfights have been so important in this game. Teamwork has seemingly come second in some regards, but again, we're seeing the same thing out of Core. They get like 2/3 of the way to the finish line, but just can't cross it. Typically not how your race works. You DNF at that point. And DNFing indeed is what is happening to Core. Not a single round to their name. These executes have basically been non-existent from them. Anytime that they happen, they're just immediately shut down. And honestly, it's just because of ease. I think that Core aren't really actually pressuring bomb site all that much. Once the execute comes down, we're not seeing a lot of utility, not a lot of vert. Even some walls are staying shut. That red wall was completely sealed off by the time the round was over last round. Just an example kind of what's happening with Core. They can get everything else done, but once it comes down to that execute, things get very, very dire for them. Now using a lot of utility to clear out some of the defenses from Forsaken, but nothing just yet.
Yeah, they get the shield, but they don't get the BP. The frost mats are still there. They're worried about a lot of these things on the second floor. Twitch does not get the Zotos either. So the walls are going to stay closed. And time is something I think you have to worry about now. A minute 10, Zotos are going to waste even more. The second floor is going to get open. Remember, this is not the site. The site is kitchen, and I think Exer and the rest realize that they have to get this wall open, but that's requiring control of the top floor, which they don't have. It's once again going to be an extreme collapse on a site they don't have control over, and that oppressive nature of Forsaken is still going to be felt all over.
And thanks to the Tuber canisters, that wall doesn't get open until 54 seconds are left in the round.
Oh, and
the nade, yeah, didn't get the Kaid either. Things are going from bad to worse to even worse. But now, Core just get two. Dirty and Brios winning 2 gunfights. I don't know how Brios won that, but at such a long angle, he's able to make it work. But Gasher, he's been extremely accurate with those C4s, tossing missile after missile. And it's going to stall out Core even more, which is something they can't afford. But now finally making their way into the site. Extra going to start to get that plant down, but Kool-Aid is above. He gets rid of Brios, and Kento finds Dirty. What can Exer do but try and get that plant down? It's only going to be a matter of time for one of the players on Forsaken with a name starting with K to get that kill, and it's Kento to do that. And Forsaken are trouncing Core, even though the gameplay might not show it in the end.
I guarantee you that scoreboard at the top will probably show it. 5-0. We're back on Kafe, where it feels like Core have no control over anything. Even when they get these kills, Forsaken still have site control. They have time. They have utility. There's so much that Core have to deal with that when they go to take care of something, and maybe they succeed at it, it costs them so much. Time is once again a huge killer for Core, and without site control, and honestly just anything, they're rushing in and getting fed to the machine that is Forsaken.
Man, it's just like, you think they even have like an inch in this round too, whenever they got 2 kills to respond to Forsaken's 1. Putting this at a 4 versus 3, right? Like, starting to move towards that slight, but that clock, that 6th man that I feel like Core have just been constantly ignoring, came back to bite them. They had about 30 seconds left in the round at that point to try and to cobble up and execute. They got themselves into Master, at which point all that really had to happen was for one player to just walk over to the hatch. I think it was Kool-Aid, and just start playing that round out from above. That's exactly what happened. Just retook upstairs, and the round was won. Forsaken now potentially looking for a 6th as Core. Not sure what the take is going to be here. They have the ace to open the wall, and not a lot of wall denial to work with as well, so that might not be too much of an issue here for Core, and that might save them just a little bit of time. And that run out from Hat gets Claymored. BJL gets spotted next. Not sure what was going on over there, but both Hat and BJL will forfeit their lives.
Take those. Do what you can. You still haven't killed Kento. Somehow we haven't mentioned that we're 5 rounds in and Kento hasn't died. He has 9-0 currently, and he's flirting with death. I say that he eventually is killed, his first death in round 6. Just shows you how strong Forsaken have been in this entire game. Dirty is dropped, leaving Gasher in the 1v5. He cannot confirm onto the player. Instead, it just seems like he's going to have to hope.
Might actually be trying to look for another one. Brios gets frost matted. Not over towards bathroom. He was wrong about that call. Thought that the frost mat maybe was the player inside a bathroom, but he was wrong. Swings out into the bathroom and loses his life. So there is a round for Core. They get an attack done. Now it comes the attack for Forsaken. And I'm just as nervous as I usually am because both Core and Forsaken have been struggling heavily on their attacks. They have had so much problems with trying to put together and piece together and execute at the end. For Forsaken, if they get stalled out by any amount of util or even an opening pick for Core, we could be seeing even more problems start to develop for them.
Yeah, because like as rough as it was for Core, Forsaken haven't really been much better in their attack throughout these past 2 maps. I think they did enough on Kafe. They were better than Core in a lot of these minute-to-minute gunfights, which is what got them over the edge, and what actually got them the wins in a lot of the early rounds of Chalet. And I think that's one thing that they're really depending on, is their ability to go up against their opponents and shut them down any means necessary. Guns, C4s. They have had a stranglehold over their opponents, and it's probably going to come from Kento, who's 9-1, and the next is Gasher at 2-3. It's shocking that it's that one-sided, but as long as you get the wins, I think that's all that matters really to them.
Bring it home, Forsaken. As we had kind of anticipated, Forsaken in the lead. This is back to normal. Core have kind of been brought back down to earth, but again, it won't really matter if Forsaken can't close this out on attack. This is a moment for Core to potentially clutch out this game. And it kind of just comes down to who gets that opening. I bet you're sick of me saying that, but I mean, that is this game. That is the major importance of this game, has just been that opening. Core have been way more successful on Chalet and finding their openings as they have been on previous maps, but how long that stays true. There's a person on cam. I'm not sure if Hat's spotted him out.
No, I think that's the shell.
Oh, it might be, yeah. Good comms. Good comms. That See? Scopos still fools me.
Yeah, it's very tricky because it puts the inactive shell, even when it's not being watched, as a player. And taking care of that shell is actually kind of important because it takes away Candle's ability to actually use his gadget. He cannot swap in between the two to go from roamer to anchor back and forth, but I don't think they were really worried about getting the shell. It's more just taking care of any utility lying on the floor, like those mute jammers, frost mats, pushing these defenders as far back as they can.
Just trying to maybe suss out a pick from it, but so far Core have just been peeling back, playing this as safely as they can. It's just a minute left. Forsaken's map control has pretty much been limited to their office control. But now as they start to move their way through, as Kento starts to make an entryway in, he finds himself in closet, potentially with a defender in his crosshairs, and that's Inrio, spotted behind the master mattress. The opening pick found for Forsaken, but they're running low on time. They've got 30 seconds left to prepare this execute. Flanks from below, potentially the answer for Core. But that's been read by Hat, and it's a massive read as well. But Gasher's the one with Case. Where is he taking that diffuser? Where can he take that diffuser? There is still sight presence left for Forsaken. Smoke grenades forcing players out of that hatch drop. Instead, it's going to be a plant through the wall. C4 from Dirty. It doesn't find Gasher. Now Dirty's left all on his own, but the attack is successful. Despite it coming down to the last second, that C4 from below, read by Gasher, heard by Gasher, he gets away from that plant. And Forsaken now on match point.
And it really feels like the writing is kind of on the wall here, Adam. A 6-1. So brutal for a team that, with their coach, won the second map, fought for it, hard, and they earned it. And yet here they stand on Chalet, just looking utterly defeated. They've gotten a couple entries. It hasn't really meant much because Forsaken have done such a good job at covering their tracks, even when they've lost a couple bodies. Doesn't really mean too much because Core keep making these small mistakes that Forsaken have punished them for round after round after round. And finally, it might come to a head. One more round on Bar Games. It's the first time we've seen this site. Forsaken did not play it a single time. And it seems like Core are just going to have to fight for their life. 5 rounds. They'd have to win. Go to overtime. Win 2 more after that to stay in the winner's bracket, lest they fall down to the loser's bracket. And at that point, it's just cutthroat.
And Core, I think, definitely have their sights set way higher than that loser's bracket. Coming into this event, they were looking like a pretty strong team out of T2, but as we've seen, there seems to be a sweeping change in T2. A new guard is forming. Nightmare, your Element 4 champions aren't even in these playoffs, and Core, kind of old remnants of old T2. They may be sent down, like you said, to that lower bracket. Not sure if they'll play Flow State. They might be on the other side of the bracket. Someone can confirm for me that knows a lot more than I do. No, I'll let you guys know. But Core, for now, their focus is on this round. Match points, 7 rounds played so far. You're on that Bar site, and already Forsaken have taken a lot of control. That Mudroom Lurk could potentially be a massive problem here, and it seems like Forsaken may be going for this fast.
Why not? You're going to be given this space. Might as well take it. Kento, 12-2. Has a KD of 2. And almost matching the round count twice over. C4 not going to hit. Smoke canister gone out. They're just using the blitz as a way to keep their eyes on this player inside of stock. And will make their entry. And it seems like this might be the final toll for Core in the upper bracket.
4 versus 3. Forsaken have all the control in the world, but they are missing the diffuser. Inrio finds that blitz. Kind of wishing he wasn't at that moment. It seems like kills might be the only thing that Forsaken need as Core just simply fall 1 by 1. It's all down to Brios. A 1 versus 3. Spots out Kento inside a library, but not giving him that pick. Simply waiting. Brios going to go for that swing. Actually not choosing to do so. Drops instead into Bar. But as that plant goes down, it seems like this game is all but over. Kool-Aid not able to get the blind, but still able to force Brios back. Pistol in hand. Has he given this one up? Does Brios still have a life in this round? Kool-Aid's been taken down to very low HP, but he can't hit the shot. Kool-Aid does instead. And Forsaken back to business. They deal with Core. They don't lose to a coach. And Forsaken are on to your winners semifinals.
This is what we all expected to happen when Core, already kind of the lower tier team coming in 3-2. They don't have Moses. They only have Dirty. And it took to map 3 for what it seems like business as usual to come about. And safe to say, they definitely earned this one. They showed dominance over Core and move on in the winner's bracket to, I believe, play the winner of JJ and Space Shoots.
They do, yeah. I believe that is the way that this is going to work out. Unfortunately, didn't work out so well here for Core Gaming. They just fell apart on that one, folks. Like, what happened, Jazz? What do you think the breakdown was between this and Club, where they, the false hope was pretty brutal?
I mean, again, it was just those attacks that were just, they were this close at times to winning a round. Yeah. And it just that last moment that they honestly didn't feel like they put a lot of importance onto, didn't place a lot of importance onto. That's what mattered most. And I think that those executes came back to bite them and do that.
Well, Light Rose, do you think that execute issue, and I totally agree, Jazz, I think it was a huge problem. Kento finished off, 5 post plants, 4 post plants, he just walked around a corner and shot him. Light Rose, do you think that problem is kind of fixable in the lower bracket, or is this just an inherent issue with Core?
I think it's definitely fixable. These are players that have been in here a long time, and whether it is individual, like I said during the game, or it's something to do with Moses being gone, them not linking up in the comms, that not being clear, this is something that in that lower bracket they can definitely fix when they're not going up against the potential favorite to go to the NAL.
You know, in a retrospective, right, and Jazz, you mentioned this a lot, right? Like playing with the coach. Forsaken didn't lose to a team that had a coach, right? Do you really think that Dirty's presence in the roster today was that big of a difference maker, or is it maybe a little bit overblown? It's just more of a holistic core issue.
I think that Dirty had some presence in this game, right? Like, I think he was playing the game, and he was having some moments where he was like, oh yeah, Dirty actually just won the round for them. But that was long gone, right? Like, that was Clubhouse. We're talking map number 1 and 2, where we saw just that tiny bit of impact out of Dirty, where I think if you had Moses, if you had someone that was pushing your team forward, who was able to kind of see the bigger picture and realize what's going on with your executes, he would have been able to call that out. I don't think that Dirty, in that position is too experienced to handle something like that. And I think that without Moses, this was 10 times harder than it should have been.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, do you think, Light Rose, when they bring Moses back in, they're looking at one of their lower bracket matchups, right? It's going to be, I think we said JJ and Core, Space Shubes. Do you think that Core wins that? Do you think that they can push it forward? Is it going to make that much of a difference to have Moses on side?
The difficult part is that whoever they play, they've lost to before.
Yeah.
And this is with Moses in the lineup. Core, even with Moses, still really struggled with their attack. He is not going to be a fix-all solution. And I think unless the team fixes their core issues with Moses in between now and when they play their lower bracket match, that they will probably lose to whoever they play.
They very well might. It looks like we have our winner interview here on standby. Dasher, welcome aboard. Congratulations on your win. Let's pull him up here. Hello, look at you.
Hello.
Welcome back, by the way. How does
Thank
it
you.
feel to be back in competitive Siege after, 2 years in the wilderness? This big day for you.
2 years and nothing changed with the weather.
I love to see it. I love to see it. No, it's great to see you back, and it's great to see you performing. Before we get started, I've got a direct request from Crow for a question. He's very invested. He wanted me to ask why you dropped Exile for Slimy Nick in 2022.
Ah, man, we're getting personal off the rip. I mean, sometimes teams, the players don't mesh. Like for example, like this team, we played 2 quals with 2 players, Jabates and Zach, and they went to a different team, and both of us qualled. Sometimes like people don't mesh, and that's just how it was.
Joking aside, or ancient history, let's put it at that aside here. Do you guys on Forsaken feel that you're a team that can really take on the top players of NAL? Like, if you did get that spot, do you guys feel comfortable that you'd slot in perfectly well?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, Hat made top 8 with OXG. I won a Pro League stage. I mean, we have the experiences there, and I mean, we want it. We're grinders. We're still talented. We're not washed, despite the allegations. I mean, we know we have what it takes, so we just gotta go on the server and prove it.
So speaking of not being washed, etc., I don't think right, but there was definitely some consternation on that Clubhouse map when you guys lost the core there, because that was rough. What was going on Clubhouse?
Sometimes we just like to troll, make the game interesting. I mean, we trolled 2 attacks, 1v4, 1v2. I mean, it's like if we win those, we get 6 rounds. It'd be like a 6-2 score. I mean, who knows what happens there? Stuff happens. I mean, like last time we played M80, got 1 attack on Chalet. Yeah. Who knows what we've done this time? Obviously, we had a 5-1 D half, but I mean, we just like to make things difficult on ourselves. It makes the winning sweeter.
I see. Okay, yeah, creating your own challenges and overcoming them. That's good. That's positive growth. Last kind of question. Of the teams that are remaining here in this playoff bracket, who are you least excited for? It's like, is there anybody that you guys are worried about?
No, we fear no man that breathes oxygen. I mean, these teams are just teams I've been playing since my whole life in T3 and T2. I mean, I played harder opponents. I played, Nest Paul and Liquid. I mean, we've played harder teams and players. I mean, it's just ourselves. If we don't beat ourselves, I mean, I just think we're gonna steamroll.
Awesome. Well, I love the confidence, Gasher. Going to be looking forward to seeing what you guys bring here. Good job today, and hopefully we'll see you back here for a winner's interview again.
Thank you. Shout out 222.
And congratulations on being back. Love to see nothing changed but the weather. You love to see that level of confidence. Really just great from Gasher all around. But let's take a look at our schedule today. Obviously, over on Siege Double Shot, Revelations got that 2-0 over Flow State. We just saw the 2-1 versus Core. We got JJ and Co versus Space Shubes coming up. Jazz, you think that's going to be a heck of a match?
JJ and Co versus Space Shubes is a match that I am very excited for, because I think it's a team like JJ and Co, where it's like, oh yeah, this is a top 2 CL team barring any awful circumstances, up against Space Shubes, a team that is very unproven with some talent that I feel like deserves a spotlight.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have fun watching them. I gotta ask though, Light Rose, looking at the bracket here, the upper bracket at least, of these teams, who do you think personally has the most potential to go all the way? Is it Forsaken? Is Gasher's confidence justified?
I want to feel like it's Forsaken. If JJ and Co do beat Space Shubes, I think that we're setting ourselves up for a potential Forsaken M80X winners finals, which would be amazing to see. I think with full power, having these two Titans kind of go at each other would be really enjoyable. But I think you said it at the very beginning that there's not one clear team, whether it is M80X, whether it is Forsaken, JJ & Co, etc., etc. You can make a case for why all of them could be that team that makes the NIL.
You really could. It'll be fascinating, I think, to see how this all plays out. And of course, that NAL spot is on the line. So all of these teams, they're at full gear here today. And we have one more game to bring to you. It will be JJ & Co versus Space Shubes in just a few minutes after this. Well, match 2 of the first day of Challenger Series is locked, loaded, ready to go, and I've got 2 fresh faces here in the casting booth to bring you all the action. It's Crow and Fellow. Welcome, gentlemen. Happy to have you here. But before we jump into this match between JJ and Co and Space Shoops, let's take a look at our bracket and see where everything is as of our last 2 games. I mean, Crow, anything shocking you so far in this bracket? Teams that made it to the semifinals?
No. The only shock, honestly, is that Core won Clubhouse. I think you and Adam and V probably talked about it before, but Core won Clubhouse in Element 4 against Bay Harbor Butchers, and then lost the subsequent 5 times they played it. So I was actually really surprised that they were able to win it. But Gasher being victorious in the end, and of course Mr. B beating a team that was essentially formed for Qual 3. Not surprised, not at all.
Seeing Kento float as well on map 3, that kind of just sealed the deal, Harrison. We were literally just talking about that. He went flawless almost the entirety of that first half in map number 3. And also, like you mentioned, for Revelations, I'm really happy for them that they finally got out of the go flawless in group stage, then lose 0-2 cycle that they had back at Element 4. This might be a proper run for them for the first time, and who knows? Maybe they face off against JJ and Co if they win their best of 3 series as well.
Yes, and our other game that's happening right now will be M80X versus Unks. You can go ahead and see that over on the Siege Double Shot channel here. We're going to be co-streaming it. Just too many games for us to cover on main, obviously. But yes, we got JJ and Co. We've got Space Shoops. This one is one that Light Rose and Jazzman were really excited about. And looking at JJ and Co, Fellow, I mean, I can understand why. It's JJ, the ultimate Tier 3, Tier 2 warrior here with his squad for this.
They have won a couple of T4 events in the past, but whenever you get to that upper echelon of T3 or T2, just something falls short. You know, M80X, that was a team that's been up and coming in T3 and now in T2 since they've made it into playoffs as well. They had a shoddy matchup against them during the Crucible, but they got their revenge during the group stage and almost went flawless if it wasn't for Revelations beating them in that final best of 3. But then turning back, we've got the infamous Nighthaven Labs Goya round where they get 3 kills, sealing the deal on that final map. And now they're here to face off against Space Shoops once again, which, Harrison, you know quite well. This is a team they're very familiar with.
Yeah, Space Shoops and JJ have, this is almost like a grudge match, but without any of the hate. This is the 4th time they've played each other this year since Element 4. They played each other in Element 4, they played each other in Crucible, and they also played each other in the very first round of the Open Qual for Challenger Series. Exige, Teddy, I should say Toaster, Scoob, and Volsper. Exige, Scoob, and Volsper are the 3 core. They had Cassia, who was going to play E4. He ended up, I think, going to the military and had their sub Toaster play the whole time. And Toaster has really showed up. He's been an excellent player. And after Crucible, they dropped Eli to bring in Teddy, who is now also one of their best players. I probably would say Teddy and Volsper are really 2 big difference makers for this team. However, in all the maps they've played against JJ and Co, those 4 games are both best of 3s and best of 1s. They have never taken more than 5 rounds on a single map. They have not even pushed JJ to OT. So if Space Shoots can come away with a round 1 playoff win, that is a huge statement victory. But the favorites right now are JJ.
Oh, that's very like Krillin Goku setup right there. We'll hope that they can kind of push, maybe push JJ and go to a final form. Looking at these map vetoes though, Labs and Lair, Fellow, that's a heck of a start here for us today in the second game.
I think given the fact that most of the maps that have been played between Space Shoops and JJ and Co have been maps like Kafe and Chalet, it makes sense that those are kind of the last couple of bans that Space Shoops ended up going for. They want to just try something new, and the couple of times that JJ and Co have been brought to Nighthaven Labs, it's been either a bare knuckle victory or just something that always comes down close to the wire for them. Lair, also a big map that a lot of teams can make mistakes on. JJ and Co, they made plenty of mistakes last time they played this map during the group stage. So honestly, the 2 variety picks make a lot of sense. And then we go back to Clubhouse, which is honestly probably the most interesting map pick out of the 3, I'd say.
Yeah, I was actually really expecting Chalet to be played. Both teams really like this map. I know, like back in Old CL, right, when Karn and Co was really good, we considered Oregon and Club were like the Karn maps. You only bring them there if you want to lose. That's kind of, Chalet has kind of been that same map for JJ and Co, but Space Cubes are also 6-3 here. They both really like Chalet. Going to Clubhouse, I think, does lean a little bit more in Space Cube's favor. JJ and Co, it was their auto ban up until the final game of Challenger Series Open Qual 1 against M80X. They banned it literally every single game they played this year before that. And then they're 3-1 on it since that started. So decent map for both teams. I think the decider is going to be really interesting. But of course, Labs and Lair first. Like you said, John, Labs, again, kind of a weird like middle map for both teams. And then Lair, still really new, still kind of uncharted territories because neither of these teams play it a whole lot.
Well, I think we've set the stage for this grudge match without the hate, was it? Incredibly well. So I'll turn it over to the two of you for our first map. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Corbeck. John, this is a game that's been months in the making. Space Tubes, who also, by the way, have not made a T2 playoffs before. So this is their first T2 playoffs. They were in E1, they were in E4. They always fell short, but they're here now. And then JJ, who is considered, against all odds, one of probably the top 3 or 4 teams, like in terms of favorites, to make the NAL, which is crazy.
I would say it's also very poetic, not only for the whole JJ storyline aspect where these two teams have faced off multiple times, and it's always been JJ and Co to get the last laugh, but in particular for Exige, he has had at least some experience in playoffs during Element 2 where he made it into top 8, but then lost to Karn & Co, and wouldn't you know, that's the exact same team they face off in the final group stage round 5 matchup to narrowly win and qualify for playoffs. Now they face off against another T2 Goliath known as JJ & Co. But again, it's something they have tried to face off against. Maybe the third or fifth time could be the charm, perhaps, because it's still been JJ & Co. to dominate every single time. But hey, maybe it was just a map issue. Now that they're going somewhere slightly new, this could be the final, could be the big breath of fresh air they finally needed.
Yeah, Labs, historically, we're talking statistically for JJ & Co. They've played Labs 5 times so far this year, E4 Crucible and Challenger Series. They're 3-2 on it, most recently beating Nightmare, the ex-SSGA E4 winning roster. They beat them 7-5 in their 2-1 win to qualify for the playoffs. Space Tubes, on the other hand, they're 2-2, which is not the worst. But their most recent play, John, they got 7-0'd by M80X. There are a lot of weaknesses of their game, specifically on this map, got exposed against Stompin' & Company. So JJ & Co. can take advantage of that. They are going to be starting on the attack, typically what we would consider the disadvantageous side on Labs, but things can go either way when there's someone like a Blackbeard on the board, who, strangely enough, is not banned. I think he got banned every single map last series we saw between Gasher and Core. He's up, and we're going to see him played probably... Probably not every single round, but pretty damn often.
Also, going to have Goyo being removed. He is a pretty big staple operator in most maps. And this one specifically, again, the infamous, triple kill with the Vulcan pack in the final 10 seconds during either like overtime or full regulations, 6-5 is what we saw for that matchup. So we won't have as much stall specifically for Goyo, but one operator that Space Shoes love to bring out is the Clash. And, keeping your IGL, your main communicator of Exige on that operator, he can be mobile throughout the map at any given moment and just feed info as to where the primary attack is coming from, not only falling with those stuns of your electric shield, but also allowing his teammates to then rotate and maybe put some more firepower in a spot that needs it.
Speaking of firepower, something that we haven't got to talk about on stream yet is JJ & Co.'s roster moves. Previously, he had Recited and Deity / Epic / other fill-ins to fill in that spot. Rival had left the team prior to E4 to join Core. He's now back for Challenger Series, and they also got Twist from Core. So there's a lot of firepower on JJ & Co. In fact, I would consider everyone on this team, I mean, JJ has his moments, but like consistently, I would consider everyone else on this team to be like shooters. Meanwhile, on Space Tubes, the shooting usually falls upon guys like Volsper and Toaster, who are on those entry roles. Teddy definitely works a really good back end on this team too. And if it ends up being a series that comes down to firepower like the last map did between Dasher, between Forsaken and Core, I feel like JJ & Co. are going to have a slight advantage. But of course, as you mentioned, that's kind of what the Clash is also here to try and remedy. Exige looking to delay as long as humanly possible. And neither team last map could really figure out a hard solution to the Clash. We'll see if JJ & Co. are able to flip that script.
Well, 90 seconds burned away. The primary wall into IT has been opened up, but they have these Kibas to also stall for quite some time. Beautiful shot by Emilio. Pre-fires behind the table. That's going to catch Scoob off guard and weakens this pressure over by IT. And with the vert going off successfully as well, it's going to create more map control for JJ & Co., allowing them to break these Kibas a lot safer and slowly begin to enter the building, where they also have Snake over by the Aqua doorway. So maybe they could get alert going or have someone down below to assist with these deathmark trackers.
Twiz looks away from the doorway at the wrong time, but JJ has his trade. And one of the problems with Clash is that, unlike a Monty, it's really hard to switch to your gun. So every body you lose behind that Clash is an even further pseudo-man advantage for the attack. Fire arrow goes out to flush out Teddy, perfectly played and captured by Emilio. Now the rest of the Capital utility gonna come in as Toaster dies, and now it's all up to the Clash. Plant is being completed. Nade does a lot of damage to Exige, and Snake puts her out of her misery. A pretty easy looking round for JJ & Co. John, if you can't deal with the Clash directly, just kill everyone else.
Yep, just ignore the Clash. That was the best solution for JJ & Co. And Emilio was allotted an early kill onto Scoob, just having the expectation of once this wall is opened up, someone might try to swing for a 1-for-1. He wins that pre-fire duel, and then they just continue their direct take. They notice that Rafters is free. They get pressure from the actual staircase. They start working in from the top Rafters doorway, and they don't overcomplicate anything. They don't send two people to lurk over by connector. They don't send anybody to really go aqua. They just take what info they have and use it to battle with the gun advantage, because not only do they have a direct 5 versus 4, but again, with Exige forcing himself on Clash, that also puts someone else at a disadvantage, only having that secondary pistol. So overall, great job by JJ & Co. just playing a very simplistic trade game and finding a good opening into that round 2 to start it.
Yeah, good Rafters take, and now we go down into the basement, where Siege will still be on that Clash, although she is significantly less potent on the basement than on the top floor because of how much verticality there is on this basement site. If you give up that middle floor too soon, Clash becomes basically useless, because all of Assembly gets open up, all of Nano gets open up, Clash can really only play in tank, and the attack aren't going to push there. So it's really tough to get things going on that Clash, especially when I was about to say when there's a Ram being played and Rival is on that operator. He's going to... That vert that you have to establish basically just being like 3 rows. Ram is really, really good here. So it's on the rest of Space Cubes. I wonder how long they're going to be able to delay on this roam.
Going to be a big question of not only the delay on the roam, but if someone gets misdroned, maybe they could have someone try to flank in the late round. That's always a big problem. If you waste too much time on this roam clear, you could get tunnel vision, but when you start off the round with an entry in under 50 seconds, it's going to be a lot harder for JJ & Co. to have a seamless take. Emilio being gone as well, not the biggest loss in terms of utility, but you could have really benefited from the extra set of hard breach, perhaps, when dealing with these hatches, if there's someone trying to stop it from being opened up. But you still have Rival on that previously mentioned vert. There is still somewhat of a roam presence, but they could easily fall off into cargo stairs if need be. I'd say this is a great start for Space Shubes, and after they got their first entry, they're not playing overtly aggressive. They're just kind of waiting on JJ & Co. to fall into their lines of sight before taking more fights.
Interestingly enough, too, JJ & Co. aren't really doing a whole lot over towards like the storage vert. They're mainly concentrated here near EXO, where they're probably trying to have make a door plant happen, with JJ going over and hard breaching that main assembly wall, but he's not even over there. I think one of those hard breaches used for the hatches. I'm a little confused as to what the final game plan is. Okay, no, the wall is already open, so they'll probably have someone rotate over later. In the meantime, though, Scoob is here tucked in the corner. Clash is playing around EXO as well. JJ & Co., other than the vert, haven't really done a whole lot else. Just as I say that, though, Teddy, the man who got that opener, ends up being felled by Twist. Scoob just around the corner. Undroned catches 2. JJ and Twist both dead. Case control now in the hands of the defense. And Rival still worried about this flank with under a minute. It should be a lockout for Space Tubes.
There's that flank confirmation by Wolfsburg, waiting for one more perhaps. It's just Rival sitting on the vert as the round looks to be mostly concluded at this point, favoring Space Tubes. They'll tie us up going into the 3rd round, but you know, like you mentioned, the rat corner catching 2, the lack of intel about the flank, just in general, not having the right drone work and not taking the time to put somebody on a camera to spot out these corners not only lost the lives of 3, if not 4 in that round, but also just stalled JJ and Co. Like you mentioned as well, Harrison, the only real progress they made after losing that first entry was getting a trade 1 to 2 minutes later on Vert, which is, expected to be done at that point when you have almost your entire team playing up above. I thought maybe the Capitao to mask off some sight lines could have made things a little bit easier, but again, with that lack of info on Scoop, catches up 2 kills, instantly shuts down the Exo take, and that allows for the roamers up above just to pick off the last couple of bits and pieces of that attack and clear. Really well done by Space Shoots, keeping their composure after that first entry.
And again, it comes down to the plan from JJ and Co. I'm not really understanding why they didn't just go, especially with the Capitao too, why they didn't just go for like a normal assembly take, especially with the Clash up. She's able, there's no Vert over that hallway, so she's relatively safe just holding on to Nano Hall into Exo, and just sitting there to support her team. She also got a pretty easy rotate back towards like cargo and tank and stuff like that. Whereas if you try to go assembly side, you force her into the middle of that room in order for her to have any effect, and you can easily kill her from the Vert. But back upstairs we go for Space Tubes, still rocking that Flash. I do also like that JJ and Co, because of that Clash, don't or can't play Blackbeard. That's another reason why Space Tubes are bringing it. With the changes to the shield with that like guard break, things with the electricity, operators like Monty Blitz and especially Blackbeard are a hell of a lot less effective.
Kind of nullifies the shield meta, but there are still great ways to go around the Clash. We've seen Capitao pick now multiple times. Got plenty of flashes and grenades to make space in this round, but once again, they might be pushed away by a roam from down below. This time it'll be Scoob rather than Teddy, as there's some drone work being done, due diligence from JJ and Co to not get shot in the back whilst they're using that skeleton key to help open up this main wall. It seems like they haven't droned out Scoob just yet, but around the couch, they'll spot Legion on the prone. So a bit of a game of cat and mouse between JJ and Space Shubes, as now Scoob will fall off, burning about a minute here, but with the drone pinging him, that allows the Deathmark tracker to come in and make this bottom clear a bit easier.
JJ, though, caught in, I guess, like, I don't even know what you call that room. What would you call that?
What, just like the mud room, basically, of this
yeah,
map?
mud, I guess. I was trying to think of the word, mud room. I know in our section, that's the room.
The room, very ominous.
We call it that so often. I don't know, like, what the actual call it is. Yeah, I guess, mud room. JJ gets caught by the guy Rafters, and that's why that room really sucks to try an entry in if you don't already have Rafters control, basically. The angles, super not in your favor. Rival almost catches someone below, or from below. It's Scoob to kill Twist, though, I think on the window. He was watching the window from Rafters, and Scoob just peeked him from Aqua. So that's 2 in a row now for Space Tubes. No response from JJ and Co until Snake finds his mark downstairs. Toaster dead on the Fenrir, not the biggest loss of utility, though, and still a 1-minute advantage for Space Tubes with the clock ticking.
Oh, Clash getting spotted in the back. That's a massive kill for Rival as he drop shots. Punished swiftly by Scoob, and Teddy catches one by surprise as well. That's Emilio down, leaving just Snake left alone, and now a 1 versus 2. As allowed to hustle Scoob with that revolver. Still a Deathmark tracker, but with these mute jammers, he might not get as much intel as he would need here in these final 30 seconds.
Falls for safe to play behind those Kiba barriers. Teddy also with the C4 in hand. So neither player playing directly inside command until Teddy rotates in. Also has to worry about the long angle being held by Volsper. And those Kibas providing protection in Rafters. Time getting very low. He's got pings on Teddy, and he's trying to use that to isolate the Azami here in IT. He can't quite find her. Trying to go for the fight and bait a swing, but this is the opportunity. Circling around, does get one. Now looking for the second. He knows he's stuck behind the pillar. Teddy down to 1 HP, but the time is so low, he can't kill him. What a nice try from Snake. But again, Teddy just sitting safe behind that pillar, plays the clock, and Space Tube's up 2-1.
After getting Deathmark tracked there, that was a great play from Teddy, using the C4 to make space so he can fall back and play off of his teammate better in IT. That was a very well-coordinated 2 versus 1 position where I mentioned how the mute jammer could maybe deny Snake of info, but luckily for him, it didn't. It just happened to be that Teddy had the right tools for the job to back away and once again play for the man advantage. That Space Shubes opened up with the round almost immediately, like we saw back in round number 2. And again, this time for Space Shubes, it's like what we saw when they were defending basement. They just don't make JJ and Co comfortable on their initial clear of the map. They send roamers down below to stop the vert. That delayed JJ and Co for over a minute and forced somebody to rotate into Mudroom. And because that took so long and so many resources, they didn't even fully clear out rafters yet. So the guy going in from, you know, the mudroom just immediately died. And now everyone on JJ and Co has to reevaluate, you know, are there still roamers down below? How are we going to push into IT? Should we get vert? And this all just costs more time and more resources, giving Space Shoops a favorable 3v1 then turn 2v1 anchor game because so much happened in the early round.
It's also the second round in a row that JJ and Co get punished by a lack of information, right? Round 2, it was Scoob sitting in the corner of Exo. And again, it was Scoob sitting in the Cardo hallway when Rival popped open that wall. If they had info on him, he was a dead man. And then you're in a 2 versus 2, and the round is a lot more winnable. Sorry, in a 2 versus 3, and the round is a lot more winnable. And after 3 rounds in a row of Clash play, Space Shubes no longer have her, and thus JJ and Co go all in on shields. Blackbeard, Monty, Blitz all being played. The Monty is the one with the case. Usually that's to pop into storage, but they're taking it slow. Instead it's to clear rafters, and Volsper, no idea what was about to hit him there. Rival crushes him with the Blackbeard, but again, JJ's got to be really careful of that guy Aqua. Might be trying to use the shield to cut corners with the drone info. Could pay the price, but Scoob does die, and that was the Aqua guy now gone. So they don't have to worry about maybe not having info on that guy any longer. Snake trades out his dead teammate onto Teddy, and it's all down to Exige. Smoke against 4 with all 3 shields still left.
Might make that 2, but JJ barely living, probably with the help of that Finka surge that went down by Twist before being fallen. Another Toxic Babe going out. Not a lot of utility left, and yep, here comes the armada of shields. Yeah, like what do you do there in that situation? Really nothing except just wait for the round to end at that point, maybe get a confirmation prize of 1 kill. But like you mentioned, Harrison, they spent in some drones during the prep phase, noticed a lack of clash, and just sent 3 shields to clear out rafters. And in that instance, it's just too much for Space Shubes to deal with. Great distraction by the Montaigne playing top rafters, allowing Rival to hop in over by like the Aqua balcony window, which got him a kill. And that's kind of the annoying thing about Blackbeard is not only do you play well around your teammates because you have a shield, but you also have a rifle that does really good damage and is an ACOG, and you also have frag grenades. So like you saw during that round, he also solo cleared out Pillar with those grenades and then had help of his teammates with active guns to then lock down anybody who was still playing by Pillar. So just bringing the right tools for the job there for JJ and Co with the triple shield. And I guess Space Shubes have immediately learned their lesson because now they're back on Clash and they're not reattending the tertiary bomb site.
I wonder if JJ and Co are going to stick the shield again up against the Clash tank. Rival's on it for now. Last time he swapped, he's been playing, if he's not Blackbeard, he's been playing the Verdops like fucking Ram. Seems like Space Shubes are going to be pretty much going for a similar defense to what they had before. A very light roam, fall back, hold Exo, or just hold wherever JJ and Co end up pushing. Rival does stick on Blackbeard, putting Twist and Emilio on those vert ops. So I have to think JJ and Co have a new plan to deal with this Clash, because if you're trying to spearhead your Blackbeard against Clash, you're basically just killing Rival.
We'll see maybe if the Blackbeard will force off another early roam, maybe allowing them to play back towards site, again enabling the Clash to provide info, and also maybe shield bash open Rival for a very vulnerable gunfight. In the meantime, though, on the first 30 seconds, we're still waiting on JJ and Co to enter the building after some well-perceived info. Looks like Snake has already used up a handful of Deathmark trackers in this round, perhaps maybe spotting out the Fenrir this time, who is still kind of creeping about by the first floor. Maybe he'll have to fall off, but he's got Clash here as a nice little bundle. As he drops down, maybe somebody could take his place instead, as they don't want to leave Exige alone on an island, obviously. He's going to waste a lot of time up above, and maybe could be a make-or-break operator in the late round if he's able to fall back down below.
Already 2 of the, I think 2 of the Fenrir mines have already got out by the So getting rid of some utility in Cargo Hall. That was a bullet cam, I believe. There are no C4s on the board for Space Shubes, but they do have 2 more bulletproofs, which are likely down on that bomb site. you mentioned, the only man still left upstairs, quote-unquote upstairs, is Exige, but he's just playing on that staircase, probably trying to gather as much info as humanly possible before falling back. You really don't want to leave that Clash on an island alone, otherwise basically useless and dead to rights. And he still hasn't fallen back. Still just on the cargo stairs. And JJ and Co, I mean, why not? He's not really doing anything to push him out. They're just trying to work on Vert. They deal a lot of damage to Toaster and Volsper, but ooh, almost a kill. Again, I wonder, like, where's the final push going to be going? Is it Exo?
Seems like it now that Snake's gone 2, but there's 2 also dropping down from Cargo with the open hatch. Exige cannot fall back in time. Maybe overstaying his welcome by that staircase now puts us in a 5 versus 2 with not a lot of options to rat or win back from this 2 versus 5. There's a death mark tracker detecting Teddy, but Scoob once again in a corner outshines JJ and Co. He'll be forced to fall back yet again. Now it looks like it's the final bell that'll ring here for JJ and Co. as Rival picks up the last 2 and they take back the lead in this first half.
I think that was 3 for Rival. Yeah, 3 for Rival, 2 for Snake. Snake opening up the round with that Vert. Again, JJ and Co, I guess, not losing that opening pick to Teddy this time. Able to more confidently take in the middle floor. Space Tubes peeled back really early on. And JJ and Co were able to do all the Vert that they needed in order to push down both those staircases at the same time. The 2 opening kills from Snake were absolutely huge, and it seems like that was the call to arms for JJ and Co. And we talked about it mid-round, too. Like, you can't leave your Clash on an island like that. They opened the hatch, and as soon as they opened the hatch and Exige didn't fall back, I mean, he was dead. It just so happened that a couple of his teammates died sooner. No matter what, he wasn't getting out of that. Overstaying his welcome a little bit, and that gives JJ and Co the lead. We saw JJ disconnect. I guess we're taking a tech ball.
It did feel like in the round, Harrison, that Space Tubes just kind of allowed JJ and Co to do what they wanted. You know, it was a lack of info back in round 2 and maybe just the surprise factor that gave Teddy the entry, right? And then that kind of rang the alarm bells for JJ and Co. Like, oh, maybe there's more roamers we have to clear out. We have to make sure we can establish a trade before getting this Vert down. This time, with the right info being there, they immediately took the top floor, set their eyes on pushing back not only through Exo, but also having some cargo presence, which was lacking severely back in round 2 because of that double kill Scoob had on the 2 players by Exo, so they couldn't really diversify in that round. And with everyone playing on the basement floor at an early marker in the round, that allowed a lot of different Vert angles to be useful. Snake got 2 kills on the Vert, Rival caught Exige through the hatch as he was falling back, just a lot of vulnerabilities there in that defense by Space Tubes. And maybe the question for them could have been, you know, should we have held the top floor a little more aggressively? Should we have wasted more time? Because it felt like they had a solid 2 minutes to just get Vert and wait for someone on Space Tubes to walk through the wrong doorway where someone's looking through it up above and just kill them.
It's a similar problem, kind of overstaying your welcome and mispositioning. The similar problem that Space Tubes were having against Karn & Co, especially on Border, despite having the lead. With Border being such like an angle-heavy map, they were mispositioning a lot and giving Karn & Co free picks. It seems like Space Tubes, again, once JJ and Co set up, keep kind of falling to that superior angle play, which means the solution is not to let JJ and Co set up. It's kind of interesting that they haven't been roaming harder against a team that is pretty thorough most of the time. When it comes to execute, Space Tubes aren't really throwing that wrench into JJ's cogs early on. They expect it to kind of just be that clash, I guess, which, to be fair, I mean, did work on round 3 when they took this site. That's why they're going back here, still bringing that clash. But now even more tools from JJ to deal with her. Rather than bringing the Capitao, they drop him, they drop all the shields, and they play Kali and Nomad.
Air jabs to blast back the shield, and the Lance to kind of similar to what her CCE shield can do to Blackbeard. It just kind of opens her up to more bullets. And you still have the given benefit of flank watch, since there has been somewhat of a roam presence by Space Tubes occasionally. And you also have these Lances to deal with any hard breach denial, like a mute jammer or even a mirror window. Lances are a good use of counter utility to deal with those. It seems like it's already been opened, though, maybe just to make getting the wall opened a little more challenging, for the offense, as now they have a direct angle to face off. But looks like JJ will just sit out on the rooftop and kind of wait for someone to overexpose themselves, like we've seen multiple times from Space Shubes already.
Can't wait to see JJ on Chalet. The best aimer on this squad, now armed with a
Real.
With a sniper rifle. Also, all in on the rafters clear here. Also coming in from Mudroom, but it's Rival looking through the wall to get the opening pick on the Azami, the most important operator for this rafters hold dead. Halfway through the round, she maybe still had a couple Kiva barriers left. At least the Selmas aren't going to be able to open up that mirror window just yet. We also have to keep our eyes on Scoob, who's lurking in the basement with that pulse. Probably looking for an opportunity to either flank or be able to C4 a couple attackers, one or two, once that execute starts coming through. Might actually have some information on him. No, they've got no idea he's on the stairs. This is a freebie for Scoob. If Twist walks forward, instead it's Scoob to take the initiative, and he ends up winning the gunfight. Now JJ and Co have to be cognizant of this player downstairs being that pulse. They cannot let him roam free. It looks like it's Rival tasked with the hunt, and he misses his shots. Scoob is good for 2, running amok downstairs, and JJ and Co may just have to give this up and allow him that opportunity to try and C4, though they are killing a couple players on site. Toaster dead, the C4 misses, they don't have to worry about it anymore. In fact, they use the vert created against him. Scoob now dead, so is the Clash, thanks to the Nomad Cali combo. Teddy's the last man standing. Beautiful shot on Emilio, but he's got 2 more to find. 20 seconds remaining and a C4 in pocket. He could try and play the time just like he did previously. But his position is continuously being called out behind that pillar. C4, maybe he can arc it through that rotate, but JJ falls off the plant. They might just be going for this fight instead as he rips the C4, Snake peeks, and JJ and Co have a 4-2 attacking half.
Great start there on the round for JJ and Co. Once again, finding the entry as they open up the main breach, and although Scoob gave them a run for their money, forcing some attackers down below to flush him out, and he had help from bottom wave stairs to maybe add in a nice crossfire or some sort of trade, I think JJ and Co kind of realized, hey, there's 2 people off site and we already killed the guy Raptors. Let's just continue to flood in and maybe we'll catch somebody off guard. Maybe we can isolate that Clash, for example, who is really the only person slowing us down from getting into the objective. And after the C4 missed, it was a great play by Emilio just to wait through the vert, not expose himself to anybody up above, and trying to take that 1v1. That stops the flank, which was the biggest issue during that 3 versus 3, then turn 3 on 2. And the rest of JJ and Co, again, just playing together as an effective team to slowly close the gap against Teddy and not fall for the same issues that they had all the way back in, what was it, round number 3, I believe, when they re-attempted to go command room and Teddy ended up winning that narrow, like 2 versus 1 turned 1v1 position.
Yeah, it's JJ Co too. What's weird is like you said, they've had some incredible team play so far, and Snake is 12-1.
Yeah.
Just look at the scoreboard. It looks like Snake is doing his best Kento impression on Chalet and just soloing the other team, but he's had a lot of help from the other members of JJ. I mean, remember, it was Rival who got that first pick in Rafters to enable the rest of the team to get in there. He also, it was like he said, Emilio to kill the pulse downstairs. JJ and Co have had a lot of really good teamwork to help enable Snake to get all these kills. Now they find themselves on the defense. It's basement first, unlike Space Shubes. And unlike Space Shubes, JJ and Co are roaming a lot harder. They've got the man in kitchen supported by a guy on Exo stairs, even with a shield. Space Shubes also going to try and bring both the Monty and the Blitz, the shields that were such a problem for them on their defense, right now and play on their attack. It looks like they are interested in full clearing the roam that they have.
Seems like no real deterrent as of right now to at least get the main hatch opened up. They spot the extension cargo utilizing a Selma charge to maybe push back the Zazami, but luckily with those Kiba charges, they'll just re-bolster their power spot, even denying Montaigne from closing this gap against the Azami. But that also gives some time for Space Shubes to recover, get themselves into the cargo room proper, or not cargo, but supply room proper, and maybe bash open that Selma, or not Selma charge, but the Kiba barrier, forcing back the defense eventually. But it did cost a couple of resources. Some hard breach went down the drain, and now the Montaigne of Exige will begin to work his way through cargo stairs, hoping to get some info, but end up backing away instead, worried about a potential crossfire or this Azami, still being quite comfortable with the help again of those Kibas, and this hatch still yet to be opened up.
It's JJ with the opening pick as well, onto Volsper, presumably through the vert, since it's the Ram who's gone down. Twisted Snake with follow-ups of their own. Both of them getting a kill each on this upstairs push. Rival also trading out his teammate. Scoob with a beautiful shot on the Twisted Raptors, but lit up to 1 HP. And now he's got to contest against 3 JJ & Co. players, trying to smoke out these angles so he can make his way at least into the bomb site and maybe fake a plant to force someone to peek, but being held up by that Banshee, and now the Azami running through the smoke and taking the fight. He's got so many angles to worry about. Thought he was about to actually get that kill. Nope, runs out of ammo. Rival puts him down. JJ & Co. now up 5-2 after a pretty masterful top floor retake.
And I have to say, for Space Shoobs as well, committing to 2 shield ops for that basement floor seemed kind of risky because you have to clear out so much of the map to then be useful as a shield. I think JJ & Co. just kind of punished them for that. They noticed there's a Montaigne. They noticed a Blitz roaming around somewhere. They just fall back into sight and wait for that flank potential in the late round, where I don't think the attack really ever dealt with the defense that was playing on that second floor either. They were just so tunnel visioned on shield rushing through cargo that they let themselves be exposed to that flank, which then allowed for JJ & Co. to keep a consistent amount of pressure on that top floor and not really allow Space Shoes to even get close to entering in the building. So great job by JJ & Co. Again, punishing Space Shoes for just not bringing a very diverse lineup in terms of, you know, where they can attack from. They kind of had one avenue and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, the guys who retook as well, the Legion and the Sentry, those were the guys who were roaming kitchen. So it's not even like they had to, make the trek all the way to the other side of the bomb site, climb the stairs. It was a fast reaction because they were already up there. And Space Tubes didn't, like you said, felt like doing kind of a one-dimensional shield take. But while we get a rehost underway, someone's game crashed. We will get them back in the lobby. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back as soon as we have all 10. Welcome back, everyone. We've almost got the lobby ready. So far, if you've missed it, Labs, JJ and Co's pick, they are up 5-2. Their 2 losses coming down to, honestly, I feel like more a lack of info than actual clash play. Most of the clash play from Space Cubes left a lot to be desired, and then we had a pretty masterful up to retake for JJ and Co's first defense.
Seems like the shields haven't been working out both on the defense like we saw in those first 6 rounds, but also the offense, because again, Space Cubes went for a very linear take that JJ and Co simply just played back and allowed their roamers to do the rest of the heavy lifting, allowing them to rotate back on the second floor, allowing them to flank and kind of pulverize what was left of Space Cubes in that first minute marker. So now the question is, will Space Cubes continue to run a heavy shield composition, or will they try something new? Now going to a different bomb site that I would presume is going to be Command, the top floor area of Command and Server Room. That's probably the only thing that's left lingering in my mind right now, because as you mentioned, the Clash wasn't really a make or break for them, although they brought it every single time. And then the Blitz and Monty just totally backfired because of what site they were trying to attack and how they were looking to poke into that objective as well. Maybe if they went for like a more generic clear of the top floor, establishing vert, and then using the shields to like rush from like the Animus side of the map by the single hatch, that might have been a better idea. But instead, trying to close this gigantic amount of distance with Montaigne and Blitz and not really having anything else to back them up, it just kind of left them exposed to a lot.
Yeah, it makes me worry a little bit as for these subsequent Labs attacks for Space Cubes. Although, again, it is JJ and Co's map pick. We go on to Lair next. We want to look ahead towards Lair real quick. Still a pretty new map. Still not fully fleshed out. And also a map that we don't have a whole lot of sample size on for both teams. But Space Cubes are 2-0, including a win against Karn & Co. 7-3. JJ and Co. are 0-2. Losses to M80X and Mr. B recently in Challenger Series. So I'm expecting a 3-mapper if Space Cubes don't come back here. Because I'm not going to lie, I don't like counting teams when they're out, or before they're out. I like counting teams out before they're really out. I don't see them coming back on this map just because I think they're going to try and either, 1, crutch too hard on the shields, or 2, just not be able to deal with how aggressively JJ and Co. tend to like to roam. It's kind of the exact opposite of when they won their game against Karn & Co., where Karn & Co. were either roaming and kind of being solo, and Space Cubes were able to isolate them and then snowball, or Karn & Co. would give them free space. JJ & Co. tend to not do that. Their roams are really, really close-knit and very aggressive. We have a player, according to what I'm being told by the little voice in my ear, who's repeatedly crashing. So, we thought we were ready. We are not. We're going to go to another break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for real next time. And we're back. I didn't lie. The game is ready. It took a while, but we're here. And we're going to command. No clash, John. JJ and Co not interested. 2 shields still for Space Shoops. Do the shields work out better with not as much of an opportunity for something like a retake like we saw last year?
Probably. It just depends. Okay, there are a lot of nitro cells available for the defense. There's 3 of them. There's goo mines. There's kibas. There are a lot of tools to maybe push back Space Shoops once they enter in. But in terms of, you know, getting to the objective, it's a lot easier to do that on this bomb site compared to the basement floor, because you have a couple of windows that are 1 building away from where the objective is. So maybe they'll try to opt for getting the IT wall opened up. That's usually the main staple of this. Maybe they could use a shield to help clear out rafters, and then the other one could go either, you know, like the con side of the map. They could go aqua instead, or maybe walk up the rafters staircase. A lot of options here for Space Shoops, and even if they go for a linear take, it is a lot easier to play as a team when doing so compared to the basement floor. So maybe it'll work out, but also JJ and Co, they have a lot to maybe catch Space Shoops off guard with this comp.
I disagree.
Interesting.
Anyway. Wall being...
Proceeds to not elaborate. Awesome. Thanks, man.
I don't disagree. I lied. Now I'm a liar. IT wall being opened up, and already the attack find themselves on the cusp of the bomb site. Scuba evades a C4. Snake is already down on the ground, and Exige on this Monty looks to punch in with the help of his team. Toaster finishes off Snake with the nade. In come the shields. JJ's good for 1, but Emilio immediately falls. So does he. It's all down to Rival and Twist, but they've got the trades. Rival's good for 2. Exige is down to low HP. And the rush from Space Shoops looked so promising. But Rival standing firm in command, and now the C4 from Twist turns this round on its head. Toaster all of a sudden finds himself alone in a 1v2. Both these last defenders stacked up, trying to win the fight against Twist. Both of them light each other up, but it's Rival credited with his 3rd kill, and JJ and Co recover.
Lincoln, you'll miss it. Around that went away almost immediately for JJ and Co, despite Space Shoops' immediate aggression in from rafters, using the Finka and the Blitz just to barge their way in, force the defense out of rafters, and to instead play on the mirror window, where the Finka found multiple kills from there. I think it was Volsper there getting a double, if not a triple kill, but then out of nowhere, everybody takes their eyes off of Rival at just the right time for him to spring up, find a double kill, and weaken the Montaigne to where 1 nitro cell will finish him off, whether he's fully extended or not with that shield. I guess, again, good reaction time from JJ and Co. You talked about back in round number 7, how quick the kitchen roam reacted to the shield rush that they were attempting in cargo. And once again, they heard the Blitz enter in, they saw the breach being opened up, they quickly back out of rafters and just wait for someone to expose themselves into a crossfire where everyone in JJ and Co. was prepared for it.
Yeah, really good. You know, he's really good reaction from JJ. A team who, in the past, when they were fluffy aimers, sometimes struggled with that brute force, you know, fast kind of playstyle, especially against teams like Team Cruelty, I'm sure are still sometimes plague JJ in his nightmares. Now they're up 6-2. They have quite the cushion going into the rest of their defense. Will start storage control for their tertiary site rather than kitchen, because kitchen kind of sucks. When was the last time you saw kitchen?
Months, several months. I think we saw it one time in Element, maybe. That might have been the last time I saw it.
I think it was when this when the site, or when this map like first came out, there was debate, and then people just figured out how to take beating. The site was dead.
Yep, just ram. That was the equation. Just throw a boogie drone in. That's it. That's all you needed. Maybe one of the last times we watched it was back in CR6 during the Columbus LAN. That might have been it.
Oh my God.
Wow. All right.
Well, AJ. Wiz does get traded out, though, so Nook for Frost. Pretty even trade. You're not really worried about, like, util when you're playing Nook anyway. The 2 dead players, about a minute in. So on the attack, you now lose one of those potential lurkers and potential roam clearers. Still do have 2 shields in both Blackbeard and Monty. Snake is setting up in and around the bomb site with a lot of those goo mines. It might be looking to push out and help his players by taking warehouse as well. But for now, it's just the 2 tucked in Command and Aqua. Blackbeard looking to try and work his way in. By the Finka. The nade forces the players down Aqua stairs, and now top floor control is in the favor of Space Shoot.
They're out of nades now, though. Only thing they have working for them is some vert the defense had already made throughout the round, and maybe just using the shields to make some space, but they are primarily using those grenades as a way to get the shields in the building. So I'm wondering if they'll now have an even more difficult time of entering in from the second floor, going into the first floor. Maybe they could finally just get someone who's isolated here. They spot out the Legion who's kind of exposed, but they just fall back into the site. And another thing as well, spotting the mute dropping down the hatch, although JJ doesn't have a C4, he could easily flank up a staircase given the fact there's only 40 seconds left and maybe give this round a fighting chance for JJ and co.
Snake unaware, but JJ with the immediate refrag. There we go, through games, making it even. Though down Aqua stairs comes a potential traitor. Emilio does kill Volsper off screen. Almost the second. Toaster outduels it with the LMG, finds JJ as well. And Rival falling to Teddy, taking it through warehouse. A play from the Finka being the linchpin for this attack. And Space Tubes stay alive on Labs.
It almost looked like they were a little too spread out, but again, Space Tubes using those nades, being able to walk down through Aqua, like you mentioned, create a nice pincer onto the remnants of JJ and Co.'s roam. And with them having top floor presence as well, it did make playing in the bomb site a little more threatening. So it seems like JJ and Co. were just trying to go for these one-on-one gunfights whilst Space Tubes were still setting up for the execute, but it kind of played into their hand. You know, they had Finka who was gun up, they had Teddy around as well with that lurk, and everything just kind of came together to at least keep Space Tubes alive for another round. But again, the shields haven't really been the make or break strategy for Space Tubes, it seems. It's just come down to a couple of hero plays like we saw from Teddy in the previous round, like we saw in the first half of this matchup, and Volps as well, finding a couple of nasty kills as well. So it really begs the question, you know, will this double shield play that has already backfired, will it just continue to backfire and hurt their attack once more against JJ and Co?
10 seconds
Yeah,
left
they're
before insertion.
kind of banging their head against the wall right now, just
5
trying to
seconds remaining.
force it to work.
Attackers must locate.
We're down in the
and defuse
basement
bomb.
once again too, where JJ and Co had that retake against the shields, and look, they're roaming all over kitchen side once again. So that a repeat of that is certainly possible. It's in play. Space Tubes are starting on the opposite side of the map though. They've got Case kind of towards wow, I was gonna say kind of towards lobby side, and that lobby player, or one of the players over by the kitchen side, is gone. That was actually in the game's hallway. Twist loses his head quite literally from that barricade slit. That makes the roam significantly weaker too. You lose the bandit, who is maybe going to trick those lobby walls should Space Tubes try to work their way over there. They are clearing the roam more effectively this time instead of just trying to fast go through sight. That's going to force Snake down the stairs. Lucy is likely going to follow, and Space Tubes are going to have a lot more room and time to work.
I think it was Toaster last round who did more of the heavy lifting and a mix up there for Volspur. He'll kickstart the entry with a nice shot through that small spawn peak back window and even try to help assist the Montaigne, breaking off this cutoff from the window. Now begin to push into the building a little more proper. JJ as well getting tagged up, and it seems like this roam has almost been fully dealt with, only leaving Rival left by control room to find something, but through the floor, I think Emilio catches one by surprise. It's a nice shot landed, and the blitz now gone, so at least one shield off the board. And Space Tubes as well also have a cutoff down below on the main wall, so if they can get Exige through Exo, maybe they could go for the default plant. And this time, unlike Command, there's almost no C4s. Yeah, 0 nitro cells left for JJ and Co in this round because Twist ended up dying and JJ's already used his C4.
Snake still regenerating those goo mines, though, can be a pain in the Monty's backside. He has made his way into that default plant spot, though. He's got to be wary of the vert still being played by Rival, not been successfully hunted down just yet. Seems like it's Toaster who's tasked with it. But on the other side, you've also got the Malusi lurking. Snake, that Legion, who hasn't been dealt with on the bomb site, kills the player outside the breach who's supposed to hold Exige's cross. Now he can't go for that plant. It's not possible. So Space Cubes have to completely reconsider what the game plan is here. Exchange is going to try and rotate over towards Cargo and Tank, but in comes a flank from the defense. Attempted through Assembly, unsuccessful, but Emilio and Snake, one upstairs, one downstairs, each find a kill, leaving Volsper all by his lonesome. In a 1 versus 3, stuck inside Nano. Legion just to his right. Emilio also downstairs with him. Free fire from the LMG, unsuccessful. Snake with another kill, and JJ and Co. successfully winning their own map pick.
And again, the retake ended up being too much of a challenge for Space Shubes to deal with in the midst of that round. Still setting up from Exo, trying to get the Montane into plant. All of a sudden, Emilio pops up, catches one by surprise. Rival as well, playing over closer towards the control side of the map. It's just all too much to handle. Instead of a flashy opening round for the defense, they instead fall back and just pick the right time to strike once they realize that everyone's fully committed to Exo and can't really focus on both the vert presence and also the horizontal anchor that still wasn't dealt with because of the vert. The lack of vert, I should say. There was almost no vert in that round from the attack too, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, they tried to just, like, the roam clear was pretty good, and then they didn't fully do it, and then they just tried to send Monty down Exo. As soon as that guy died, Breach Throw was pretty much over. Also got to give a big hand to Snake, who finished 15-4. A really standout performance for him. But we are going to take a quick break before we bring Thor back in and digest that map, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Well, an impressive performance from Snake right there leads JJ and Co to a first map win here against Space Shoops on this, the second match here, Challenger Series playoffs. I am Korbeck, alongside me, of course, our fellow and Crow. And Crow, not to give you the title of Oracle, but you did say that Space Shoops never really pushes JJ and Co. And that appears to be playing out. And I mean, why do you think that is?
I don't know. JJ and Co seem to just be, you know how sometimes a team has a play style, they go up against someone who's like the perfect antithesis of that.
Yes.
Space Tubes like to push shields. They like to oftentimes cut corners and gap hit, which against some teams on some maps works really well, aka against Karn & Co. Karn & Co were giving them a lot of free control and a lot of gaps to hit. But JJ and Co, especially on a map that they know really well like Labs, and where on those roams, they're incredibly connected, they're incredibly forward too. Space Tubes aren't allowed to cut these corners on their attacks. JJ and Co end up, you know, almost every single one of those retake rounds, or every single one of those defensive round wins, was due to some portion of the map being retaken by JJ and Co. Space Tubes were unable to shut that down.
They just always had a good response against Space Shoops and a good timing of sorts as well. They'd be looking for early round entries, which sometimes wouldn't really work out for them, but they would always find a way to kind of regroup and again play together as an effective team, not give a lot of isolated 1v1s besides in those moments where they were opting for spawn peaks. And a big problem that JJ and Co had against a team like Revelations, for example, was just playing together and finding the right solution to countering the shields. And in this matchup, JJ and Co brought literally everything against the Clash. Either it was the act of ignoring them, pretending they don't exist, bringing the Kali, bringing Capital, anything they did worked against Space Shoops, and they just never had a response besides just trying to bang their head against the same wall and continually pick Clash, Blitz, and Monty.
Well, you know, I think we saw moments of brilliance, right, from Space Shoops. They had their moments where they did well, and I gotta ask, Crow, is there anything that Space Shoops could do differently going into their map pick of Lair to really give them a leg up against JJ?
If they continue playing the same style, I'm not sure. Lair is another very, very roomy map. We like to say, you know, the colloquialism is that it kind of has roomitis, where there's just a ton of rooms everywhere. Yeah, and not a lot of them are super useful, except when you're ratting. And that's kind of one of the problems on Lair. If you're trying to cut corners and trying to do, you know, these minimal takes and do as little work as possible, if you are not thoroughly checking these random ass rooms, somebody can just sit there and wait. But it's also kind of what we saw from JJ and Co. The 2 rounds that they lost were not necessarily down to great Clash play, and I'm sure, you know, Exige and the rest of Shoops were hoping for, but down to not droning Scoob both rounds. So that could come back to bite them as well. I think it's the big task for both of these teams is going to be how thorough they are on that info.
Well, let's see here. Space Shoops get lost in the Lair, or they can pull a fast one here on JJ and Co. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Once again, we're back to John. Well, we talked about it last map, right? JJ are 0-2 here. Space Shoops are 2-0. I think this is a pretty good shot for Space Shoops to finally, you know, beat the curse and take one over JJ. After that last map, especially, I'm feeling like JJ are gonna keep up the streak.
It's also a part of what Space Shoops were lacking, where JJ and Co are kind of thriving in the same element. You know, when they brought out shields, it was way more effective. When they had Deimos, when they had Buck, they were still clearing out the roam, gathering info, and taking meaningful gunfights to also help the players doing the main job of getting breach opened or attacking from somewhere else. They were somewhat split up, but also achieving the same goal, whereas Space Shoops just kind of sent 5 people in one direction and hoped for the best. There wasn't a lot of diversity in their composition or just how they were attacking. And one of the ops I mentioned, Deimos, that's someone that Snake was playing a lot, as he had double digits that game. It makes sense that they want to get rid of him, you know? Very roam heavy map, and with the way that Space Shoops were winning on defense, which was primarily from hiding in corners and being misdroned, it makes sense to get the 2 most info-based operators off the board. But that does leave Jackal, that doesn't leave Lion opened up, and once JJ and Co had those problems on attack where they were misdroning, they cleaned it up almost immediately and did a much better job having prep phase info to then clear the map faster and also deal with rat spots.
Yeah, that was another thing of last round. Really good adaptation. Not a lot from Space Shoot. They kind of tried doing the same thing over and over again, like you said. And now Clash is gone, who is a very good operator on Lair. Siege saying, "Hey, he's been freed from the shackles of Clash." Although they do start on attack first, and every shield is still left up once again. Again, both teams really like those shield operators. Scoob already on Blitz, one of his favorites. There's JJ and Co. starting on the top floor in R6 room.
Best room ever.
The best room. I was talking when I was doing with the community ones with Jacob. I was saying it's like, in a TV show where they say the name of the show, they say the name of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. R6 room. And you point at the screen. They did it.
He said the thing.
They said it.
He said the thing.
Like when Captain America says Avengers Assemble.
Yep.
AJ Co says, what would be the equivalent? I'm going to play an R6 room.
Yep. We will make the R6 room ours. I don't know. We'll workshop that one. I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually.
Defend the R6 room.
Yep.
Oh, siege the R6 room.
There it is.
That's what Space Tubes are going to do.
Good work. That's my duo right there.
There we go. It took us a while, but we got there.
Also, at no Deimos, it begs the question of, will Space Tubes bring anybody down below at all? Maybe not. You could maybe have Toaster play below and use those Grim canisters. He has a Bailiff as well to make some vert. You could do the same thing with Volsper as well, but it might just be someone lurking up a staircase to help deal with mezzanine, or just some back pressure over by bathroom hall, utilizing those Grims to clear out a lot of that back hallway and then maybe enter in as you're pushing in from the R6 hallway, coincidentally, because it's a doorway from the outside part of the map that leads directly into the objective from just half a hallway. So there is potential to hit the site fast and utilize its blitz, kind of like we saw back on Nighthaven Labs, but maybe a bit more effectively if JJ and Co aren't prepared for it.
Already, Teddy is deep in ops. Thanks to those Selmas. All the defense have fallen back to near the site. Now the only extension is kind of in that storage/bathroom side. And immediately Teddy kind of backing off to play a little bit more passively in ops. Also got players who can potentially come up those lobby stairs, help over towards bathroom. Scoob the blitz. Usually where we see the blitz go is like bathroom side to take that space by the hallway. Looks like he's outside the window, I think. Like, in that back, I don't know what that back hallway is called. Display, I think?
Yeah, it might be like art/like display room, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, over here. That's where he is.
In the map.
Like roomitis, bro. I keep forgetting like all those like little itty bitty rooms.
On that ping right there, that's where they're playing right now.
Yeah. You see that silhouette? He's right there.
Yep, exactly. I think we all get the gist anyways. There's art on the wall, somewhere by the art hallway, or again, close towards bathroom. Same difference. 50 seconds left, though, and only now has Scoob entered into the building with a blue line. Well, there is a lot of info here for the offense with those Grim canisters, but not a lot of map control, and Big they're not giving a lot of fight.
Emilio with the opening pick. Down goes Volsper as the blitz tries to make his way in through bathroom and in through screens. Emilio taking a lot of damage, but not dead just yet. And Toaster wide swung by Twist. His rival finally falls, but these crossfires held on the site not going to do the attack any favors. The C4 on the other side of the wall prevents Scoob from working his way in, but it does not land any damage. Slowly being healed a little bit by that Finka boost, but a man advantage still prevails for JJ and Co. Until Emilio ends up getting finished off by Teddy, but the time is so very low. JJ with the crossfire is good for 2. Siege gets 1, looking for JJ, but it's 3 for the captain. And JJ and Co. successful on R6 room.
They defended against the siege of R6 room with a well-timed swing. And JJ and Co. not really dealing with anything by that hallway, funnily enough. It was mostly just an art and bathroom attack, which took way too long to set up. It allowed JJ and Co. to build up so much utility and just sit comfortably in sight. I think they had someone try to lurk from operation at the beginning of the round, and that just cleared out mezzanine. That was really it. They didn't send anybody to push in through office. They again, didn't diversify. I think that was something I mentioned for Space Tubes on Labs, is that they just didn't really push in a split fashion. They all just kind of 4 to 5 people go in from one area and just kind of hope for the best, whereas JJ and Co were more than comfortable to give up some of the map to play for long-range crossfires and force Space Tubes into their bomb site. So again, just maybe a potential red flag that just has not been fixed yet by Space Tubes. Hopefully they'll have a better time attacking on this basement floor, but if we continue to see these direct takes, I'm sure JJ and Co aren't going to have a lot of time adjusting against it, since we've seen it before.
Space Tubes, once again, bringing that blitz in Finca. Probably going to, again, try to take some early map control next to the site. When you see that happen, it's usually like warehouse, barrels. If you're taking top floor, you're usually going to work your way down into filtration. If it's just horizontal, typically like warehouse into missile, into toxin. Space Tubes have a lot of really good tools for either or with the Capitao, the information from those Grimbees. JJ Co. on the other side, though, have tons of delay. They've got info denial. They've got Goyo and Smoke. They've even got Malusi. And Emilio roaming around Missile Hallway with that Ella, who's going to try and play around a lot of these really tight corners in the basement with that Scorpion. And he hears the barbed wire being broken, almost gets his head taken off, and Volsper just then ignores the angle, maybe expecting his teammates to be a little bit more aggressive in defending him. Snake gets a follow-up 1-for-1 with Toaster. Still a man advantage for JJ as Space Tubes, again, trying to cut corners a little bit and just walk their way in with a pinch.
Nomad gone as well. That allows the potential threat of a flank if JJ and Co want to go for it. But it seems like everybody has now fallen back into sight, waiting for Space Tubes to clear this labyrinth of a basement floor that just a couple of inches away from the objective. They spot out one Banshee. They'll use a nade for it decisively. And again, all that util you talked about earlier, there's an Ella mine in pocket, maybe saving it for the blitz once they charge in for an attack. They've got 2 Toxic Babes, plenty of Goyo canisters, and a Nitro Cell. There's just so much to deal with here for Space Tubes. I'm not really sure if they're going to find one safe avenue to push in from.
And with no hard breach, it's going to be a lot more difficult too. Again, like I highlighted, this basement is full of really tight corners. The perfect place to play with an Ella, with the SMG-11 shotgun combo of both the Smoke and the Mute. And should there be any long angles you have to worry about, that's why you've got Rival playing that TCSG, presumably with the ACOG. Gas canisters, though, already burned. JJ is out, and there's still a whole minute left for Space Tubes to play with. It seems like they'll answer with utility of their own. Smoke grenades coming out. Capitao's utility coming out. Rival getting burned away, but there's that corner play. JJ with 1 shotgun blast. A potential crossfire here from the Ella, but Scoob domes both, killing Emilio first, turning around to the blind JJ, and felling the Smoke, making this an even 2-on-2. 30 seconds left. Smoking off Toxin door so Scoop can try and burst his way through. Now spotted by both players. TCSG will chew up the blitz if the Goyo is able to land it. Oh no, blind! Twist kills him! The flash doesn't matter! And Exige forced to try and stick this to either bait a swing or see if he can complete it, but it's a C4 to do him in. Twist through the flash, wins the round for JJ and Co.
Almost a close call there as Scoob found that double kill. I was going to commend JJ and Co for playing so well together, you know, baiting the blitz into missile for Emilio to then swing and just shoot him in the back. But somehow that's turned on its head, and now we're in a 2 versus 2. But thankfully, I don't think the Capitao really had a proper way of helping blitz without peeking the same doorway the shield was already on. So that, of course, risks you to getting 2-tapped by a Rival who's playing in the back with that TCSG. And Scoob almost manages to kill Twist, as you mentioned, probably blinding him, but narrowly winning that gunfight, killing the shield, allows him just to focus on the Capitao and close out the round. And again, it's just, you know, Space Tube, I think you said the exact word, Harrison, just kind of cutting corners. They go for a direct rush, trying not to delay themselves like they did back in round number 1. And not everybody was ready for someone to hop in through the back window to try to help clear out warehouse, costing a couple of 1-for-1 gunfights before the shield could even be the spearhead in the round. They were just kind of the back handle, it seems, rather than the tip of the spear, kind of forcing a lot of early deaths and allowing JJ and Co to sit comfortably in the bomb site, letting the timer tick down.
Now that they get to defend the R6 room once again, that's their extension upstairs. on Bunk's briefing. We know how important holding up here is. Basically, every single round that gets played on this bomb site in Tier 1 and Tier 2, like we saw at Invitational, it comes down to how well you can hold up stairs. Does the attack take it from you and then work their way onto an execute using the vert? Do they try to ignore you and have a flank watcher sitting upstairs to make sure you can't feel comfortable enough to peek those holes? Does your warded die and that facilitates a smoke plant, and then the verticality is not really an issue for the attack anymore? There's a lot of different ways that this site can turn out, but all of it revolves around this vertical.
Wolfsburg already out of nades. We saw the issue of Space Cube's lack of secondary utility, not allowing them to make as much space as they would need on their roam clear, but as of right now, doesn't seem to be a big issue. It'll more or less be about, again, the shields getting to enter into the building. But now that Amelia was on Warden, seeing the constant use of Blitz in this round, it might be even more complicated for Scoob to close this distance and then find a kill unless someone's playing off of him, which in some rounds hasn't been a luxury for Space Shoops to utilize. Sometimes Scoob has been on an island just hoping he wins his 1-for-1s, which might be a lot more challenging since every operator on JJ & Co.'s lineup is meant to counter shields.
Goyo to help prevent Volsper from working his way in. Almost able to catch JJ. I think lighting up like his elbow there. Smoke gets away. Scoob also taking some damage from that goo mine as Space Tubes have almost fully worked their way in to start this top floor clear. Rimby's coming out from Toaster, try and gather more information to allow Scoob to push through into security. Smoke to try and isolate. Legion is swinging wide, held by the window. Shot's not landed by the Blackbeard, and instead, Rival's just going to get aggressive. Toaster dead, and the crossfire enabled by Rival's play leads to the death of Scoob as well. Teddy does get one for his team, but JJ, what a shot to trade it. And now Exige and Volsper find themselves in a 2 versus 4. The last Selma being used to correct an earlier mistake with that hard breach. Top floor control still fully in the hands of the defense. This is just a dream for Exige to get that plant down. Not based in reality whatsoever. Instead, that's why he's going to try and work upstairs and help Volsper where he can. Look at this. All 4 defenders are up here.
Not moving a muscle, it seems, as they know the inevitable cause of this round to be ended is most likely with the timer ticking down to 000, unless Volsper tries to go for a hero play. Snake from down below or even through the vert, I believe. No, he's playing in briefing to stop the plant. That's Exige gone, and now Twist will conclude us with a 3rd round win in a row for JJ & Co. And great play overall for the entirety of JJ & Co., but especially Rival for being that aggressive in the display hallway, because that doesn't allow for the blitz to close the gap on the rest of your teammates. And because you know your entire team is playing up above with you, they can hold your crossfires. So the longer angles you would have to contest, now somebody else is watching that, and you can just focus on making the blitz uncomfortable with your active goo mines. Force him to push back, force him to waste more time taking out the utility from his feet, and that allowed him to kill the Grim almost for free because your teammates were watching for the trade, so no one could play off the blitz correctly. And again, it's like we saw back in map number 1. Instead of directly challenging the blitz, just pick apart all the pieces around the shield to then make him isolated.
Yeah, the Grim too, like, sprinted in front of Scoob. Like, that was the weird thing too. Scoob was being really careful about security, and then it was the Grim who sprinted in front of him. You got to think, if that was reversed, and it was the Blitz taking the initiative instead, does that end up being different? Does Snake still end up killing, Toaster on one angle and then maybe getting the follow-up to trade out Rival? Either way, weird play from Space Tubes. Timeout being taken on round 4. That's really early. It's prompted by JJ & Co.'s flawless site rotation. JJ leading the charge right now, 5-1. Holy. Are we just here? Remember that, what was it? A Nighthaven Labs game, right? Where he had like a career game.
He had well over double digits, I think.
Yeah. Potential second career JJ map.
It's possible. You got a 3K back in round 1. I don't think he found anything round 2, but that round I think he collected at least 1 or 2 kills. So
he had 1 shotgun kill on round 1.
Oh, that's right. He killed Teddy. I remember now. Who was lurking down to the missile area. Okay. Glad you remembered. Well,
Yeah, so I remember that's what led to him pushing into missile and then Scoob hitting the two.
yeah, the nasty 2K. Oh my god, that was wild. We'll see if Space Shoops try to go for anything different. They're not emphasizing a shield anymore. That was probably what the timeout was about. You know, how much value are we netting from this shield, and is it just crippling us? Should we put somebody on a 5th gun and just go for a different attack? That seems to be the case, as now they're going in for a Skybridge clear, with also opening up this Master Wall, I would presume, with the help of Maverick and then those Ace Selma charges. You know, use the Maverick to stop a Bandit trick, get those Selmas to have a more enterable breach, and then the Gridlock to stop any kind of crazy flanks, and you can just solely focus on that R6 hallway and maybe have one guy lurking from the backside of the map. But a good entry start here for Teddy. He's on that window of hell by Operation Window. He catches the Snake by surprise. So if they want to go from op, they can also do that or have an easier time clearing out Mez. But at least for now, Space Tubes, they're still just gathering info and just being thankful that they got the opening entry and have a lot more room to breathe.
That was a crazy 3-man bunker wall take. The was it the EMP to bait the Bandit trick, and then the Mav with the Gridlock peeking it prone to try and get him. Didn't end up getting the kill, but they did get the wall open. And now Toaster opens the ops wall as Teddy pushes up the hallway, making sure no one's going to be playing close in bunker. It has been evacuated by JJ and Co. The closest member to it is Amelia, who's playing on those head holes, but Twist down below with the C4 to kill Teddy in the ops hallway, evening the odds, taking away that spearhead for Space Tubes. A minute left, opening a little bit more of this bunker wall. Toaster, I imagine his plan is to eventually go in from that hallway side, but now there's a little bit of vert that he has to worry about, and still Emilio hugging these head holes. Doesn't have C4. I thought he had a C4. He's got Barb.
Maybe expecting more shield presence?
Maybe.
You have a Gumon and already 2 other sets of barbs, so maybe a lapse in judgment perhaps. Still the Toxic Babes making a fair amount of distance between the offense and defense. Exige now creeping his way through the op room. They're still going to try this default plant, but again, they have this crossfire to worry about and not a lot of map control to push back anybody from Mez. They're just using these flashes and kind of hoping for the best here, Harrison.
Smoke grenades coming out, but JJ just keeps trying to delay. Toaster's just going to say screw it and run through. Gets into the plant spot, but Emilio destroys his coverage. Exige looking the wrong way, goes down thanks to Twist pushing out. Beautiful 1-2 punch from JJ and Co. Down goes the mute. Volsper kills Rival off screen. We're down to an even man count, but Scoob doesn't stand a chance trying to get his way through the breach. And Emilio's good for a 4th. JJ and Co. with round 4. Off of 4 from Emilio.
Perfect timing from JJ and Co. Not only timing, but synergy too. When you know that someone's going in for a plant like that, that automatically puts your opponents at a disadvantage because someone is gunned down forcing the plant. And once those smokes are going down as well, it seems like for Space Tubes, no one was watching for someone just to walk past it. So you've got this nice 1-2 punch of someone walking down the Mez hallway to stop this long-range cutoff, defending the bomb from going down. Emilio walks in, kills the only other attacker defending the planter, and then just turns around the corner and spots the head poking out while he's still on the keyboard typing. And that's a easy way to retake into the site before the diffuser even gets put down and we're officially in a post-plant position, just because JJ and Co knew kind of the win con there. They slow down the op push, they get a trade on Teddy, and with there not being a major lurk presence, they can kind of just walk down through Mez and back into site just to stop the plant directly.
Yeah, it was good throws from JJ, too, to continuously just delay that breach so much. Space Tubes, you could tell how much they wanted to work their way through it. Eventually, yeah, they had to say, screw it. We just have to go. And some of that smoke, too, obscuring the player on the breach who is also trying to cover. So thank you, JJ, for helping facilitate that. But again, Emilio, 4 really, really good kills. Strong round from him after having a little bit of a slow start. Go back down to the basement, rocking, I believe, yeah, the exact same operator lineup that they had previously here that really stumped Space Tubes trying to go fast warehouse. This time, though, they've got the Ram. So I imagine, yeah, they're going to be clearing upstairs, clearing through weapons, getting the Ram down, establishing vert, and then probably going more towards filter stairs rather than warehouse side.
That was something I kind of thought about, was not having any vert again because you're going for a direct rush. I understand, like, you don't want to commit one person to not be facilitating a rush, but Also, just having somebody above that forces back a lot of the more forward positions you can play for when near the bomb site. And this time around, because they're not going for the rush, they feel a lot more comfortable, obviously, establishing those boogie drones up above. The drone spots out at least the mute, I think, of Twist. He's got one nitro cell to maybe push away Exige, but that's about it. So thankfully, no one's here to really assist the Montaigne besides Toaster, as he's still deploying a couple of air jabs for that flank watch. And now he'll just simply back away. He's burned a fair bit of time, broke a couple of drones, and then just begins to fall back down below and decide to keep that shotgun intact. But oh my god, the vert almost kills him whilst he's mid-reinforced. But thankfully, some of those shots hitting the rebar. Twist survives, and Exige is the first one to die. That's your spearhead gone.
There's your Monty. That is the worst operator to try and lose on this push with how good shields are on this basement. Scoob does give his team the man advantage with his second kill after trading out the Monty. Filter wall is open. He's got that avenue in sight. Teddy looking to take in from stock in through Toxin. He's got this cutoff on the Finca. About a minute remaining. JJ's got 2 gas canisters still in pocket. Twist no C4. You're looking to try and go up yellow stairs. Go for a retake. He's upstairs in security now. Or right outside security. Does the Ram know? Seems like Volsper taking some pot shots. Might be aware of it. There's a drone in the corner right around the doorway, so should he push in the lobby, then he'll be aware, but still so much time is being wasted by that utility downstairs, by those Goyo shields. And now the last gas canister being sent in by JJ. Scoob dies to Snake, even man count. Here comes the Ram, though. Twist gets spotted. JJ ducking around, evades the shots from Toaster, but finally gets killed by Teddy. It's all down to Snake to keep the flawless streak alive as the plant is going down by Toaster. But he denies it from long. Down goes Case. Teddy looking to hunt him down, also loses the fight. Are we going to see back-to-back 4Ks? Snake just needs to win against Volsper, who's coming around the corner. He knows where he is. The pre-fire doesn't land. It's just to buy him time as he tries to rotate through, playing a ring around the Rosie. Volsper can't find him. The time runs out. A 1v3 from Snake, and it's 5-0 JJ and Co.
A quiet map compared to the first one on Labs, but here on Lair, he keeps JJ and Co. flawless as Space Shoes lack the info and lack the trade to go 1-4. What an incredible recovery by Snake to keep his team in the driver's seat. And altogether, again, the retakes and timing by JJ and Co., it may have not been as spectacular as what we saw back in map 1 or even the rest of this first half, but still sending 2 people up above for the flank watch. That limits the vert, and then mostly just leaves your site presence left to do all the heavy lifting as everybody else is dead up above, giving Snake the opportunity for this masterful clutch. And I would even go as far as saying as well for JJ and Co, you know, there were a couple moments where Space Shoots could have punished. I love the vert they tried setting up to stop Twist. He was falling off and then using that split wall as his rotate back into sight so he didn't have to go down that long hallway in case he was being chased. He tries reinforcing the wall and gets shot off of it because there was vert pre-established, knowing he was going to fall off from that position. If vert was utilized a little bit better there by Space Shoots, maybe there was a chance for them to finally get themselves on the board, but still JJ and Co. using the rat corners against their opponents that netted them a few rounds in map 1 now bites them in the rear going in map 2 and maybe gives us the chance of series point without a single round confirmed for Space Shoes. That would be a crazy scoreline, Harrison.
Yeah, this has been a tragic map for Space Shoes. 4K for Emilio to save it. 1v3, almost 4K for Snake. Also, maybe the worst plant spot of all time from Toaster there. Like, no cover whatsoever in the corner of the room. Space Shoes have one more attack to try and just salvage something. Siege spots the Legion, but almost eats a goo mine. Rival is happy to play here, despite a mounting bit of pressure from the stairs, from bathroom window, from ops as well. Still happy to play here, and he gets away. Cutoff not being played, or at least not catching him. He's able to tuck himself safely in servers to play further around his goo mines.
Not popping the Vulcan either. Being patient about this util. Will still keep it intact. Maybe denying Exige from rotating later on in the round. But in the meantime, Space Shoots still trying to focus on this top floor clear. They've got Blackbeard in Master looking through the double door, and Exige not too far away from Mezzanine, so maybe they can try to challenge these crossfires, but Twist, wow, perfectly timed swing, and they still have R6 control despite being at a 4v4.
Ulsper going down, that's your Blackbeard. Just before that, Snake ended up dying. Scuba's on the ground and was rezzed by the Finka as well. Space Cube still looking to punch their way through servers. Teddy and Scoob both low on HP now, but Rival is dead. Man advantage, Space Tubes. JJ still trying to stick around here in storage. Down goes Emilio. They have even less support now on this Bugs Briefing defense. Twist has since fallen back down to the bomb site. So does JJ. Looking to just play on B, maybe? No, JJ running away. Maybe looking to go for a flank all the way on the other side, using the other staircase. The drone does see the site is basically free. And now in comes the Monty of Exige, taking in through briefing. He's the man with the case. JJ looking to retake upstairs, waiting the barb. They have revealed his position here. I don't know if they've got any drones for it, but now it's all up to the team captain as Twist dies. There goes Toaster. Looks for the other. Scoob dead as well, but the plant does go down from that Monty, and now he's taking a lot of damage through that hatch. Exige able to just get away. And now it's a 1v2 for JJ, dropping through the hatch. They know exactly where he is. Meleeed and dead. Space Tubes on the last round of the half are finally on the board.
Thankfully, getting enough map control to at least clear out the rest of that roam. And although some of their people above died from the vert, again, being able to make that space and kill the mute on site, it allows them to get that plant down and play for the win condition. You talked about it earlier, Harrison. It's the make or break, even up in a pro league, of if you can clear out that top floor extension to confirm the plant, or if you just end up dying on a slow bleed out from the top floor. It looks like we finally see some light at the end of the tunnel for Space Tubes as they now go on the defense. But again, it was a lot of heavy lifting there by Teddy up above, clearing out that space for his team, reviving them with that adrenaline surge. And then the Monty just clinging on for dear life whilst he sticks that plant, not having anything left to counter him, as all that utility was sponged up on the top floor clear. Still though, 5-1 split. I would not complain whatsoever for JJ and co. And now they get to return the favor with the Blitz and Blackbeard being introduced in their lineup. And for the first time in this series, Aurora as well in play for Snake. I mean, I would imagine maybe he used it to just cut off some longer sight lines and go for a direct take with the help of the double shield. That seems to make some sense. Maybe going in from display or the R6 hallway, perhaps?
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I feel like usually when we see that blitz, he gets sent through bathroom. Blackbeard, I guess you can kind of go breach side or server side. The real question is, where is Raora going? There's a few doorways, right? Okay, so there's the doorway that goes from R6 room to master. You could lock off. You could lock down server or storage from the hallway by putting down a barricade. You could also open the breach and then close off the hallway, but I feel like that's just taking away an angle for yourself. I'm not really sure what their plan is here. I feel like G is useful. Like there's a lot of doorways on this site. I just don't know. I guess that, yeah, they can do it by display, I guess.
There it is. Display window, and Blitz can ISO the Mira. Great use of utility and team play. And Amelia with the cutoff two to stop the trade. Beautifully played by JJ and Co. as they're up by 1 and already have the Blitz charging in.
That is not what I expected. I didn't expect it to be like an aggressive Raora to try and facilitate that blitz, but there's 2 now from the defense. JJ dies on that blitz. Snake gets cut off by Volsper retaking it through bathroom, and Rival finds himself alone after a really impressive play between the Raora and the blitz. It's all fallen apart for JJ and Co. Rival killed now thanks to the floor holes from Exige. Space Tubes now stringing together 2 in a row. I don't know, they might have some fight back.
Not going down without a fight, at least, that's for sure. Good on Space Tubes as well, not just all running at the blitz, because they saw 2 people immediately getting dropped. Instead, they fall back and do what JJ did on their defense. Just play for those crossfires in sight, wait for the blitz to try to close the gap rather than just kind of walking into him where you're easy pickings. Again, it was a good start for JJ and Co, getting 2 immediate opening picks and trying to deny some of those trades, but Then once the dust had settled, they kind of realized, oh, we still have a lot of the map to clear out, and we don't have a lot of pressure from the other back hallway because Rival just then entered in kind of late and was already low on HP from either a nitro cell or an impact grenade or just losing a gunfight perhaps in the first couple moments of that round. So if it were for Space Tubes continually running at them, that might have been series point for JJ and Co. But instead, they play a lot more passive and kind of force JJ to keep up that fast initiative, which kind of was their downfall.
Yeah, that was innovative what we just saw. But it did not work. Well, okay, the thing worked. They didn't win the round off of it because
Right.
of Space Tubes pushing back at them while they were getting aggressive. And now it's basement. Still got a shield. It's JJ on that Monty, who is so good on the basement site. Again, because of those tight corners, it's a lot harder as the defense to kind of isolate someone like a Monty. No vert, really, as well to stop him, because you're typically not really roaming with vert on basement. JJ's already straight in through warehouse, though. Is there anyone with him? Oh, Emilio's with him. So they've got two kind of over by warehouse, but they've not droned properly. And at the beginning of this game, remember I said part of what this game is going to come down to is how thorough both of these teams are with their information. Not thorough this round.
Not at all. Looking on the retake, it's an impact grenade to assist Volspur as Scoob charges that Rival. A second kill collected for the Goyo, and now this round seems to be almost done. It was a good punishment there for Space Tubes, catching JJ and Co. with their pants down as they're still setting up in the round, having JJ push in without his teammates and without any info to assist him as he walks through, and he'll just get shot in the back. Same thing almost happens to Twist as one bullet swings in through the hallway and shoots him in the arm. He's got some info on the guy right beside him near projector, but that's really about it, as there's a minute 30 for almost everyone on Space Tubes to fall back if they want to, but it looks like they'll just hunt down this Ella, but Scoop still wins both fights! Are you kidding me? The 180 flick to keep the round flawless? You might be right, Harrison. This could just be a Space Tubes comeback in the making, but hopefully we don't jinx them just yet.
Yeah, they were down 4 now, or sorry, they were down 5, now only down 2. 3 rounds in a row from Space Tubes. They've stumped the momentum from JJ and Co. and captured it for themselves. Now the real test, Bunk's briefing is going to be up next. That middle floor bomb site where the verticality matters so much, and JJ's clears on labs were really, really good. This round, really coming down to losing that Monty super early on. I think JJ's plan was probably to walk through warehouse and get himself up the staircase to help assist his team by yellow, but wasn't to be, and they ended up not having their shield to assist. Rehost being called by Teddy and Toaster. It looks like it has been accepted, so we're gonna wait. I really wanted to see what the setup was gonna be.
Yeah, we got to see the sends being highlighted there.
Yeah,
for JJ and Co.
too, from Scoob. Love Ella. They had Blitz and Blackbeard, so I feel like that was gonna be like a fast upstairs take, or right, because Warden doesn't see through sense anymore. Do you think maybe it was maybe it's fast sight with sense?
That's what I thought. Or you could even bring the sense up above as a diversion, send like a shield with him, then the rest of the attack goes direct, maybe like a split push perhaps. But either a fast clear above or hitting the bomb site would be viable with either one. It's just dependent on how much they can push Space Tubes back before committing to that play. I think that's the bigger issue, because in the second half, Space Tubes have been very willing to just challenge JJ and Co. before they fully set up, and that was what gave them a couple of round wins back in map 1, and now it seems to be a lot more effective with how defender-sided Layer is, and the fact that Space Tubes are also playing very reactive to what JJ and Co. are doing now, at least on map 2.
Yeah, on these defenses, they're looking a lot more, for lack of a better term, a lot more aware, rather than kind of just letting JJ do whatever and then trying to win the round anyway like they did on labs. They're actively disrupting JJ here, whether it be on round 7 where they try to rush, and during that rush, Space Tubes push back at them, or round 8 where, Volsper may be ratting a little bit, but either way, again, getting hyper aggressive on those upstairs players, impacting open the wall and security and getting active. I really like what we're seeing from Space Tubes. But again, JJ did have the upper hand when it came to adaptation on the previous map. So I feel like, though, those Space Tubes have been playing well on these defenses so far. If they keep playing like that, it's only a matter of time before JJ and Co figure it out and start responding accordingly.
You need to take into account as well that A, Space Tubes have already used their timeout, and B, JJ and Co haven't. So with their large round advantage that they've had up until now, worst case scenario, if they lose this round, they just take a timeout and they have a feeler round for every bomb site that has been played, and they'll have a better chance of fighting back against Space Tubes. So in the meantime, whilst we get this rehost concluded, we'll hop into a quick break and return just shortly for map 2.
And we're back.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It's
bombs.
still 5-3. We're back on Bunk's briefing. We're going to see what JJ and Co. end up doing with their shields or whatever. John, actually, during the break, I checked Twitter. Mid-rehost, JJ made a tweet to talk about how pissed he was at all these rehosts. You think that lights a fire? They're going to take the next 2 rounds flawlessly?
You know, it just might happen. I think during the rehost in map 1, they only lost 1 round, then just closed it out the final 2. It was even a similar scoreline. I think it was 5-2 at that point during the first map, so wouldn't be shocked if we just see history repeat itself. Unfortunately, there is no sense. It was still during the operator pick phase for the attack, so they have the right to switch operators. They still have double shield, which I'm not too surprised about, but yeah, no sends. Instead, it's the Aurora once again, which was used pretty well to establish 2 opening kills for the offense, but after that, they kind of fell flat on their faces. Maybe spotting out it's a similar Mira extension. They want to just use the same strat and hopefully clear it out a little more effectively after dealing with the Mira. That seems to be the only idea I have floating in my mind right now, but Exige isn't even the one holding the Mira. He's down below, maybe cooking up a flank or a C4 perhaps to better counter out these shields, which it doesn't seem like a bad idea, or just playing close to sight if it's a direct hit perhaps.
Bunker wall getting open. Here comes the Blackbeard in response. Legion is tucked. Again, no info. Rival almost dies. Teddy can't quite land the shot. Exige, though, like you were talking about, lands the C4. Wolfsburg goes down off screen, though, so it ends up being just a 1-for-1 trade. And losing your Warden on a site like this is actually huge with all the smoke grenades from both JJ and Snake. You don't necessarily need to full take top floor anymore now that that Warden is dead.
Still have the Blitz intact as well, with those smoke grenades also being ran by Snake as well, so maybe planting could be a little easier despite there being vert. As you mentioned, there's the option to go for a direct take instead. Seems for now, though, JJ and Co. are kind of waiting for Space Shoops to overplay their hand like we've seen before and just kind of walk into their vert, walk into their flank watch as they begin to set up for maybe a hatch drop to deal with this roamer. Here comes JJ blinding his opponent, but he still gets away. Mira not tagged up just yet, and he still gets away with his life after killing Twist.
Exige not blinded and expecting the follow-up. What a shot. But again, off screen, Teddy dies, and JJ and Co. are consistently able to trade out these losses. Another smoke grenade to try and isolate angles. That'll prompt that player who is in servers to fall back. Now all of top floor is in JJ and Co.'s hands, but they don't have a whole lot of time to do anything with it, nor do they really have a vert op anyway. So they don't have to worry about any of those defenders raining bullets down on them, but they also can't really use it to their advantage. Case has also not been recovered yet. It's still on the other side of the map, being held by the defense. I think that was Twist who died over by Lobby when he was trying to assist JJ. Did JJ think he had the case? Did JJ think he has it? He doesn't have it. It's on the other side. There's 10 seconds left, and they know this. The Shoobs know this. They're just going to sit here and defend it. There's literally no way for JJ and Co. to win this round because they thought, I assume they thought they had the case.
Maybe thinking JJ has the auto pickup feature for the diffuser. I'm not sure, but either way, yeah, it was Twist with the case. He ends up dying and JJ didn't recover it, so it was just kind of left on the other side of the map, allowing Space Shubes a very easy crossfire once JJ and Co. kind of ran from sight out into the open hallway. And now this round deficit is only by 1 as Space Shubes have made a remarkable recovery on their defensive half. No timeout called for JJ and Co. Maybe figuring they don't want to stall much longer given the lengthy rehost that we've had, or waiting until match point maybe to have that occur, or at least losing their round advantage. This would be the final round to at least tie us 5-5 if Space Shubes are to win it. And now it looks like we'll see that Sens pick being locked in. They could go for a master office attack, maybe throwing out an ROU from either mezzanine or from the open breach outside to then have a nice little wall to kind of blockade them in, allowing them to plant the bomb. But you still have to worry about the C4s and the multiple sets of impacts that Space Shoops have. Probably to stop a shield, but it'll still be just as useful to stop a Sens or a U projector either way.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
JJ and Co have not won a round since they won round 5. It's 4 in a row from Space Shoops. At least so far, they really show no signs of stopping. They've been, despite JJ and Co not really letting Space Shoops like run away with the round, they've been working that trade game really well, with the exception of round 8, where Scoo got that 3K on Ella downstairs. The rounds have been competitive. It's just at the very end, Space Shoops eke out those kills, and especially in that last round, JJ and Co make a fatal rookie mistake of getting the case essentially in no man's land. See how they tackle upstairs now? They've got the Sens, like you mentioned, from Rival. I think if they want to use it, I'm pretty sure Wamai captures that, right? Like,
It does.
Like, it redirects it.
Mm-hmm.
So still some utility they have to clear out, I imagine, if they want to be able to use it.
They have a lot of Grim canisters as burn. Can maybe also use 1 or 2 RU projectors. Most executes only require up to 2, so a lot of secondary and primary utility that JJ and Co have to deal with that main deterrent. But again, another early entry for Space Shoops. They react well against Snake, trying to get Vert from below. That's now a potential flank you need to be concerned about, and not as much space as you can make because of the lack of a skeleton key. They still have op control, where these DMRs could come into play. Emilio does find a trade on a Scoob. That roam is no longer a big problem, but what's to stop Space Shoops from just doing the same retake that JJ and Co did once this plant is attempted?
Now Twist is dead to Volsper, so bodies are still falling for JJ, and they don't even look towards office. Hello? Siege does get refragged, but now it's all on Rival. Unable to outduel the Wamai, at least for now, does finally kill Volsper. 1 versus 2 is certainly doable, especially armed with this powerful DMR, but 2 players trying to play off each other's contact. RU projectors come out to give him a little bit of breathing room. Now attempting to get that plant down. But Teddy just holding the angle. Wow, Rival walked right into it. And Space Shoops, 5 in a row. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's tied up.
There is a chance. Maybe we'll see that timeout from JJ and Co now, expecting a basement floor pick, but nope, doesn't seem like it. Not a lot has really changed for Space Shoops either. You know, they spot out where the isolated attack is coming from. They hunt down that solo person, and it overall just kind of slows down JJ and Co. They start cutting corners. They don't take their time to reset and gather info. They just kind of walk forward, hoping that someone's caught on a bad rotate in order for them to trade, but that just hasn't been the case when everybody on Space Shoops has gone up. I mean, maybe that Clash ban was honestly the best thing that ever happened to Space Shoops, because they no longer have Exige gunned down. Everybody is ready for a fight, and it seems to be going the way of Space Shoops 9 times out of 10. And now for JJ and Co, with not a lot really changing on their attack, and again, no timeout called, I am definitely concerned for them.
Are we going to load in?
Maybe not.
Hello? Hello? Help? You see, it was just Scuba's questioning it. Scuba was like, are we good? Or sorry, not Scuba, Exige.
Oh, it was a timeout. All right.
Oh. Wait, we're
just
in a
not showing up on
timeout?
our screen, I guess.
Oh.
All right.
We are taking a tack timeout. All right. Cool. So yeah, so you were just mentioning, right? You were like, oh, maybe JJ and Co are going to take their timeout now. They are. They listened to you. They heard you.
Awesome.
They heard
Thanks,
you
guys.
at the last second, and we're like, oh, thanks for reminding us.
That's what we're here for.
I think it's a good timeout. JJ and Co through the last 4 rounds. I mean, they had a rush that failed. They lost to Scoob on Ella. They forgot the freaking diffuser in lobby. They couldn't force their way in upstairs because Space Shoops kept trading each other out. Every single one of these rounds, JJ and Co have lost for a different reason. So taking the timeout, I think, is good. Recollect yourselves. Try to eliminate those weaknesses like getting ahead of yourself, not having the diffuser, at least put it on the right person. Because now we head into the game.
Defenders, protect your
See if
bombs from being
JJ and
used
Co
by
can
attackers.
make good on their timeout. On our basement, we've got lots of, again, traps. This has been very trap-centric basement holds for both teams. This time, instead of... this is the same operator lineup for them. What JJ and Co were running was the mute for drone denial instead of the Fenrir. Space Tubes instead going to say, you know what? You can drone all you want. Because the moment you push through the door, you're not going to be able to see anyway. They're doubling down on, again, that delay power, which really hurt, or which didn't get to hurt JJ and Co at all. I imagine would have hurt, but again, they didn't really get to that point because of all the shenanigans happening upstairs. No Monty this time from JJ either. We don't have to worry about him walking in like that, I guess.
Instead, you've got Twitch to counter the Goyo Vulcans that have been kind of a constant throughout this map since he hasn't been banned tonight, like on Nighthaven Labs. Once again, a rat corner, which seems like no one's pushing in from the range side of the map, so Scoob will probably just rotate, hearing a lack of sound, or noticing a lack of sound, I should say. You can't hear no sound. And now JJ and Cole begin to enter the building proper as well, doing a full top-to-bottom clear, unlike their warehouse direct take they attended with the Montaigne Shield. Again, just hoping that, you know, if they get some vert, that might force back space shoots, allow them to hit the bomb site a little easier, and maybe take some early gunfights on the roam, if there is still a presence on the first or second floor, which there are 3 people defending on that first floor right now. Scoob probably ratting in a different corner. Wolfspur maybe playing by a staircase, or at least that's what Exige is doing, and then the Goyo just kind of being reactionary throughout all of this as well. And so far, it's not a bad pace for JJ and Co. They've just finished clearing out the top floor. They now begin to work their way lower, maybe missing that barbed wire or just trying to nade the guy close by. And I think they've got info about Wolfspur. They're just waiting on an opportunity to push him together rather than taking a 1-for-1.
And with the way Space Tubes are shooting right now, you do not want to be taking those 1-for-1s, at least not without a backup plan. Scoob does die first. It's the first opening kill that JJ and Co have gotten since round 7. It ends up being the Ella who goes down. But no drones, hello? No information. Just like on round 8, you've got no idea where Wolfspur is. He gets a freebie. Snake dies to Wolfspur as well. And another one with the pistol! Are you kidding me, Wolfspur? He's good for 3 upstairs before Twist kills Teddy. Oh, and he ends up killing Wolfspur too. He's 1 HP, but he does kill that player upstairs. So 3 is all Wolfspur will get. And now we're even, heading into the last minute.
No more Twitch drones either. There is a Vulcan pack down below. I doubt the main push will come in from there, though. It's pretty easy to get yourself funneled in through that back hallway with Split being reinforced off. So maybe they'll just opt to go in from the warehouse side of the map instead, or no, maybe with these smokes, they'll just drop the hatch and hope for the best. They've got 2 Grim canisters, so maybe the intel is there. But as JJ drops, he's got no clue where Space Tubes are hiding and almost loses life because of it.
Trying to cut off any rotation from Missile, as well as the connector. His teammate goes down, and now it's all up to him. Spots Toaster for a brief second, back in the labs connector, and now just trying to get that plant down. Toaster hitting the reload.
10 seconds left.
Time ticking away. Plant is completed by JJ, but now he's stuck behind this rack, and in a Fenrir too. He can't even see. They know exactly where he is. And he is a dead man walking. Exige puts him in the dirt, and for the first time ever, Space Tubes are on map point against JJ and Co.
Successful.
It almost looks like we've gone full circle, but Space Tubes need 1 more round. And again, great on them for continuing to deny JJ and Co. from setting up. They barely used that vert before dropping down through the hatch. They weren't able to do almost anything successfully throughout that round. And again, the same issues that we had before the timeout are still relevant now, where they're just not gathering info on people like Wolfspur, who found a nasty triple kill up above. And sure, he died, and sure, it was a trade, but it just didn't matter because so much had already been done on that top floor. I would love to see JJ and Co. just bring out operators that are more tailored to denying Space Tubes from doing these crazy defensive strats. Just bring out the Lion, bring out Jackal, just something to have more effective info besides drones that you're not using and Grim canisters that no one's really playing off of, because once you see the hives come out, you know where the Grim is going to push from. So it's just kind of a 50-50 gunfight despite the info that you have for your team. It doesn't feel like everyone's on the same page for JJ and Co, and they're still kind of doing their own thing and getting surprised when someone's ratting in a corner despite it working throughout the entire defensive half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I also, by the way, I combed through Wikipedia just now to make sure that I wasn't lying to you. And this is even including last year, which was the first time that like an Exige team has played a JJ team. They have the only time that they ever took a map off of them was when it was Wanted Goons, Exer, Exige, Mendez, Scoob, and Reveal against Valkyrie, JJ, Deity, Ampy, Hitman, and Bry. They took one map off of JJ 8-7 in a tournament called Wild Goose Chase, which was held by Goose.
Nice.
That is the only... So that... If we're not counting that, they have, in the past 2 years, they have literally never taken JJ to round 6, let alone taken a map.
Now it feels like we're on a wild goose chase at this point, Harrison.
Yeah.
Just the way that Layer has played out. If we see a third map, I don't think this will have us prepared for that. In all honesty, just the way that Space Tubes have been floating around the map. Now it seems like JJ had their stuff together. They've got info at least on Scoob. No Elemines in their back pocket, but Exige across the map kills Twist. And now JJ's having second thoughts. He's not going to charge at Scoob, who's all alone. Instead, he'll just back off and let him walk away.
The opening pick game has been really in Space Tube's favor throughout the past, since round 6 when their winning streak started. Something clicked, and they've just been really, really good in this early game and not allowing JJ to set up whatsoever. It's what we needed them to do on labs. Keep throwing these wrenches in JJ's plans. Keep playing in these weird spots. Keep up that trade game. Don't let JJ and Co. set up. They're doing it perfectly. We also just saw Scoob, I think, in medical get misdroned. Rival does get a kill for himself. Teddy lurking in storage, just misses a couple shots. Now they know his location and will try and back off Clover's over towards the R6 room. JJ eating some damage thanks to those goo mines, but Teddy's able to slink away. Scoob also eating some damage, but for now, still a 4 versus 4. Volsper playing close up against this Monty. He knows, again, how important this top floor coverage is. He and Teddy trying to duo up here for as long as humanly possible, and Volsper lands a nasty one against Rival in Bathroom. JJ's got some support. Volsper expects it. No, he doesn't. He turns tail, and Snake is good for 2. Denies the trade attempt. Exige pushing out from the bomb site, catches Emilio unaware. And we end up in a 2 versus 2. Monty and Gridlock up against the 2 players on site. C4 still in pocket from Exige as well. And the time is starting to get low.
They've got 2 nades, though, and a drone. If JJ can find out where these defenders are hiding, they could use the nade to force them out and maybe allow this vert to really shine despite there being only 20 seconds left.
I believe he spotted Exige there just for a second, sitting up on that boost spot. They've got pings on him. They know that Elo was placed inside security. JJ takes a lot of damage, but gets himself in the sight. The C4, enough to finish him off. Exige, good for 3, leaving Snake alone. Scoob just around the corner, and he can't even outduel the Mira. The Clash Band frees Exige. He gets 4 in the final round. And for the first time ever in an official tournament, Space Tubes have beat JJ and Co. on a map.
And all it will take is one more to advance throughout the upper bracket. It looked dire in map 1 in the second half of Lab, or I should say Layer, sorry. It almost looked impossible, but all it took was winning 7 rounds in a row. and dominating on the entry department. I can't wait to see the stats later, but the amount of gunfights they took in the early round and how consistently they won them was just insane. And it never looked like JJ and co were ever able to recover there either.
Yeah, it was really strange to see JJ and co give up solo picks like that so consistently, where, you know, sometimes they would have the trade and end up losing the trade game. Sometimes, like, we just saw Space Cube keep running away with these kills, and even that last round, you know, JJ gets himself in, but they know where the Mira is. They've got no idea that Scoob is playing right next to them, you know, near security. And so JJ gets lit up, blown up by the C4. Again, lack of information also kept punishing JJ and co time and time and time again, usually either at the hands of Volsper and Scoob. We're going to take a quick break, give the players some time to collect themselves. We'll be back with Corbeck to talk about map 2. Leads to the map 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, both of our matches today going to 3 maps here in the Challengers series as Space Tubes take a map off of JJ and Co for the first time ever in all of their matchups here at such a critical juncture. I'm Corbeck, alongside me, Crow and Fellow. And Crow, you said at the very start of this that this is this was a grudge match without the hatred.
Yeah.
Changed a little bit after Lair, because boy, JJ and Co, you could feel the frustration coming off of the gameplay in the late rounds.
Yeah, I think losing this map was definitely a shock to JJ and Co, especially after winning the first 5 in a row. I mean, we thought it was over. We thought this was going to be a quick 2-0. We were going to be done, before 6 p.m. even hit, less than 2 hours. And then Space Tubes had a comeback of the century. Something happened. I don't know what clicked for them. But out of nowhere, they just started dominating that early game and really disrupting JJ and Co every step of the way, combined with some lackluster info play from JJ and Co to really open things. I mean, that was a masterful comeback from Space Tubes. And I mean, they made history.
Technically they did, and I'm sure JJ and Co are just as shocked as we are, frankly. And I know they were, you mentioned the tweet being unhappy about the tech pauses and what have you, but I mean, Fellow, how much of this do you put in the basket of Space Tubes stepping up to the plate versus JJ and Co kind of stepping, I guess, away from the plate, for lack of a better expression?
I think a lot of it had to do with Space Tubes stepping up. You can't downplay winning 7 rounds in a row, no matter how you slice it, right? They did a fantastic job of not only setting the precedent of those early round entries, but also making sure that JJ and Co could not set up for their default takes. A lot of rounds, JJ and Co just kind of seemed, I wouldn't say lost, but they just seemed unable to find a weak point in Space Tubes' defense. They were trying to look for someone who's caught on a bad rotation, someone who's exposed, someone who could lose a gunfight, and Space Tubes weren't giving it to them. They not only showed a willingness to be aggressive, but having the right timing to also fall back and allow JJ and Co to do what they tend to fault for sometimes, which is waste a lot of their own time.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that was a pretty consistent issue. I mean, you also mentioned the missed droning, just the kind of bad information game. I mean, I think we even saw that in the last round there, right? With the drop and the kill, it was a mess. But I mean, looking ahead to Clubhouse, now that's going to be the decider. It's a bread and butter map here, Crow. What do you think the mindset of JJ and Co is going into this last map, having just come off of, the 7-round loss streak stunner? Where do they go from here?
I think JJ and Co need to remember that historically they're the better team. You're going on Clubhouse, which, like you said, bread and butter map, and for that reason it's a big equalizer. It's like Old Border or Old Oregon, how we described it, where this is a map where good teams sometimes go to die. If you let a new upcoming team or a team that plays really weird or hyper aggressively, if you let them throw you off your game in terms of those fundamentals, you're going to go down. So JJ and Co just need to remember, leave Lair in the past. Lair sucked. There's also a new map, and it's super roomy. Clubhouse has been around for, almost 8, something like 7 or 8 years. You know how to play it. But Space Tubes are also no slouches on this map. I mean, I was going to look at their record. They've got a positive record here, too. I think more positive than JJ.
They certainly do. Well, I don't want to keep you guys from it any longer. Really excited to see how this one plays out. So it's over to the two of you for Clubhouse.
Now, like I just said, John, not only do Space Tubes have a better record on this map, technically, they got more players, right? They're 4-2 here most recently. They beat Card & Co here, actually, in the game to qualify them here. JJ and Co, up until, right, listen to this. Up until, I think I said this in the pre-show, up until the final match in the first qualifier against M80X, JJ and Co banned this map every single game. They did not mess with Clubhouse until literally like 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. No, I've got my time wrong. 1, 2, 3, like 5 weeks ago, wherever it was. And most recently, they lost it to Nightmare in their 2-1 win. So, whereas normally I'd be like, oh yeah, JJ, they're gonna win that. I think Space Tubes have a really, really, really good chance at an upset.
Absolutely, especially since this is a map that JJ and Co typically ban, and given the fact they haven't been playing well on Clubhouse, this might have just been an issue of they weren't confident going on other maps, and this is just what was left. It was like the lesser of two evils between what they had for a decider. And after the lack of adjustments made on map 2, Clubhouse, you can have the same problem. It's just not as obvious because of how old Clubhouse is. You tend to do the same like average routine over and over and over again when either attacking or defending this map. But that's also what allows complacency, which with JJ and Co not changing a lot on map 2 and being complacent, that's what allowed Space Shoops to run all over them. So for them starting an attack, they could maybe set a good tone against JJ and Co's defense, but also there's a lot of good power ups. You know, sure, Deimos is still banned. Now we're seeing a zombie off the board as well for map 3, but there's still plenty of good defensive operators like the Goyo that we've seen throughout map 2 and now map 3. We've got Fenrir in play, which Spaceshoops brought a lot, and it helped them win quite a few rounds, and now the favor's being returned by JJ and Co, but still all reliable of that smoke that JJ's rocked on quite a few times now too.
We also absolutely have to mention Exceed from last map. We talked about him being freed from Clash. So map 1, playing Clash and Monty every single round, except round 4 where he played Snow. He was 2-9. Map 2 on Lair when he was freed, 13-6. I'm praying they don't put him back on those shields. He was floating. He was aquatic on map 2.
I think 2 or 3 of those kills as well were entries. He got a Nitro Cell opener.
Yeah.
He got like some sort of spawn peek on Mira as well. Another round later, he was doing a lot for his team. I'm just being a well-rounded player.
He was 2-1
on Lair. Yeah, that's pretty good, especially for more of like a supportive player that we saw play nothing but Clash and Shields on map 1. Completely turns the script around and is the guy top fragging, if not close to top fragging on map 2. That is pretty damn impressive. Going into Clubhouse now, you typically see a lot less Clash unless you're defending something like Gym and Bedroom. You rarely see her on CCTV Cache. I think you used to have Clashes kind of play around by like Rafters, but that's countered very easily by a couple of ops like Capitao or even a Nomad or Zofia, which you see all the time for that site in particular. So I doubt we'll see her as often as we did on map 1. But for now, we'll just see the vert being established, some hatches opened up, and a lack of presence on this first or second floor. And wow, it looks like we'll see a hot drop here by Scoop with the Blackbeard. This might actually work out for him.
ADS is the Blackbeard too, thinking he was going to find an opportunity, but there's no one there in the hallway for him, and now being gassed out. And the gas won't hit him. Kind of isolate him a little bit. He was going to be able to drop to help him, but another opening pick for Space Tubes. It's Volsper finding the bandit. That's Volsper upstairs using that vert. Twist coming up for a flank. I don't know how the hell he got here. He's good for 1, but Toaster immediately shuts him down. Or sorry, Volsper immediately shuts him down after he killed Toaster. So still a man advantage here for Space Tubes as they work their way down to the basement. One player on the defense watching that kitchen hatch. JJ able to rotate and evade the sightlines from upstairs. Scoob stuck in a Fenrir, can't push his way in. JJ's going to get aggressive with the shotgun and kill his support, but then sprint right into the Blackbeard. Now it's all on the Warden, but they know exactly where he is. And Space Tubes, now 8 in a row, continuing their pace from last map.
And again, great early aggression by Space Tubes, noticing the lack of a roam on the top floor. Immediately they hop in and get vert down. And throughout that, I would say a fast attempt at an execute. Sure, the Blackbeard didn't do a lot kill-wise, but he also created a lot of distractions, forcing the smoke to use his utility early, allowing for people like Volsper to have more time to focus on the rest of the vert over by kitchen, play down through bottom main eventually as well, and also bait out the smoke, not only with their utility, but also just playing hyper-aggressive, trying to punish the Blackbeard from getting in, and it actually ended up backfiring. It even gave time for Space Tubes to send Teddy down on a lurk to help clear out Blue, which was the only weak point that Space Tubes really had in that attack, because again, they had a guy bottom main, they had Blackbeard and Moto, they had a guy on vert as well. They just didn't have anybody blue, so they just put Teddy there because they don't really have to do anything else during the round, and it nets them a kill and concludes the round quite swiftly for Space Tubes. That's probably one of the most oppressive attacks I've ever seen on a Clubhouse in quite some time.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
They really had, other than that, like 1 kill upstairs, they really had all their bases covered.
Yep.
I feel like that's been a not a very prevalent theme. We left that in map 1. Wow!
Oh my God.
What a read from Teddy. Seeing those head holes and catching Twist rotating through. That's your Warden now dead. Not the biggest deal in the world because there's not a whole lot of smoke play here for the attack, but still an opening pick nonetheless. I mean, Space Tubes are just in control right now.
I think coincidentally, that is a team Teddy has played for in the past. If we're going to really turn back the pages, you talked about Valkyries, you talked about a lot of old JJ teams back in the day, but remember Team Gusick? That's a throwback.
We're not going to talk about Gusick. Shout out, Narmu.
Oh my God, yep.
What was it? It was Teddy, Narmu, Unlimited, Amp.
Was Walt on that team at one point? Maybe. I could be wrong, though.
I can't remember who, like, the last guy was.
Unlimited and Amp, you already said, yeah.
Yeah, Narmu,
Too long.
Teddy. So long ago.
Forgotten to the sands of time.
And then Narmu quit, and they for someone else. I wish Amp still played. Amp Snacks? That was crazy. Speaking of crazy, that wasn't that crazy. JJ gets a C4 kill on Scoop, so that shuts down the Blackbeard. That's a huge pick, but Teddy is just lighting up the scoreboard right now. Snake, the next to die. Emilio trades back Volsper. Rival off the shield, uncleared. Domes Toaster, but Teddy is good for another. 3 kills for the ace, and Rival now very alone, though Exige is dead to JJ on the other side of the map.
Attackers have recovered their
Rather
diffuser.
down to JJ. Teddy aware that someone's getting aggressive in server and attempting to push up. It is, in fact, JJ. Oh, I guess he and Rival just kind of switched places. Rival's now back in construction. JJ's got no idea Teddy's on the window. Quad kill for Teddy. He only needs one more. Exige has rezzed himself. Oh, he was in a frost mat. He's rezzed himself, so he's back up. And Teddy is good for the ace! Are you kidding me? This is his... I think that's his second ace of Challenger Series.
I think the other one he posted on Twitter as well. Just a nasty round for Teddy. I got to glaze a little bit here, Harrison. He positioned himself very well for almost all the gunfights that he took. There was a red ping, which, you know, could have been a small mistake because JJ could have full swang out on the window if he hadn't been pinged. That could have been an easier kill for Teddy. But, you know, realizing that Thermite is almost in sight, he knows where the Wamai is. Rival playing somewhere by Logi at that point. He just waits for JJ to cross, and he gets a 4th kill. The first 3 before that were either trading his teammates or just having good game sense about, like you mentioned, the melee hole from down below, knowing someone's watching that for the garage walk-in. So just being prepared for those gunfights. He made quick work of JJ and co. And yeah, good on the Thermite for picking himself back up and being a little bit of bait there for Teddy whilst he's playing on the highway window, covering for that plant and just smoking the last defender too. Very well recovered by Space Tubes. Not only Teddy finding that ace, but also the Thermite having time to recover and go back into safety without forfeiting diffuser.
Yeah, Teddy now 6-0. I mean, yeah, he just aced, but still 6-0 in 2 rounds.
Defuse a bomb.
And he's usually on support too, like support flex. So he'll play Hardry sometimes, usually like Lion, Flores, stuff like that. Great to see him step up. He's a Crow-Cord regular.
I didn't know you were gonna say that. I could feel it like just crawling out of your mouth. Average Crow-Cord enjoyer.
Absolutely. Acing in Challenger Series.
Mm-hmm. Only the best of the best.
Yeah, DM on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, so we gotta cut the line at that one though. Show's over.
Speaking of Teddy, he's already in the building. He's opening the kitchen hatch. He's doing the Hibana stuff. He's gonna rotate to blue and open that too. Probably with the assistance of Toaster, because there is a Cade on the board. I like that though that JJ and Co are still trying to bring a lot of stuff for delay, a lot of stuff to try and deny space, like Cade to help burn utility, bringing the Mira now to have more active information on where the push is coming. Still sticking the Goyo. I've been liking the ideas for JJ and Co, but Space Tubes, I've just been all around just playing better.
They've got the Thatcher for the K denial. They can't trick it. Also, 0 impacts, too. They'd have to use a C4 to stop the Hibana pellets, but it's also very hard to trick against Hibana with the amount of pellets she has at use. You've got the Goyo as well to smoke off the Miras, or you could also use another Exkyros charge if need be. And with the dirt wall being soft, Scoob can just kind of bash his way in, and that's now another area that JJ and Co have to put attention into. And now with them droning it in as well, that could help clear out both AKs and dummies, which are usually 2 power spots for stopping a blue push, which is where most of Space Shubes are right now.
About a minute left. JJ still has full utility. Twist and Rival still have C4s. But Volsper shuts down Snake. Another opening pick for Volsper. Siege gets all of his utility in blue to try and open space to make this execute happen. No one really executing off of it just yet, though. Scoob making his way through dirt. Toaster attempting to come down main stairs. So all those flames in blue, not really a whole lot happening off of them. JJ does have to waste all of his smoke on the dirt push, though. Mirror window's still up, too. So although Space Shubes have the opening pick, they've used a lot of their utility, and there's still a whole lot to cut through on the defense with only 20 seconds remaining. Although the C4s have gone, Siege is looking to just plant in Dark Spot through that hatch, which is totally possible, especially if Scoob comes in from dirt to make space. In comes that Capital, but Teddy's dead. C4 is going to fully miss. Exceed still getting the plant down, though the trades are coming through from both teams. Volsper gets the down over by AKs. Plant is complete by Exige. JJ still on the ground as Exige goes down. Volsper tucked in behind box 2, just waiting as Toaster continues to lord above. Rival out-duels the Ram. It's all on Toaster. Still upstairs. He's got the vert to work with, but he's stuck in Freezer. Not a very flexible position to try and work against this retake. He moves deeper in kitchen, expecting an upstairs play. Cuts down JJ through the hatch. And all he's got to do is sit still. Here's the counter defuse. The coverage is not good! Toaster! 1v3! And it's 10 consecutive rounds for Space Shubes.
And it was a good call for JJ and Co, knowing Toaster is above, to isolate Rival, yet it just, or not Rival, sorry, to isolate Volsper, who is down below. In the midst of a reload, JJ calming, and then they pick him back up, but no one went above. No one was sent above main to distract Toaster. There was no diversion. He just crouched in the corner, waiting for the defuse sound cue, swings, kills JJ off the disable, and then just waits for them to hit the disable again. There was no counter pressure by JJ and Co. A third recovery here for Space Shubes. It was an ace from Teddy round 2, and now a 1v3 clutch in the post plant for Toaster, and a timeout being called. I mean, what did JJ even talk about right now?
I don't know, but there's a complete breakdown in fundamentals right now. I mean, round 1, we've got people over swinging in Moto, JJ running at the Blackbeard. Round 2, Teddy just aces. Like, he just gets 5 individual gunfights, and there's no trade attempt. Round 3, what is that retake? I mean, I guess maybe they felt that 3 guys, 1 counter defusing and 2 watching the hatch was enough, but it's so easy just to pop up, shoot once, and then sit back down. You've got to have someone go upstairs. This is just fundamentals being non-existent for JJ and Co right now. Gym is the next site. No Mira being played, unlike last round, which is kind of strange considering this is probably Mira's best site on the map. I say probably, like almost definitely. We've got a Maru.
10 seconds to insertion.
Is this a
Up the
pool
hatch.
table hatch
5 seconds left
dispute?
before insertion.
He's got diffuser.
It could be a main stairs window. Maru in. Where did he spawn? He spawned
True.
shipping.
We both might have been right about the first call for pool table. If he didn't have diffuser, he might have just Amaru'd up through like main. That would have made more sense, but with diffuser and an open hatch, it's very possible it's what they go for. They've got Thermite and Thatcher for Jacuzzi Wall, but they'll still breach into CCTV. So maybe it'll be kind of a late round, just fast execute, assuming that Space Shubes, you know, they're distracting them by CC, forcing JJ into committing bodies by cash room, maybe expecting like a CC over into con take, and then it's just totally flipped on its head with an immediate Jacuzzi rush with the help of the Amaru to get into sight and immediately stick that plant. That'd be a smart move, but of course, it's good on paper. We'll have to see how it turns out for the execution. Of course, Harrison is, you know, someone in the right place at the right time, could easily kill Scoob, gun down, and that's now the diffuser forfeit in sight.
All the windows do get popped by that Hib. Not dealt with the inner castle barricade just yet, which is why Emilio's still sitting on that wall with the bandit battery out. Also got Castle playing inside of Gym itself. Here's the lurk from Scoob. He's searching for JJ here. Doesn't have an angle on him just yet, but he could sit down below. Just wait for the castle to rotate through. Bandit trick from Emilio is unsuccessful. The wall gets opened. Still, Scoob just lingers. Once he kills this castle, and the rest of the team is able to make their way in through Khan and cover him from the window, we might see him just send it up the hatch. JJ is playing so passive here. Still not exposing himself. He's wasting so much time just by sitting here, being alive. You know, he probably has no idea the Amaru's downstairs. In fact, he just swings and kills Teddy. Up comes the Amaru, but JJ's full blind. It's a refrag, and now behind the reinforcement, the plant is going down, and the kill feed is lighting up orange. The C4 successfully denies we're in a 2 versus 2, but it's all Emilio in the bathroom as Twist dies. 1 versus 2, Volsper and Toaster. So low on HP. This is so winnable for Emilio.
Now Space Cube's on the reset. There's the EMP. Finding out his reticle, but the castle pre-meleeed allows an easy swing out for the bandit. Now putting us in a 1 versus 1, but Volsper wins it with the LMG. Easy pickings. His 3rd or 4th kill in the round. The lurk from CC clears out the long angles and allows him to push in off his teammate and confirm the trade and the flawless half still.
4-0. Not just 4-0, but 4-0 on the attacking side of Clubhouse. What is usually one of the more defender-sided maps in the game. But that round, like, JJ even had the opening pick. He kills Teddy on that breach. It's the first opening pick that JJ and Co have had all map. It's the first one that they've had since round 11 of map 2. But then the immediate response, flashbangs go in, Amaru comes up. They've got the control, and though JJ and Co do a really, really good job of denying the plant and keeping those trades, when Twist hit that C4, where is he? Standing on top of the mattress. He's on an island. And although he denied the plant, and we got to give him credit for that, there was no way he was going to get out of there alive. And from there, Volsper just excellent in the 1v1. Finka LMG. I mean, what do you do there? Now it's Cash CCTV. This is the first time JJ and Co are playing it. They've tried to repeat Church and Jim once or twice. Not successful any of the 4 times. Now we've got a different site to try and give them back something. They need at least 2 rounds here. Otherwise, you go down 5-1 after your defense? I mean, it might as well be GG.
We know that Layer's defensive sided, so a 5-1 split sometimes can make a lot of sense. Clubhouse is not the same. A lot more 3-3 sided or 4-2 favoring the defense, not vice versa. But I guess to answer your question, the only thing you can do against a Finka LMG is just hope that they run out of ammo and get a cheeky kill like that. But in this case, we won't see the Finka. Instead, a near rush by Scoob on the Blackbeard. There is info about the bandit trick, but with the Selmas going off behind the EMP, it's an easy breach for the offense. Twist starts his team with another entry, but again, a swift trade is found by Space Shoops. And although they lost the Blackbeard, they've got a great way of entering into rafters, and with this main breach opened up as well, they've got a good chance of maybe clearing this out so long as they keep Teddy alive with the Capitao bolts.
Yeah, losing the castle too means you've lost your lounge player, so it's a lot safer for Space Shoops to go in through bottom garage and make this Capitao play happen, though. There is Snake dropping Con Hatch and now taking control of that first floor. That's what Teddy is afraid of. Got no idea where the bandits went. Trying to maybe create a distraction over by pool table. Space Shoops for now abandoning the bottom garage plan. There's 2 people here in rafters. They might just end up going through the window. Smoke's coming in to try and cut off that angle. Volsper's in the middle of the bomb site. Toaster's got a kill on Rival. And again, the scoreboard lights up orange. It's all down to just the rafters player. He gets 2, make it 3. But there's Teddy, the hero once again. 3 kills for the Capitao, and it's 5-0 Shoobs.
The fast reaction from Space Shoops. They notice there's 2 down below, and with 4 people, 2 highway and 2 plat, they figure, let's smoke off rafters and just pile into sight, and it works. Everybody coordinating off of each other to play for the trades. almost sticking the plant if it weren't for Emilio's heroics. But as you mentioned, with everybody there, Teddy, the last line of defense for Space Shoops, rips the head off of Emilio and makes it 5-0 against JJ & Co. And this is something that we talked about for JJ & Co. specifically, how well they've been at adapting. And that's been completely turned around. Space Shoops are the one, again, setting the tone, either finding entries or trading almost immediately on other defenders in this first half, and then readjusting. Again, they realized that they could waste the entire round just clearing out rafters while also worrying about lounge presence. So let's just ignore it. Let's just do something else and force JJ & Co. on the retake. And they had almost no response besides Emilio popping off. I mean, great decision-making by Space Shoops throughout this entire round, and JJ & Co. have been yet to recover since.
I mean, this is like fundamental Clubhouse understanding from Space Shoops. It's crazy that how they've consistently made the right call, like the objectively correct call, basically every single round.
Oh my god, and Snake's dead on entry.
Goodbye, Snake. 006. And look at this. Teddy's looking for more. The Goyo won't save you. Emilio almost dying as he retreats and scampers back behind Generator, but still losing your Warden this early. And a Snake, such a prevalent fragger for this team. Completely absent on Clubhouse.
Nowhere in sight as he's dead from the spawn peek attempt. Teddy almost getting traded back, but he narrowly dodges some bullets by a rival as he's trying to slow down Space Shoops. But it doesn't seem to be working all too much. They've got some bar control, but a well-timed flash or just someone charging at rival could easily deal with him. JJ & Co. looking to be a lot more aggressive in this round to maybe stop Space Shoops from just taking main, but there it is. Blackbeard just looking down at an angle, smokes rival. And now JJ & Co., they're left with a bad decision to make. Either try to fight this top floor pressure still or give up and be down 2 bodies. Either way, you're at a lose-lose position. No more nitro cells left either. You have just Emilio with those smoke grenades and the mirror windows to slow down Space Shoops.
2 shields as well for the attack. Every single bit of manpower you lose on this defense hurts that much more when you've got to deal with a Blackbeard or a Monty, let alone both. Twist and JJ trying to double up here, dealing some damage to Scoob. JJ does kill the cover, and an accidental rush from Scoob with the Blackbeard ability. Another kill for JJ. It's a 1v2 for Toaster, and JJ lines up another. The captain of JJ & Co. puts his foot down and gets his team on the board.
After 12 rounds of Space Shoops destruction, they're sent back down into orbit by JJ & Co., but it took so much effort and so many mistakes by Space Shoops to have that happen. The misplay of someone charging in past the Blackbeard once the C4 went out and was detonated. The shield bash just completely missing as JJ sideswipes him in the back. I mean, that was a nasty move, but still overextending himself there. And then 4 kills collected total for JJ as the last 2 line up for him by Blue Door. More focused on the presence by Church rather than the guy looking directly at him from dirt. I mean, it just took so much for JJ & Co. to win a single round on Clubhouse defense. It's very concerning to say the least, Harrison. And now Space Shoops, they're back up to their old antics. I mean, you've got Scopo, so you can easily roam on this top floor and then just fall back into sight and go for a flank late round. If your second body is not destroyed, you've got Valkyrie for tons of info and maybe C4 potential, since there's 3 nitro cells on the board for Space Shoops. Just a lot at their disposal. JJ & Co. running a very normal composition for this round with there being no Warden. I imagine this Capital could be very useful. And again, also shield emphasis, which has not only worked out very well for Space Shoops in this first half, but it's also worked out well for JJ & Co. in previous maps.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that was, I mean, obviously down to good individual play from JJ, but capitalizing really bad mistakes there. I mean, if Scoob doesn't accidentally use the Blackbeard ability instead of meleeing, like if he just melee JJ there, I think we see a completely different round. Because I think the hitboxes are like are different, if that makes sense. So,
Wow.
and wow,
5
JJ,
health.
JJ almost dies to Teddy with the C4. I mean, hey, it's not a kill, but you just made the Blackbeard that much less useful because it's so much more dangerous now for him to try and spearhead as such a slow lumbering operator. Especially when you walk, those feet get exposed. One bullet to the toe is going to put JJ down. Scoob is
One
also...
toxic babe, too.
Yeah, one puff, right? One tick of C4, even the impact from Scoob, who, by the way, is roaming in strip. And his clone is in bathroom, upstairs. And it has not been dealt with.
Still seems to be intact. Maybe they're leaving it up to, like, bait for a free kill, but that also takes a lot of effort to keep somebody above to watch that rather than just destroying it. You've now got 2 people powering up main stairs looking to challenge the shield. And there it is.
Got no idea.
It wasn't detected, and he's got Vert now to work through bar as well. This could be so dangerous with all this main stairs pressure.
Match point confirmed for Space Tubes. Could potentially fall all upon the shoulders of Scoob, who is undroned upstairs on the top floor, lurking in B2. The issue is, if he plays this too passively, and JJ and Co are able to take effectively into the bomb site in a 5v4, by the time he goes for the flank, it could be meaningless. The key is how to time it. Firebolt's coming in. Siege eating a lot of damage. Snake opening pick. He's on the board. Siege down. Twist gets refragged. Here's the impact from above, though. Almost finds someone. It's JJ eating a C4. And even though the flank is unsuccessful from Scoob, everyone on the bomb site is doing their part. Snake, the last man standing against 3. Trying to sound cover the plant with the EMP. Halfway through, but here comes Volsper. And Space Tubes are up 6-1.
A small hiccup at the end of the first half doesn't make a difference when you are still on fire throughout 12 of the 13 rounds. A clean closure of that basement floor defense now puts us on series point, with the tables fully being turned. JJ and Co. now at a stark 5-round disadvantage, the same advantage they had just previously back in map 2. We've now gone full circle at this point, like I was alluding to back in the second map. And now it seems like Space Tubes, they've only got one more site to complete this ritual. Gym and bedroom with a fairly normal composition. They've got Warden, maybe expecting some flashes. I'm surprised we haven't seen really any Ying or heavy space makers besides the shields, Harrison, which now they've slowly started to lose their luster. You know, Space Tubes aren't forcing themselves to go on Clash. They don't need it. They basically crippled JJ off the rip from that one C4 down below, and basically just didn't allow him to do anything besides throw a nade out through dummies, but then he immediately died by Volsper, I think it was. So I think just continuing the cycle of constant aggression so the Montaigne can't set up has just been something JJ and Co can't crack against Space Tubes.
The improvement from map to map by Space Tubes has been crazy. It almost reminds me of like what we saw from when M80X were Bands Coast back in Element. It's like every single game they played, they got a little bit better. And here Space Tubes are kind of channeling that energy. This is not the same team we saw on map number 1. They're more confident, they're more decisive, and most importantly, their decision-making is a hell of a lot better. And again, I wonder if it's down to maybe just map diff, right? Maybe just not being as good on labs, because clearly they have an incredibly fundamental understanding of the way Clubhouse works and the way Clubhouse plays. AJ on the Monty, looking to clear in through Cash, but there's 2 players, actually 3, waiting for him here. Emilio's got a cutoff, but there's a player close on the window. I believe the Aruni of Teddy is right there. In comes the Grim Utility. JJ starts to walk in.
There's Twist with the entry at least. Red control, now forfeit as the Grim canister pushes back Scoob. Oh, but they don't know about Exige. An easy flank. His rival is just, I don't know, twiddling his thumbs. Twist gets one at least to trade, and there's Snake with another down below, but now you've got at least a 4 versus 2, better than 5 on 2. No more Grim, so a lot less info here, but JJ is still alive and comfortable on the Montaigne. And maybe Twist and Snake did just enough to allow JJ and Co to reset at this minute 20, gather some info, and then enter into the bomb site. And another thing too, with there being no presence by CCTV, they could play highway a lot easier as well to help JJ get in and maybe force this post plant.
I believe Teddy also just got misdroned thanks to Toaster shooting it. This could be Teddy going undetected, the final boss of Clubhouse, still alive and well as JJ attempts the plant, getting lit up by that Mira. Teddy gets the kill on Snake by Khan. Toaster low HP, but most importantly, the plant being forced off, and JJ has to try and reposition. In behind the gym stacks. A Mira window being played by Teddy now in Gold Vault with no one really pressuring him. Trying to fire away with the DMR, not able to connect shots against the ace just yet, and the plant goes down once again. C4 shot by JJ's teammate on the window as Emilio kills Teddy. Plant complete, 1 HP in a dream for Toaster, but it's not to be. JJ and Co keep themselves alive for at least another round.
And at least denying the aggression for what it feels like the first time in the past couple of matches here, Harrison. JJ and Co understand the immediate entry point, getting in through garage, getting that control of the top floor, but also being aware there is a flank potential or at least some presence by lounge, and they do counter that. Also using the Grim and the Monty combo to force out the top pressure by Red, isolating CCTV. Really just, I would say, just well-structured siege by JJ and Co for the first time in what feels like forever at this point. Even then, the late round, moving up into highway, getting those longer angles, kind of forcing Space Shoops to only play in 2 comfortable spots. One over by bathroom where you can't challenge that main window from gym because you'll just get caught on the vault at a bad way. Or playing by the Logi mirror window, which, yeah, you get a lot of sight lines, but can't really stop the plant once the Montaigne closes that gap and plants deep. So good on JJ Co for at least forcing Space Shoops in a bad position, but that also did, it happened by having 3 bodies be bled from not only CCTV and cash, but also the bottom floor flank, which only got 1 kill.
I think Siege, immediately after getting the kill, instead of like, I thought he was going to maybe drop down oil pit and go back to the basement, when he sprinted back in the lounge, which is really funny. Right after I highlight how good their decision making is too, right?
Go figure.
It always happens.
Oh.
Scoob looking for a spawn peek. Would exposing themselves. A potential C4 from Teddy too. They hear the repels. I don't think Teddy's going to let go of this. At least he shouldn't. No? He is? Hello? He does. Oh, it's to get rid of this Claymore!
Wow!
What a play! Claymore gone from the C4. Scoob jumps out. And Rival is no more. That is your only dedicated hard breacher.
The C4 as well, masking the sound of the hop out too. Just extra attention to detail there. And perfectly coordinated by Space Shoops. But now they deal with the main force of this round being the Montaigne. Wolfser will just kind of look at him, deal some damage with the impact, and wow! Immediately transition on the garage door, expecting the swing, and annihilates.
What?
And with the pistol, good night to JJ. He'll drop down for another one, the showstopper. But he's stopped by Twist. But it might be too little too late, Harrison. We're in a 4 versus 2 with Twist low. But Snake is trying to make ends meet as he brings us 1 kill closer to a tie 2-2.
He's got pings on who I assume is Exige, that smoke. The compass and the overlay confirms it. Still sitting inside Raptors. They got perfect info on him, and Snake comes up to kill him from underneath in Swamp. Now a 2-on-2. Toaster still a C4 in pocket, and Teddy, like we mentioned, currently the final boss of Clubhouse, is still alive. They seem to know no one's on the breach, and they're trying to get aggressive, making sure no one's going to be able to walk up Red, but they have to turn their attention towards Garage. Both remaining attackers now in the same place. And like you mentioned, Twist incredibly lit up. Flashbang comes through, maybe to facilitate a rotation. Now there's a player outside, and both Toaster and Teddy know. They both fall back. They've got pings. They've got info. Space Tube's fully in the advantage here. Again, the C4 is still in play. Smoke bolts to try and allow Twist into the bomb site, but he's down through it! Thanks to Toaster's pre-fire. Teddy with the run out from Con window lights up Snake a little bit. The C4 misses. Smoke's still up. Pushing deep is Snake, trying to get an off spot. so he can either take the duel with Teddy or plant the case. He'll go right behind the wall, but Twist gets dumpstered, and Teddy with the deagle puts Space Tubes on top. For the first time ever, this team defeats JJ and will continue in the upper bracket.
And the first time that Exige has surpassed the round of 8 gauntlet in Tier 2. He's got a fighting chance in the upper semis, but he'll need a lot more than countering JJ to make it further. It's the deputy put down in jail, and maybe, just maybe, the reverse sweep for Space Tube, someone who we didn't really count on off the bat, at least from map number 1. Their Night Haven labs looked very weak, and it looked like there were a lot of mistakes, but hey, they didn't let it get to them. They won 7 rounds in a row on map number 2, and almost did the same thing on map 3 without any sign of slowing down.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous from Space Tubes. They, again, we kept mentioning it. It looked like they really just had a fundamental understanding of Clubhouse far beyond what JJ could play and JJ and Co could play today. I mean, Snake was 006 at one point, and yet we have Teddy acing on round 2 for his second ace of the league. Again, I think we need to highlight.
Yeah, that was a wild Clubhouse, honestly. I don't think any of us saw such a brutal reversal, frankly, from Space Tubes to run that back the way they did. And then Clubhouse was just kind of cleanup duty for a lot of the back of it. I mean, you mentioned already, Crow, the ace from Teddy. It just never felt like there was a moment that JJ and Co were able to reassert control. Do you think it's a simple matter, Crow, of just like tilt, like literally just tilting after what happened on Lair?
I don't know, because JJ and Co have had, like, you know, no offense, more embarrassing losses than we saw on Lair and have still come back to win. Like, they've been here before. I think it was just a case of probably wrong map, wrong time. Like, Clubhouse, again, if JJ and Co we consider to be the better team, you should not be bringing a team like Space Tubes to Clubhouse, who, one, you're putting them on an equalizer map that they're also, 2, really, really, really good on historically. I mean, you left it up to Chalet and Club instead of banning Club earlier and picking into Chalet. I think this was just not the map to go to. I think you just let Space Tubes power up.
Yeah, I mean, they power up is a good word for it, right? They really seem to just find something in themselves and carry it through. I mean, fellow, what do you think the future looks like here for JJ and Co now moving down into the lower bracket after this today? Because that has got to sting, right? They are a confident team, and this was not a confident performance.
I think the best opportunities that you have as a team to learn is when you lose, especially in a fashion like this. You know, Clubhouse is a map they almost always ban. I'm sure they'll just stick with that moving forward. And then in terms of attacking on Lair, just having a more concise, clear, being able to work off of more proper info, better team play, because there were a lot of instances where they just kind of allowed Space Tubes to take 1-for-1 gunfights without really a recovery plan. They were just hoping the first entry went well without any other response, that when it didn't work, that was basically the round chalk. There was like no chance of recovery at that point.
Oh, there was no chance of recovery, but let's talk to one of the victorious members of Space Tubes here. We got Exige here in for the interview. Welcome. Congratulations. You look at that cheeky grin. You know what you did.
I know. No, that's all my team, man. Like that's not just me. That's my team. Like,
right, for sure. I mean, you guys did great. I gotta ask him. I mean, that was wild, right? I think it'd be fair to say that you guys were probably not the favorites coming into this, just based off record and on paper or what have you. I don't mean that as a put down. I think that's just the way it was. But I mean, what do you attribute that reverse sweep to? What was it, like 10, 11 rounds in a row? That was crazy stuff.
It's like 11 or 12 rounds. Yeah, I mean, we have some resilience on this team. I don't know. Like we're having fun, and I mean, we can go down and lose a map pretty fucking bad, but we're gonna have a good time. And I mean, when we're able to vibe and have fun with each other, nobody's beating us. I mean, JJ's had our number for a while. Like when it comes opposition wise, I love JJ. All props to him. Like he's a great player. But props to my team. Like we're coming back. We're down that many rounds, and we're able to keep our heads and just take it round by round. I think Teddy said it, and it's not a game. It's a round by round game. Like instead of just a map. And we were able to do that and prove that, make that comeback. I mean, Lair attacks didn't go exactly how we wanted, but we're confident like those defenses, nobody's beating us on those attacks. So, I mean, game plan wise, it wasn't pretty, but when we got into Clubhouse, we knew we won.
Yeah,
Like,
we
as soon
did-
as we
we
went to
did it.
map 3, we knew we had it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can feel the confidence on the Clubhouse. You guys really looked like you were stepping it up. I mean, I gotta ask, right? So you've taken out JJ, you're moving on to the next round. You're gonna be playing Forsaken. Now, Forsaken, they looked pretty strong today.
Yeah.
A lot of former, pros on that team. How are you guys feeling about that matchup?
Excited. Like,
Excited?
it's
Yeah.
fun. Each and every game is going to be more fun. But like I said, JJ should have been a higher seeded team. I'm gonna be real. Like, they're a great team. Like, they're going to blow through a lot of these guys in flowers. You'll see. Like, they're a good
I
fucking
believe you.
team.
No,
So,
I
we're confident. We know that we've started to play our game recently, and practice has started to actually kind of move into game day. So we're ready. We're ready. I think it's going to be a fun matchup for sure, though.
Awesome. Well, one last question, I guess. Anybody on the team you want to shout out to, want to give some credit to, who you feel maybe didn't get highlighted enough? I mean, obviously Teddy got the ace, but like you said, it's a team effort.
Team effort. Like, you don't see what everybody does. But each and every one of my teammates, Volsper, I mean, he's nasty. He's nasty. If he's not in the league, something's wrong. Teddy, again, he's been such a great addition to the team. His leadership and his calls, I love it. Toaster,
Right.
the unsung hero. You can't be mad with a Toaster on your team. That kid is the best little soldier ever, and he's awesome. And then Scoob, like, it's Scoob, the X Factor. He'll be happy I said that. And David, our DMC, our coach, again, he's pushed us forward every single day to just keep getting better, and we couldn't do it without him as well. So, I mean, and shout out Space Tubes for sure.
Yeah. I love the jersey, man. I love the Space Shoot team. I love the energy you guys had here at the tail end of this, winning out like that. Great job to you. Look forward to seeing your next game. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wonderful guy. Just a great personality. Very surprisingly humble for a Siege semi-pro player to give credit to all of his teammates and what have you. Great stuff. But guys, wow, Space Tubes dropping a shocker, fellow. I don't think any of us would have seen that coming. Like you said, after that first labs, I think we were all kind of like, oh, this is, pack it up, go home. They win out, and I mean, these are your matches here at the end of the day. I think this is probably the only one that we would say is an upset, fellow, like a genuine upset.
Yeah, Harrison mentioned it pretty well at the beginning that Forsaken was the more likely team to win against Core, especially since they had to have a sub, unfortunately, of their coach during map number 1. And then Kento just decided to put his foot down and just take over on Chalet for map 3. Red was also a one-sided affair. We kind of expected that. They finally broke their round 8 curse in playoffs. This was the one big shocker here, but again, Space Tubes showed up on play day, and as Harrison talked about, sure, they're the antithesis of JJ and Co, but I mean, the opposite play style worked out perfectly because JJ and Co just never set up throughout the series, and I'm really interested in seeing how well the Revelation M80X game is going to play out tomorrow too.
Yeah, speaking of kind of the Revelation M80X, you see this bracket here, bro. Besides maybe the presence of Space Tubes, everything feels like it's pretty much what it should be, right?
Yeah, I mean, even then, I think after seeing the maps, I thought Space Tubes, it was going to be tough. I thought JJ and Co were still going to win, but the upset was possible, and now they get the eternal privilege of being able to play a Challenger Series game against the one and only Gasher. That's going to be fun, especially with, again, Gasher and Exige both just like surrounding themselves with 4 really, really mechanically gifted players.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be incredibly fun. And then M80X, the console switchovers, playing against long-standing IGL Mr. B. That one's going to be awesome too.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting match. And I love, how well M80X is. They've gotten it. We don't give them anymore. But let's look at the lower bracket here as well. And I mean, fellow, do you agree with Exige's kind of assessment that JJ Co is just going to tear through these guys here in the lower bracket?
I'd have to say Exige is probably cooking with that. JJ and Co and Core have played against each other multiple times, and I can't remember the last time where Core beat JJ and Co. It was a pretty dominant stopping during the group stage. And although that wasn't the match that, guaranteed that they would, go into playoffs, it was the match that allowed them to face off against Revelations, which was their first chance at playoffs, where they then played another BO3, ended up making it. into playoffs. That then followed up by either Unks or Flow State, maybe further down in around number 3. It just doesn't seem like anyone's really going to be able to catch up with JJ and co. Unless they continue to make the same mistakes. But again, with having a player as old as JJ in the T2, T3 scene, I mean, he's able to adapt on issues like this so long as he has time to talk it out with his teammates.
I know, 100%. I mean, as you can probably guess from the bracket and all these TBDs, there's a lot more gameplay to happen here in the Challengers series. So we'll be coming back 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We've got a whole slate of matches ready to go. Now, of course, we will only be covering 2 of these just because of the nature of the timings and what have you. So you're going to want to check in. I believe we're going to get Revelations versus M80X, and then we're going to see Flow State and Unks at 1600 Eastern. That's going to be a lot to see. I mean, of the matches tomorrow, Crow, which one are you looking forward to the most? The Revelations versus M80X?
Considering that's also the game that John and I happen to be casting, yeah,
You're obligated.
I'm super. Not only am I obligated to be excited for that game, but I'm also just straight up super excited. I mean, again, we highlighted it. M80X, a team of 4 like console switchovers who are relatively new to comp, especially, you know, stomping the content creator. And that squad being headed by veteran T2 player Rice and coached by Merc, up against Mr. B, Mike W, Asian, and then Recited, who was one of the best players on JJ and Co. I'm super pumped for that game.
That's awesome. I mean, fellow, you in the same boat there?
Yep. I got to go with my duo. I can't let him down, so I'll just follow up and agree with him on that one, to be honest.
No, fair enough. I mean, I am looking forward to seeing you guys bring us that game. Of course, we'll have Light Rose and Jazzman back as tomorrow as well. I mean, here, standing on the end of the first day of Challenger Series, how are you guys feeling about T2 being back? We'll start with you here, Crow.
It's good. You know, Element was great, and Element was exciting, and I loved watching, you know, Karn win, and Diffuser and company win, and then go to the league. You know, Packer and Giddy won again. And then Giddy won again and again, and it was awesome. But there's nothing like T2 with a pro spot on the line. Like, it's so different. I loved Element, but I'm so thank you, Blast. Thank you, Blast and Ubisoft. I'm so happy we actually have a true path to pro again.
It just feels like we're home, except now with home, we have JJ included as well, which he couldn't make it to the last CL. Now he's here for Challenger Series, but one more series, and that could be the final nail in the coffin. So we got to look out for JJ and Co. Maybe they'll get knocked out early, but I feel like everyone's been hyping up that team as someone that can make it to at least top 4, or maybe even the or grand finals, I should say, because they have been on a tear for quite some time. But now we've got new players introduced in as well. You mentioned M80X, Revelations. They've got a lot of old T1, T2 players with a new coat of paint. I mean, everyone is here except Karn and Co. That's the only thing that feels left out right now.
Not enough room in the boat for everyone. Somebody had to go, unfortunately.
Zeech had to put him down. Zeech had to put him down.
Real.
Well, there you have it, folks. We're excited. Challenger Series is back. We hope you're excited. Challenger Series is back. We got more Challenger Series play days coming up. We'll start tomorrow with M80X game, big game, 1 p.m. Eastern. Hope to see you there. But for now, from all of us here at the Challenger Series crew, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.